As soon as Sung-yoon returns to Earth from the Tower of Trials, he calls his former coach, the same guy who kicked him out of the Hunter Training Center. Sung-yoon wants to take the Hunter exam one last time. The coach just laughs in his face, reminding him that all his previous results were complete failures. He knows too well that Sung-yoon has zero chance, but Sung-yoon insists, even threatening to demand a refund for 7 years of useless training. When he arrives at the Hunters Association, the coach makes sure this time Sung-yoon's failure will be spectacular. He prepares the most difficult opponent possible, and even damages the sword Sung-yoon will have to fight with, all just to show our MC his place. Sung-yoon is given a choice of opponent levels from 1 to 10. In the past, he always chose a level 1 goblin, and still lost because he was so weak. But this time he shocks his coach by choosing a level 10 opponent, the Phoenix. As soon as the test starts, the Phoenix immediately casts a debuff on him, slowing his movement by 25%, and after the very first clash, the sword breaks exactly as the coach planned. But Sung-yoon doesn't panic. With his insane strength and speed, he stabs the Phoenix in the eye with the broken piece of the blade. Then he rips a tile from the shattered floor and throws it with such force that the Phoenix's head splits open instantly. The tile even almost hits the coach, who's standing there absolutely stunned. He still can't understand what the heck is going on. How did this weakling suddenly become so strong? Just a little while ago, he was nothing but a hopeless loser. 7 years ago, a day came when a mysterious calamity struck. A horrifying disaster called Dungeon Break took place. Countless monsters burst out of that dungeon, and because of this incident, countless people suffered. During the catastrophe, Sung-yoon's parents couldn't escape and passed away. That day, our boy lost everything in an instant, and made a pledge to himself while he cried tears of blood. From that moment on, he swore he would become a hunter, rip monsters apart, and kill them all, or so he thought. 7 years later, on the very same day the disaster occurred, he was kicked out of the Hunter Training Center, left completely hopeless. His trainer didn't hold back in the slightest when telling him how much absolute trash his talent was. Normally, people who awaken get a few months to train in the exclusive training hall before debuting as hunters. But our guy had already gone way past that limit. He had been training for 7 whole years. And his trainer didn't want some so-called trash ruining the Institute's reputation. Despite his constant persistence, the trainer denied him again and again, even beating the crap out of him whenever he came back to his house. All that remained was a broken boy, with only one wish left, which is to somehow get stronger, or awaken an innate trait of his own. While it all seemed over for him, his strong will and burning desire to grow didn't go unnoticed. The Tower of Trials was searching for worthy challengers across the planet, and because of his iron will, our boy earned a spot among them. As he was pulled into the void where the Tower of Trials gave him an option to choose the difficulty level for the trial ahead. The higher the difficulty, the greater the rewards. At that moment, Sung-yoon had no idea what was going on, but his gut told him this was his chance. So, he seized it, choosing the difficulty level he desired. With the level chosen, he was sent straight to the very first stage of the Tower of Trials. He finds himself in a boundless desert, where he has been granted nothing but a sword to defend himself. Now, his goal is to survive this place, and in return, unlock the innate trait he had always dreamed of. Yes, the same trait he had worked his ass off for in the real world, only to get nothing in return. So, seeing this chance handed to him feels unbelievable. But little does he know, this innate trait isn't going to be served on a silver platter. He realizes this the moment a massive sand golem erupts from the ground, hell-bent on crushing him under its weight. His mission now is to survive against the sand golem for the next 10 minutes. And get this, it isn't going to be a piece of cake, because bro had chosen hard mode for his trial difficulty level. And here's the real kicker, if he fails the mission, the penalty is death. Han breaks into a desperate run for survival, but a thought crosses his mind, reckoning if he can really escape the sand golems by scampering like this. The monster chases him in a frantic blur, and our guy infers that this sand golem is faster than it seems because of its size. Our guy theoretically reckons that it's impossible for him to run away for 9 minutes straight with his stamina in this desert biome in the first place. Han runs out of breath as he sprints and ponders that this realm only gave him a sword and told him to survive. But even so, he longs for someone's guidance on what exactly he's supposed to do. Either he dies trying to run away, or he dies fighting. In the meantime, the sand golem is 2 steps away from crushing Sung-yoon, while our guy screams in a frenzy. Our guy finds himself clueless about how the hell he's supposed to win against this monster. In this life-threatening moment, his thoughts take a shift when a vision unfolds, and Han recalls all the mocking faces that made him feel that he's nothing in this world. It's as if he was being trampled under those brutal words, and he wonders if he's going to die a pathetic death just by trying to run away. At that moment, our guy comes back stronger as he refuses to just run away cowardly. 7 years of trying to be a hunter, and now Han can confidently say that he knows better than most hunters on the field when it comes to theory. Our guy, with his heart pounding, knows for sure that there's no answer if he keeps running away, so at the very least, he needs to find a way to survive. That's when Sung-yoon conjectures that monsters like sand golems will stop moving if he destroys their core. However, their cores are usually in places that are hard to reach. Our guy simply decides to make it easier to reach the core, and with that, he drifts his feet through the sand to halt his movements. Just like that, Han impressively takes a leap and slashes the sword across the monster. While he manages to stumble on the sand golem, Sung-yoon takes the golden chance to reach the core as he spots it. He begins to break the big red core with the sword, and while it bears some cracks, the monster gets up, making our guy slip away. A surge of frustration rises as Han was just a second away from destroying the core. As our guy attempts to hit it one more time, he's grabbed by the sand golem, who squeezes the poor fella to death. Our guy shrieks in pain as he's on the brink of death while his thoughts circle around the echoes of humiliating words, belittling and breaking him. That's when our guy breaks through those voices in his head. At that moment, Han hurls his sword with unyielding fury, aimed straight for the heart of the enemy's core. Fortunately, the sword clashes with the core, and our guy succeeds in destroying the core of the sand golem. The monster withers away, and Han Sung-yoon plummets as the sand showers upon him. He sits in disbelief, wondering if he really killed the monster by himself. But even so, he barely won against it. With that, Han clears the first floor of the Tower of Trials, and with blood dripping from his body, he couldn't be happier that he survived. As a reward, he unlocks unique traits, obtains 1,000 points, and earns a skill, Fast Recovery, as a bonus. The rewards leave Han bewildered because it all seems so surreal. He never got a reward even after 7 years of grinding efforts. Instead, the only things that he got in return were scorn and mockery. After that, he unlocks a unique trait, and Sung-yoon is titled with the trait Necromancy. That's when it occurs to our guy that he can become a hunter too. But all of this is possible if he survives. Suddenly, a gust of red aura reappears, and Han notices that it's the fog where the sand golem died. It turns out that his new skill, Necromancy, gets activated, and now he can choose to absorb the sand golem's spirit. Our guy processes that this black fog is his unique trait. Nonetheless, he decides to absorb the monster's spirit, and the fog violently hurtles towards Han, making him scared. Han absorbs the spirit of the sand golem, which increases his efficiency by 7%. Strangely, that red orb of energy gets engulfed into our boy's body, making him freak out. Since our guy can feel the spirit inside him, he comes to realize that he can store it if he absorbs it. Han uses the spirit energy to increase his stats permanently and feels a surge of energy filling his body. This makes our guy barely able to process the miracle unfolding before him, since his stats have really increased, because never once in 7 years was he able to raise his stats. But now, Sung-yoon is finally able to raise his stats permanently with the help of this unique necromancy trait. A wave of stunned joy washes over him when he realizes that he can become a hunter now if he returns to the real world with this skill. Shortly after that, the system informs Han to move to the waiting room. The moment our guy enters the portal, he collapses since he lost too much blood, and his injuries get worse than he thought. Suddenly, a green gust surrounds Sung-yoon, and in the next moment, our fella is all healed up. Given the amount of blood he spilled, our guy assumes that he'll be healed once the trial is over. But what's even more shocking is when our guy spots a big bed, wondering how they could just put a single bed in a big room. Nonetheless, he hops onto the bed and ponders about his next plan. While our guy wonders if he'll be able to escape the tower, the thing that doesn't settle with him is the reason why this tower called him to this place. Just then, he's interrupted by the system. He's notified that he is able to use the 5 commands: Info, Store, Community, Inventory, and Trial. Saying the following words will activate the commands. Han Sung-yoon's mind is flooding with questions, but he snaps out of it and focuses on surviving for now. He then calls the word trial to activate it and gets to know that 23 hours are left until the second floor trial. Our guy now apprehends that he needs to go through more trials and activates a community where the people who were also forced into this tower are conversing with each other. Han discovers that the people in the chat are confused, and on top of that, the people who weren't hunters like him were also dragged into this place. Suddenly, the admin enters the chat, disabling the other players from messaging since he seems to have an important message for those who have cleared the tutorial. Our guy is still clueless about a way to return, but he plans to memorize all the info whatsoever. The admin reveals that the points earned during trials are used as currency within the Tower of Trials. More importantly, they can't get even a single drop of water without points. Lastly, the only way to earn points is through trials. While this sounds like a true survival game, Han learns that he needs to do everything he can to get used to the rules within the tower. Otherwise, he dies. The fact that he can't even get water without points means that, in order to earn points, he needs to keep clearing the trials. With that, the admin exits the chat after giving a shocker, and Sung-yoon feels disgruntled since he thought he'd return and be a hunter, but he's snapped by reality. Our guy then peeks at the longsword and opens the store since this weapon isn't enough to survive. After getting a new weapon, Han starts training while contemplating that all the hunters lost their stats when they entered the tower. But he assumes that it should be easier to learn skills that they've learned before. For this reason, our guy can't seem to forget that he's not on the same starting line as them, who are already hunters. Han gets pumped up as he trains with all his might just so that he can catch up to them. The fire of hard work eventually drains him out as he collapses on the floor, panting. But in a second, all of his energy is restored. Thanks to the healing effect of the waiting room, he can train effortlessly. Just as our guy feels inspired to train for the next trial, his stomach rumbles with hunger. Our guy then scrolls up to the inventory to get something to eat and is only left with 40 points for buying water and stuff. He feels lucky to get those additional points, or else he wouldn't have even dreamt of getting a shield. It appears to be 17 minutes until the next trial begins, and Han realizes that even the chat that was confused is quiet now that it's time to clear the second floor. But a hint of doubt lingers in Sung-yoon's mind as he's uncertain if he will survive again or not. He shakes off that feeling and gets adamant to survive no matter what. Just like that, the trial starts in 10 seconds, and our guy gets teleported to the second floor of the tower, which turns out to be a forest this time. The subject of this trial is to assassinate the orc tribe leader within a given time limit. Our guy finds himself standing on a cliff where he can clearly sight the orc village. A strike of terror runs through him when he witnesses a tribe of giant orcs. But what terrifies him more is that they want him to jump into the swarm of orcs and defeat the tribe leader. After that, Han Sung-yoon musters up the courage as he trudges down and hides in the bushes to watch over the orcs. Normally in dungeons, if there's a guard amongst the orc tribe, then there's also a hunter. Our guy finds it difficult to even win against one orc hunter, but the problem is, there are a lot of orcs. In order to defeat all the orcs, they need at least a party of E-rank hunters to make sure they don't die. Han feels helpless, given the situation, and retreats to come back with a better plan. However, an idea flickers in his mind, and he comes across a way to complete this trial. It occurs that our guy lit up firewood and found enough wood to make more of them. He then stores the firewood in the inventory, and it works. It is then narrated by our main character that it may seem like orcs are lazy pigs, but they're quite a diligent race. They always hunt in the morning and come back when the sun starts to set, so this leaves plenty of time for Han to set up his plan. Our guy figures out that the only way to complete this difficult and numerical inferiority trial is with fire. Later, Sung-yoon waits for the right time to ambush. According to the Hunter Association, the orc guards aren't always standing and return to the village to eat or take a break. That's when our guy takes the chance and throws the firewood near the orcs' village. The fire spreads, and in mere moments, the forest that cloaks the village sets ablaze. While the chaos erupts among the orcs, our boy scampers for his next move. He plans to close off the village with fire so that he doesn't have to worry about facing orc hunters that are coming back from their hunt. Before that happens, Han needs to kill at least 2 orc workers. Just when the orc workers rush to bring water to quench the fire, our guy sneaks up on them and stabs one of them with his sword. After killing an orc worker, Sung-yoon absorbs its spirit, the moment he'd been waiting for. His proficiency then increases by 9%. Suddenly, our guy realizes that a guard orc is standing behind him, and he evades the crushing blow of the orc with his shield. While Han holds up that sword, he uses the stored spirits to increase his stats. Our boy's strength rises, and moments later, he annihilates the guard orc, decapitating it. The skill's fast recovery revitalizes, and our guy learns that absorbing the guard's spirit has increased his stamina. With his stats increasing, Sung-yoon feels confident, because if this continues, the danger of fighting a guard will go down significantly. The determination is apparent, and our boy reckons that there are 3 orc workers, 1 guard, and an old clan head. Our boy knows for sure that if he manages to take down the guard, then he'll have no problem defeating the old clan head. On top of that, Han feels high-spirited after absorbing the guard spirit since wiping out the workers isn't threatening at all. Just like that, our guy attacks the orcs, and after killing the workers, he notices that the guard orc has separated from the clan head, which means it has given up on guarding it. Simply put, this guard orc is the last obstacle he needs to overcome. Our guy slashes through the monsters, tearing them apart, and after killing most of them, he's left with the guard. Suddenly, the clan head creates a fire attack and strikes Sung-yoon. The blaze tears through the air, wild and unstoppable, but Han's shield saves him from the flames that could burn him to a crisp. That fire is stopped by the shield while the head orc is relieved that he's finished off the perpetrator. Promptly, the dust settles, and our guy appears alive with his clothes burnt and his shield bearing marks. It turns out that Han accomplishes an achievement to endure the fire, and with that, the skill fire resistance is created. With his new iconic skill, these orcs are now dead meat as anger flashes across Han's eyes, ready to assassinate them. Our guy confronts the head clan and mercilessly chops off both of its hands. The orc screams in agony as the blood spills, and it immediately runs inside the tent. Just then, Han Sung-yoon walks in and witnesses a sight that leaves him staggered. He finds the head orc protecting its children, who are scared to death, making Han realize that these monsters also value their family. The sight triggers a memory when our guy recalls how his parents shouted at him to run away and survive when they were attacked by the monsters. They protected him and died. After that, the little orc pulls out a knife to attack Han, but our guy thinks it's so stupid and bangs his sword's end on the head of the orc. Sung-yoon presumes that even if he becomes a ghost, he'll make sure to cut the monster's bloodlines. Just like that, our guy assassinates the leader of the orcs and completes the second floor of the Tower of Trials. In the waiting room, Han Sung-yoon's shield can't be used anymore because of the damages it endured, but thanks to this, our guy made it out alive. This time it was a close call, and our guy opens the chat to check up on others. However, he learns that most of the members have died. While Han thinks it's brutal, suddenly his eyes snap in shock when he stumbles upon a member's message that says he found a way to return to Earth with his question voucher. Our guy is totally taken aback and activates information, one of the 5 commands. It occurs that Han can use a question voucher to get a reply from the moderator, and each time he enters a new floor, he'll get a question voucher. It is revealed to us that by sharing the information they've found through the question vouchers, the chat room's atmosphere has naturally turned into a place to share what they've found. This is the main point of the chat room. The crucial part of info is that there's a temporary return stone for sale that one can use to return to Earth for a couple of days when they complete the 5th floor. Furthermore, there's also info beyond the 7th floor. An extensive system expansion will occur, and items that can make one permanently return to Earth are sold. After processing all the info, Han Sung-yoon presumes that if he returns to Earth with his current abilities, he'll easily become an E-rank hunter. But this pressure takes a toll on our guy, because if he had this ability on Earth, it would be a complete scam. The more Han urges to go back to Earth, the thoughts make him low-spirited. He thinks logically that he barely just completed the 2nd floor, and reaching the 8th floor seems far-fetched. Even so, our guy decides to stay positive since his stats, which were nothing, are now averaging and heading towards 20. First, our guy absorbs all the 5 spirits he got by putting his life on the line, which increases his status, and his body overflows with strength. As soon as those spirits are swept in, Han finally gets it, the realm beyond humans they talk about. His strength could be matched to that of a high-ranked monster after he absorbs 5 spirits and runs like a bolt to test it out. Our guy couldn't control his immense speed and bumps into a wall, which makes his nose bleed. It's because of his unexpected growth, so the gap in his physical body is insane. Soon after, Han purchases a big dead tree shield with 2100 points. It's created from a big dead tree, and when Han's stamina drops, the buff is triggered. Our guy thinks it'll be perfect if he uses the reward items from the previous trial from the inventory. He uses the black steel dagger with nice reaction and attack speed, and the assassin's cape that increases all stats by 5 when agility is under 50 and increases speed. Han gets all prepared with his items and plans to get used to them until the next trial begins. With that, he starts relentless training with a strong motive to become strong enough that no one can approach him. Hours later, Sung-yoon enters the 3rd floor of the tower, and the subject of this trial is a duel. Our guy finds himself in a cave and gets notified that the Guardian of Darkness is about to enter. Han braces himself since, like the sand golem, that monster can come from any direction, so better be prepared. The timer ends, and the Guardian of Darkness emerges from the shadows. Even our guy can't sense a single movement of that monster. To our surprise, that monster catches Han off guard when it ambushes him and stabs him in a split second. The Guardian of Darkness appears more dangerous than expected as it smirks while our guy groans in pain, disoriented by the sudden occurrence. He's then instructed to defeat the Guardian of Darkness, the doppelganger, who moves like Han's shadow. Han Sung-yoon struggles to defeat the Guardian of Darkness and activates his skill, Fast Recovery. Our guy realizes his spine would have been cut if he hadn't moved, but then he notices something. Sung-yoon observes the position of his opponent, which is the same as his, and notices the doppelganger is copying his moves. Our guy decides to figure it out by clashing with it once and succeeds in attacking him, but then he learns that it can use a healing skill. In an instant, the Guardian of Darkness leaps onto our guy with the exact same moves Sung-yoon pulled off earlier. Han grasps the situation quickly and decides to use his own skills to take his enemy down, but is left stunned when it attacks him, and somehow, the doppelganger manages to grow stronger in a short time. Han Sung-yoon uses the assassin's cape, activating its innate effect. He decides to end this in a minute. Our guy manages to do some damage to its body, but as he assumes it worked, his arm is cut off, making him scream in pain. Sung-yoon observes the Guardian of Darkness and finds him not moving. Our guy is aware that it will take some time to heal and sees this as a chance to kill it. But since his hand is cut off, our guy thinks of a way to do it without having the sword in his hands. An idea pops into his mind, and even though he thinks it's an insane thing to do, Sung-yoon thinks it's better to die trying than to die in vain. Our guy uses the shield to hit it, resulting in the Guardian of Darkness collapsing on the ground, and using this as a chance, Han Sung-yoon hits it with the shield with full strength. The system congratulates him for clearing the 3rd floor of the Trial of Towers. Upon entering the 4th floor's waiting room, Han Sung-yoon has been healed of all debuffs and injuries. As he tests it out on a wall, he's glad he healed perfectly and ponders about the spirit of doppelganger he earned in the cave after clearing the 3rd floor trial. He believes that the spirit is incomparable to the other monsters he faced. Meanwhile, the system notifies him that his trait, necromancy, has reached 100% proficiency. With his rank being improved by 1, Sung-yoon reaches Necromancy level E and finds out he can absorb their skills. In addition to that, our guy now also has an additional effect from which he can randomly obtain one of the awakened skills of the spirit when absorbing the spirit of death. Our guy realizes that's how he managed to obtain fast recovery after experiencing near death, being well aware that skills aren't easy to get. Not expecting to have a broken trait like this, Han Sung-yoon decides to test his fate. With that, he enters the community of the 4th floor and feels at home, waiting in the lobby. As our guy is about to swipe the screen, he sees the information given about the next trial, which is an integrated trial in which they would have to work as a party. Sung-yoon sees the comment of one of the competitors, stating that the competition among the hunters would mean killing each other, leaving our guy stunned. The next trial begins with the system informing our guy about him being matched with another challenger, and they would have to defeat the Goblin King within the remaining time, that is 1 day. With that, the system notifies him about the failure penalty being death, and Han appears in front of 2 other hunters. A girl named Lee Haeon starts with the introduction now that they're a team and lets them know about her specialty in helping the team, being an E-rank hunter back on Earth. The other guy, named Lee Sung-hoon, specializes in close combat and was a D-rank hunter on Earth, which explains his arrogant tone. Our fellow reveals his specialty in close combat as well and lets them know that he wasn't a hunter, but hoped to become one in the world. This grabs Sung-hoon's attention as he gets curious about our guy being an aspiring hunter, making it obvious that he's looking down on him. Our guy is confident that he can play his part, but his teammate mocks him and warns him about being kicked out if he's detrimental to the team. Sung-yoon, being used to this, forgot for a moment about how people treated him back then, but he's also aware of Sung-hoon's skills, hence growing hushed. Our guy is well aware that skills are the only thing that matter in the tower. The system notifies him about the theme of the trial being a 3-to-3 competition, in which they have to work with their team and complete the trial before the other team does. And with that, the doors of the castle open. Lee struggles to take down the goblins, wondering how the hell they're moving in such an organized way, and calls out the newbie, who's our guy, yelling at him to fight. While our guy complains about him not even paying attention to his surroundings, Lee Haeon announces to help him after she's done with her spell, but is interrupted when Sung-hoon screams at her, ordering her to buff him right now. She reveals her supportive spells are all used up, not knowing what to do when Sung-yoon steps in and informs her that he is going to help his teammate since he needs his help. Haeon tries to stop our guy but fails, concerned about who's going to watch her back, and as she turns around, she is left speechless to witness all the goblins dead. Sung-hoon loses his cool as he fails to defeat the goblins and blames the newbie for his failure. He's about to get hit when someone appears in front of him and kills the goblin. Turns out, it's Han Sung-yoon, who orders him to stay back since he's just getting in his way as his aura now changes completely. Defeating all the goblins, he slices them like butter and accomplishes the title of a goblin hunter. Our guy pulls an Uno reverse on that big guy and says that he's a fucking bother right now. With that, Han Sung-yoon goes like the clappers and slices the goblins into pieces. Lee Sung-hoon's jaw drops when he astonishingly stares at Han cutting through the enemy like a phantom wind. The spirits of goblins linger, and our boy senses that they can't see his unique trait, sword energy, so he can easily absorb them. He then absorbs the souls and increases his stats. Sung-yoon also gets to know that one of the skills possessed by goblins is also being absorbed. That skill turns out to be a ranger's knowledge that can widen his field of view, and it'll be easier to see approaching enemies. At that moment, our guy experiences the sight of a goblin and smirks, knowing that he has hit a jackpot. The team meets up, and that incompetent bastard Lee approaches Han and says that the newbie got lucky going against the weak goblins. The guy laughs nervously to hide his scary ass. Our guy cuts to the case and announces that he'll lead and give commands from now on for the party's better efficiency. Han humbles the D-rank bastard with his death glare real quick and asks Lee if he's got a problem. Lee obediently agrees and asks what's there to do besides that. Sung-yoon then orders him to protect the girl hunter Lee Haeon and instructs that girl to continue guiding them from the back. Haeon gladly agrees, and they resume their search. Just like that, our hero flashes through the battlefield and slaughters the goblins. He keeps absorbing the souls of dead goblins, which repeatedly increases his proficiency. It is known that 14 hours are left till the third trial ends. Later, the team keeps walking when Lee Haeon gets suspicious since goblins appear periodically, but now it's strangely quiet. Suddenly, Han witnesses something and scampers towards it. They witness other goblins' minions being annihilated before they even came here. Our guy immediately grasps that the other challengers have gone through before them, while Lee Sung-hoon is shocked to think the other team got the enemy pretty quick. Sung-yoon touches the goblin's blood and finds that it's still warm. Urgency presses upon our guy because now they need to hurry and catch up to them. Otherwise, if the other team defeats the goblin's boss, they will receive the penalty, which is death. Han then expresses that they need to hurry. On the contrary, the other team deals with more goblins, and the leader Lee Sion starts gagging at killing monsters. With a sinister smirk, he slices the head off the last goblin. The team member praises the leader for killing all of them, while Lee Sion rants about how he's doing all the fucking hunting by himself. Leader Sion then asks his member Lee Junho if he's having fun because he's carried, and orders him to open the boss's room door so they can go back. Lee Junho scaredly walks up to the door and thinks he's been fucked up. Suddenly, the system notifies that all members of the Challengers team will enter the Goblin King's Spiral Tower, and the boss battle will begin when only one of the two teams remain. An ominous red aura cloaks them, and they cannot leave the current location from this point on. It turns out that Han Sung-yoon's team arrives at the Spiral Tower. Witnessing that the other team is alive as well, Lee Sion finds it annoying, while our guy informs his team members that he'll fight against them alone. Our fella asks Lee Haeun to give him only an agility buff, but the girl hunter raises her concern since she knows that Sung-yoon is strong. She saw his strength with her own eyes, but still, hunters might be more frightening than monsters. Han understands and agrees to let her know if it gets dangerous. He plans to leave the backup to Haeyeon if that happens. After the girl increases his agility, our guy strides towards the enemy. Well, our main character is giving Assassin's Creed vibes. He's so cool. As he's walking, Sung-yoon presumes that he's better than an average hunter and has killed more than 30 goblins. While Lee Sion's team braces themselves, our guy flashes towards his opponent, certain that he can do it. Our guy exudes a fierce aura that even scares the shit out of Lee Sion, who hides behind his member Lee Junho like a coward and commands him to use his shield with all his power. Just then, Junho activates an open shield, and a protective barrier enfolds them. However, Han, with his awe-striking strength, iconically breaks through that barrier with his sword, bursting it open. While the other team is bombarded with the shattered barrier, our guy takes this chance and slashes through two of the guys at once. Now he's left to fight against Lee Sion. A few moments later, the battle continues. Sung-yoon and Sion keep evading the blows and striking each other. As their swords clash, our guy senses something peculiar. Han knows for sure that he's more skilled than Sion, but this guy keeps blocking his strikes in a strange manner. Our guy then plans to use more of his strength to find the mystery behind this and ambushes Sion, attacking from behind to finish him off. However, in a surprising turn of events, that guy senses Han's ambush as if he had eyes on the back when he incredibly dodges the strike with his sword. That's when our guy notices Sion's glowing red eyes and gets to know that he can see the path of his sword. But Sung-yoon comes up with a mind-boggling plan when he throws his shield towards Sion to block his vision so that he can no longer use his skill. Sion's vision gets jammed by the shield, followed up by Han, who attacks him as soon as his vision is clear. However, in that split second, our guy stabs Lee Sion and kills him. With that, our guy accomplishes a special task with additional rewards. After our guy brutally kills the challengers, Haeyeon notices Han's hand quivering as blood drips from it, and she asks him if he's okay. Gloominess overtakes Sung-yoon's face, but he responds that he's fine. Lee Haeyeon apprehends that our guy must have been shocked since he killed a human. After all, she thought he'd be cold and strong. Nonetheless, with no time to grieve, Han plans to proceed with the boss fight straight away and asks Haeyeon and Lee Sung-hoon, who are also ready to do the same. In the meantime, our guy gets done defeating the trial's goal, the Goblin King, like it's a cinch, leaving Lee to believe that he's a monster. After that, they complete the trial of the 4th floor, and as a reward for completion, all of their stats increase by 4, followed by an instant acceleration skill as a bonus reward. Lee Sung-hoon moves to the lobby first, and while our guy wishes Haeyeon a safe return, she says something in return. The girl hunter oversteps and affirms to our guy that he only did what he needed to do, referring to killing humans. She lets out that it was something someone had to do, and if Sung-yoon wouldn't have done it, she would have, for the means of survival. Our guy smiles upon hearing this, and Haeyeon sends him a friend request. The girl thanks Han since they won the 4th trial because of him, but finds it a little upsetting since she didn't get any rewards. Haeyeon blushes and asks our guy to look for her when he returns to Earth later, adding that she's from the White Silver Guild. With that, the girl leaves and our guy turns red. Since he's left alone, our guy is left to make a decision on whether he's going to absorb the human souls or not. Our guy narrates that when he first found out he could do this, he put it off because he knew that if he did it, then he would have crossed a line and couldn't go back. A smirk spreads across his face, reeking of malice, and that's when he makes up his mind. Han thinks rationally and concludes that he'll get stronger. He won't kill people to achieve that unless the situation demands him to do it. Han proceeds to absorb the human soul, driven by a fierce motive. It occurs that Sung-yoon's dream of becoming a hunter brought up his other internal desires. The Tower of Trials gave him a chance, so there's no way our guy is letting this chance slip away. Our guy has his burning desire to keep progressing through this tower. After that, Han enters the lobby of the 5th floor where the system expands. Trial Totalization has been created, a system that will grade every challenger's rank. The system asks our guy to enter a username, and he goes with the Hunter. In the challenger's rank panel, the first 5 positions are held by SS rank hunters. Our guy finds it intrusive and wonders if he's also in the rankings. He scrolls up and surprisingly comes across his username that's ranked 16th. Sungyun is taken aback by his rank since it's a lot higher than he expected. The system, on the other hand, elaborates that the challengers in the top 50 will be called pioneers. They will obtain benefits on the 8th floor, and if these players remain pioneers until the 8th floor, they will obtain a privilege called Halo. Han wonders if this is some sort of skill and knows that he'll figure out what happens when he gets to it. Our guy absorbs the 3 human souls, and as the energy is howling, Sungyun feels like he's really surpassed the limits of a human. Later, Han purchases a return stone that can be used to return where he came from for 3 days. Our guy then decides to test it and see if he can bring equipment with him. Using the stone, Han returns back to Earth, and his powers are now on a whole other level. Player Han's wish to return to Earth gets accepted, and after consuming the return stone, our guy returns to Earth as he plummets into a portal. Our boy comes back to his residence, and he has to return to the Tower of Trials in 3 days. Moments later, Sungyun opens his eyes and finds himself in his room. He's left surprised and admits that he's really home. Before anything else, our guy prioritizes his sleep because, comparing this bed to the waiting room, it's heaven. But then a pungent stench crawls up his nose, and Han realizes that he stinks real bad and needs to wash up. As he gets up, our guy discovers the weapons from the tower he brought just in case, and it turns out that bringing weapons from the tower back to Earth really works, which means the other players can also bring their items back to Earth. Our guy then decides to move quickly since he's got a lot of things to do within 3 days. It is then revealed to us that when people start returning to Earth, items will also become plentiful, and the price for the hunter supplies could plummet. Sungyun presumes that he needs to sell the dagger before the price drops, and peeking at his notes, he remembers he originally wanted to apply for a hunter exam test and take the exam when he next returned to Earth. It appears he's going to be busier than he thought. In the center, the director of the White Lotus Hunter Training Center, Hwang Manho, receives a call from our guy Han Sungyun. Han makes the director recall who he is, and there's no way Manho would have forgotten him. Manho urges to send the membership fees online to Han, but our guy refuses since he doesn't need a refund. While the director corroborates if he can keep the fee, our guy asks him a favor in return. Hwang doesn't permit him to use the training center for practice, but Sungyun cuts to the chase and asks assistance in taking the hunter exam. Director Hwang remembers that Han failed the test last time and tells our guy not to forget his overall ability results. It was rank F, the lowest possible score. Hwang mocks our guy for not having any traits or skills, but Sungyun intrigues his interest by saying that he would pay the membership fee. Well, the director seems speechless since our guy agrees to pay the money, so he doesn't have any intention of refusing. With that, Sungyun closes the deal and requests Manho to help him take the hunter exam today. Later, our guy takes a bath and sees himself in the mirror. His body seems to be in shape now that he's progressed a bit, but Han yanks out of thoughts as he flatters his body since the hunter test has been scheduled for later, so he better hurry. Just like that, Sungyun barges out of the apartment, contemplating the ordinary life he always longed for without any humiliation and complexes, that even just seeing his neighbors pass by feels great. Han greets his neighbor, who's a woman, and she immediately guesses that our guy is an older guy trying to become a hunter. While our guy signs off, the neighbor is low-key impressed by his aura, wondering if he was always this tall. Outside, Han tries to find a taxi, but he struggles. He then uses another mode of transportation, which is his strength, as running is a pretty good method since he'll be there in no time. Moments later, our guy arrives at the Hunter Association, where he meets with Director Hwang after a long time. Sungyun leaves the director in a mystery when he says he's been dealing with peculiar things recently. Hwang Manho renders speechless, wondering what that boy meant, and in the meantime, Inspector Kim In-hoo informs Han that he'll be responsible for grading the hunter test. Inspector Kim explains that our guy is exempt from theory tests, and the interview due to Hwang being an observer. Since Sungyun is already familiar with the test procedures, they proceed with the hunter test. In the test area, Sungyun has a sword, and Manho asks Inspector Kim to make the test difficult in order to make Han fail. Inspector Kim In-hoo assures the director that he's prepared the most difficult opponent for a sword user. After that, Kim asks our guy to choose the difficulty level between levels 1 to 10. The events replay in his head when Sungyun recalls that he always did the level 1 test, and failed a goblin in the previous tests, only because he was weak. Meanwhile, Director Hwang is certain that Han's going to choose one. Things take a drastic turn when our fella chooses level 10 for difficulty, making Hwang's eyes snap in shock, and he calls him a crazy bastard. Soon after, the hunter test begins, and Sungyun is put to hunt down the phoenix. As soon as the phoenix roars, Han's movement decreases by 25% due to the ability Predator's Roar. That's when Han also notices that his sword bears cracks, and shortly, we get to know that bastard Hwang Manho messed up with his weapon to make sure our guy fails this test. While Hwang is certain that this bastard Han could never win the test, he brutally wants to show Sungyun when he doesn't know his place and starts acting out. On the contrary, Sungyun confronts the phoenix, who seems to be soaring his way while he stands stiff. The next scene begins with Director Hwang's point of view, where it is revealed to us that he passed the hunter exam. When he first became a hunter, he felt like he was the best, gushing with pride and joy. However, the gap between his colleagues gradually started to grow, and in the end, he couldn't catch up, so he gave up. In the world of hunters, being born with talent is everything. At least that's how the world works. Hwang Manho accepted this harsh reality and stopped working hard. He justifies that it's not just him. Everyone does that. The director urges to see Han Sung-yoon's downfall and wants him to give up because he feels inferior to someone who's persistent and works hard. In the exam area, the Phoenix clashes with Han's sword that shatters with a single hit. Incredulity flickers in his head since he's aware that not even a low-grade weapon breaks like this. While our guy understands that his sword was tampered with, Director Hwang smirks maliciously and eagerly waits for Han's defeat since he can't do anything without a sword. In the meantime, the Phoenix glides towards Han, and with no weapon to counterattack, our guy takes this as the perfect opportunity to test out his skill, Instant Acceleration, he got after the 4th trial. He activates the skill and zooms like a bolt of lightning. Even our boy is impressed by the skill as he finds it better than the movement speed buff from the assassin's cape. Sung-yoon hits the ceiling with brute force so that it cracks and leaps at the Phoenix to stab the broken sword into its eye. However, the monster remains unaffected since the blade was too short, and Han acts swiftly as he picks up a brick from the broken floor and hurls it at the Phoenix. That brick is pitched at a breakneck speed that slices the Phoenix in half and breaks through the metal where the inspector and director are standing. They nearly get killed by a flying brick that hits the wall. With that, the test gets finished, and our guy apologizes to them and laughs it off, but deep down he aimed to throw it at the exact spot. After that, Han finally becomes an official hunter as he gets registered in the Hunter Association. Now that he's a hunter, our boy can enter a dungeon and sell items as well. On the contrary, Director Hwang is boiling with rage as he asks Inspector Kim to explain the recent occurrence, not to mention that he also asked Kim to fail Han in 10 seconds. The inspector finds it funny and affirms they did the best they could. As per Hwang's request, with Han's abilities, they made the test so he couldn't pass. That bastard director persuades Kim In-hoo to at least lower his rank to A. I mean, the director is such a dumb fuck. Bro got mad at our protagonist just because he worked harder and didn't end up like him. Nonetheless, the inspector couldn't lower it anymore since Sung-yoon killed a monster in a test that would at least set him at D rank in freaking 10 seconds. While that sounds jaw-dropping, Inspector Kim clarifies that if he gave Sung-yoon a D rank, he would have gotten a complaint from the association. As Hwang Manho is utterly jealous of Sung-yoon, he forces Kim to change the rank whatsoever when shortly, our guy enters the room, flaunting his hunter's license. Inspector Kim congratulates Han, who walks up to the director and asks if something happened because he doesn't look well. The director nervously wishes him and addresses him as Hunter Sung-yoon. It appears that Han Sung-yoon is here to seek retaliation for all the times he's been humiliated by the director's words. Tension crackles in the air when our guy breaks the ice and reminds Director Hwang that he was a C rank before he retired. The director asks where this conversation is headed while Sung-yoon makes Manho remember how he called him a failure the other time. Abruptly, Hwang loses his shit when he runs to smack Han, and it turns out our guy's provocation worked well as expected. With that, Han effortlessly evades the punch coming from the director, and as a counteract, our guy smacks Hwang straight in the gut, calling it self-defense. Han ends it with an iconic slap across the director's face since this was the payback. Hwang got his ass kicked real bad as he bleeds, but he's more stunned to think how a mere C rank can have this much power. After that, Inspector Kim offers Sung-yoon to be an exclusive hunter for the Hunters Association. Kim In-hoo informs Han that the salary is a minimum of 1 million won, persuading that it's an offer that he won't be losing in the end. Our guy is shocked at how high the salary is, and Kim justifies it's because they saw Hunter Sung-yoon's potential. At that moment, Han humbles Director Kim real quick when he discovers that he meddled with the test difficulty, leaving the director staggered. Despite that, our guy assures Kim that he won't make a problem out of it, but he clears up that he can't be in a contract with someone he can't trust. Just like that, Han Sung-yoon dramatically tosses Kim In-hoo's card and walks away. 2 days later, in the real world, the rumors about the strange phenomenon, Tower of Trials, spread quickly where hunters have been summoned. Our guy learns that everyone knows about the Tower of Trials. Plus, Han sold the equipment at a decent price and used the 3 days productively. Now that it's almost time, Han will soon return to the Tower of Trials. With that, our guy gets teleported to the tower and is thrilled to feel the pleasure of being able to grow again. Our guy smirks and thinks he'll be busy when he returns. Eventually, Han is back at the tower, and as expected, he is able to use his items freely both in the tower and in the real world. The items brought back from Earth, Han put these in the inventory. Without cutting off some slack, our boy gets warmed up and prepares for the 5th floor trial. Just then, Sung-yoon is welcomed by an achievement known as the First Returner, and the skill Eyes of Truth is created. The skill Eyes of Truth gets activated, exuding purple aura, and using this magic power allows him to view the details of anything, even determine the truth of a person's words. Our fella strikes it rich with this skill as he realizes that not only can he view the details behind items, but also determine if someone's lying. Han calls it unexpected luck. After that, our boy purchases a thunder sword and a secretive hunter's shield at a heavy cost. Although it's expensive, Sungyun looks for the good sword's bonus effects, which is when he hits the opponent, they will have a 10% chance of being paralyzed. Sounds like a nice prerogative. He then gets ready for the 5th floor trial since it's been a while. Han enters the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials, and the title of the trial is Hunt, with the remaining time of 1 day. The condition to win the trial is to defeat the wolf person, the boss of the Wolf Gorge, and the penalty of failure is the player's death. Sungyun arrives at the 5th floor and is amused to see that he's surrounded by a herd of wolves. Our guy goes in for a feast and starts slashing the monsters, but he feels that they're too weak. Suddenly, a wolf bangs into something big, and it turns out to be giant wolves 10 times bigger than an ordinary wolf. The giant white wolf roars and devours the little wolf, ripping it into pieces. That's when Han feels thrilled, since this is how a trial of towers should be like. With that, the white wolves leap towards our guy, and now that the situation has become fun, he incredibly slashes the monsters with his thunder sword like a freaking maniac. Even our guy thinks he's gradually becoming insane, given how strong he's become. After Han effortlessly wipes out the wolf monsters, his skill Hunter Dagger and Fast Recovery rise to E and D rank. But our guy presumes that the Hunter Dagger skill he got on the 3rd floor is growing slowly, and thinks of getting a new sword skill. He then lets the wolves attack him, and eventually annihilates them all. With this, Sungyun's 3rd hunt is over, and he infers that the sword paralysis effect didn't happen as much as he thought it would. He then starts absorbing the souls of plenty of dead wolves, increasing his proficiency to 16%. Our guy is surprised to see his necromancy skills proficiency increasing nicely, and if he keeps at it, he might be able to grow his unique trait. He then moves forth and senses that he's getting closer to the center of the Wolf Gorge. As he goes deeper, our guy witnesses brutally annihilated white wolves, which makes him wonder if there was a territory fight. But analyzing their injuries, Han supposes they were made by a sword, which means these monsters were killed by someone insanely powerful. He also notices traces carved on walls, and to unravel the truth, our fella activates the skill Eyes of Truth, and learns that these are traces of D-rank aura, made from a very proficient aura which created a clean slice in the wall. However, Han is still baffled since there are many things he's unaware of. Our boy finds it a little unsettling as the ominous aura creeps in, and suddenly, Sungyun senses that energy is close by and runs after it. He dashes with full speed to catch up with it, and what he witnesses there leaves him totally astounded. It appears that someone mysterious is fighting the Wolf Gorge. Eventually, that creature defeats the wolf person, hence the passing conditions of the trials have been met. That's when the system analyzes the cause, and Sungyun gets to know that an intruder has been detected in his trial. The trial's goal gets modified, and our guy is given a new command to kill the interdimensional intruder. Han now confronts an intruder who's an armor knight that came from the other dimension. Our guy takes a little time to process this, and realizes that the Tower of Trials exists in other dimensions as well. Sungyun is left in disbelief by the strange occurrence and wonders what's going on. Unexpectedly, that armor knight speaks to our player in a mocking tone, amused that he's still alive, for a measly barbaric challenger from another dimension. The armor knight assumes that it's because Han Sungyun is the owner of the trial and demands an answer from our guy. The knight calls him a barbarian and thinks he's scared of the horror of death. Upon hearing this, our guy smirks nervously as he's a bit scared and presumes that this armor guy is not normal. Sungyun did not consider the possibility that an intruder might try to steal his trial objective, but he's relieved that he didn't fail the trial immediately. Meanwhile, the armored intruder thinks that Han's sheer terror has robbed him of his wits and decides to let his sword do the talking. With that, our guy braces himself as the fight is about to begin. As the armored player runs forth to attack Sungyun, our guy hurls the dead wolf in his way. While the intruder gets distracted as it slashes the wolf, Han seizes the chance to ambush and goes for the attack. However, our guy fails miserably when his thunder sword doesn't penetrate that player's heavy armor. Our dude's futile attempt to cut through the armor and cleave it in half is left undone as he discovers that's not how it's going to be. At that moment, the intruder's sword unleashes a dark aura, and as soon as it strikes Sungyun, he drifts away with brute force. Our guy gets smashed into the ground to the point that one of his wrists gets twisted. Han's arm bleeds, and the armored player is impressed that his aura is blocked. But still, that arm of his is more useless than if he had severed it entirely. That's when our guy gets worked up and frantically asks the intruder who he is, since no one mentioned anything like this to him. The armored player steps forward, and is not surprised that the primitive ape is ignorant of trial invasion. It's just as he suspected, referring to Sungyun. With a broken arm, our guy is now utterly helpless, and questions the intruder why the hell he had to invade his trial. The intruder states that lamentations will not avail him. This is simply the way of the tower. He decides to grant mercy to Han Sungyun for a swift end to his suffering. Just as the knight aims his sword at Han, our guy hysterically stops him and asks him to reveal what trial invasion is. The intruder sees no harm in it, seeing as Han's death is inevitable. The Armored Knight reveals that trial invasions are one of the functions added to the system from level 8 onward. A player may purchase a trial invasion token at the store to interfere in another challenger's trial. That's how the armored guy invaded our fella's trial. Sung-yoon seems to be flooding with questions and asks the knight to elaborate on what he meant by saying this dimension is more primitive than theirs. Our guy conjectures that the intruder player is from another world, and the armored guy agrees with it. Suddenly, our boy rises and activates his skill Eyes of Truth to see if this intruder is lying or not. Well, it turns out that the armored guy's statement is entirely truthful. After Han confirms the truth, abruptly, the intruder directs the sword at him and gets enraged at Sung-yoon for daring to suspect him of dishonesty. He is not happy at Han's lack of manners, calling him an ape. While the intruder furiously swings the sword, our guy gets cocky and asks what he's gonna do about it. The armored guy gets mad and calls Han a puny primitive fool for acting cocky. That's when Han Sung-yoon spills the beans. Since the intruder gave him some valuable information, he decides to tell him something in return. Han confesses that his twisted arm doesn't feel too bad, thanks to his pain resistance skill. What's more shocking is that our dude is not holding his arm like this because it hurts. It occurs that as soon as our boy lets go of his arm, his fast regeneration skill heals him automatically, figuring the intruder would let his guard down if he looked hurt. Our guy literally flips the tables and makes it exhilarating as his arm looks perfect, as if it was never broken. The armored player is flabbergasted when he learns that our boy is a swordsman and a healer. However, he states that the inevitability of his demise remains unchanged if he has no more to offer. But our guy lets out that it's hard to say since he just keeps getting stronger and stronger. That's the turning point. His real power awakens. Han Sung-yoon's power shines through when he uses all the dead souls in possession to increase his stats. The energy overflows, and his strength drastically increases. Han keeps intriguing the armored guy, who learns that our guy is also capable of strengthening himself. At that moment, things get serious when our guy activates item skill using the assassin's cloak, Instant Acceleration, which increases his movement speed by 15%. This leaves the intruder in absolute shambles when he wonders how a freaking level 5 player can possess so many skills, calling it nonsense. With that, Sung-yoon fights with the armored guy as their swords keep clanking. The fight seems intense as none of them back down easily. However, the intruder player meets a stumbling block since the difference in dimensions is limiting his true stats. Our guy witnesses that the armored guy is using his dark aura again, and he dodges the sword strike from an inch as it nearly hits Han. The intruder makes an insanely strong comeback as he dashes with crazy speed, while our guy senses that this aura skill is a high-level ability that could do some serious damage. But luckily, Sung-yoon's stats are certainly higher than his now, and he knows he can avoid any killing blows. But the problem is that damn armor on his sword. Han infers that it's a rare item that he can't even cut through at his current level. Having said that, our guy plans to relentlessly strike the armor with his thunder sword and keep chipping away at it. Suddenly that dark aura vanishes when our guy smartly clashes his sword with the armor to create lightning. That's when the real game begins, and the intruder's armor gets struck by the lightning. As the armored guy screams in agony, the system notifies Sung-yoon that upon striking an enemy, the user has a 10% chance of gaining the lightning strike effect. Our guy smirks as this effect enters at the perfect timing. Cade Adrax lays on the floor lifelessly, and Han Sung-yoon is glad that his gamble paid off, hence paralyzing his opponent. The armored challenger groans in pain as he refuses to believe that he lost to a mere 5th floor challenger, wondering how he can have that many skills. Our guy decides to finish him as he lets him know that he's the careless one for trusting his armor and skills. He takes a step forward, but Cade tries to prevent him from killing him and suggests giving answers to everything Sung-yoon wants to know. However, our guy refuses to listen to him and stabs him while he curses him, calling him a barbarian. Even though Sung-yoon is becoming numb to killing, he still feels uncomfortable every time he does it and thinks of it as a problem. The system congratulates him upon clearing the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials, and our guy absorbs Cade Adrax's soul. As his proficiency increases by 15%, Sung-yoon feels relieved as he almost couldn't absorb his soul. Wondering why the reward message is not popping up, our guy is notified about the difficulty of this trial not being proportional to the rewards. The system reveals all the rewards being modified and the skills he just obtained, that is the 3 lacerations, along with 75,000 points as a completion reward and an additional 3,500 points. Sung-yoon's C rank is now replaced by an A rank, and our guy is happy about it as he now knows how strong the intruder knight truly was. Our guy is notified about entering the lobby of the 6th floor with all his injuries and status abnormalities being restored, and his information being updated on the leaderboard. As Sung-yoon opens the inventory, he decides not to let his guard down due to the existence of dimensional invasions. Pondering if he should save his question voucher till he reaches the 8th floor, Han decides to use it anyway. The system instructs our guy to write his question down, and an administrator will answer his questions. Sung-yoon, who's still confused about what a floor invasion is and whether or not he can be alerted as soon as an invasion occurs, The reply arrives in an instant after the question is sent, revealing that a floor invasion is a system where you can invade a challenger's trial when it's within the first 10 classes. However, you cannot interfere with special trials such as a combined trial, and this is a system you acquire on the 8th floor, meaning he cannot use it currently. Our guy learns that this is a climbing breaker and learns that he cannot receive information about this on his current floor. However, a question voucher will be consumed, since only the first part of his question received a reply. Sung-yoon is shocked to find out that a question voucher isn't that powerful at all, but he's glad it didn't get consumed. With that, our guy decides to use the items he got from Earth and opens up the inventory, using Kroken's Magic Tower's restoration box to restore the secretive Hunter's shield. The performance exceeds his expectations, and Sung-yoon uses a cleaning stone as he remembers how he thought it was a waste of money until he uses it, feeling embarrassed. Time until the 6th floor trial is 1 hour 12 minutes. Therefore, Han decides to take a look at the trial leaderboard and the community board. On the 5th floor leaderboard, our guy is ranked at 3rd, and this leaves him in shock since he has gone up a lot from rank 16. Sung-yoon wonders if he's getting closer to obtaining the benefit of a continuous pioneer and decides to check what he got when he reaches the 8th floor. The system bombards our guy with notifications about selling a psychological skill that helps a lot with murder and pillaging. Plus, if you have a psychological resistance skill, you will be able to achieve things related to murder, pillaging, and betrayal, as well as receive great rewards. Upon reading the current chats, Sung-yoon sees the argument between two challengers about achievements related to murder. Our guy feels the situation to be full of chaos as he sees the disorderly way of things and wonders what's happening. As he ponders about this psychological resistance skill that is being actively sold right now, Sung-yoon thinks it's the same as a double-edged sword. However, the effect of it negating psychological shock is everything. Our guy knows damn well that by using this skill to erase psychological pain, one will never have any problems. When someone informs him about the bastard who gave them information on the 4th floor changing his name to Princess Sooty, although it's a competition among the hunters, our guy thinks that they are, in fact, saying that they should kill him. Sung-yoon remembers the challenger that screwed up the mood in the 4th floor lobby, as he feels he did that on purpose to make everyone feel competitive. Our guy decides to remember this name for now, and then the system asks him if he would accept the 6th floor trial with difficulty level hard and the objective of the trial being conquering within 50 minutes of time. Pass conditions are to capture one of the surrounding tiles within the time limit, and fail conditions, on the contrary, are the challenger's death or time running out. Rewards for the trial consist of a randomly picked box B, and the penalty of failure is death. Sung-yoon is then transferred to the 6th floor, which looks like an ocean, and is notified about his teammate's allocation being complete. The system suggests cooperating with his teammate and completing the trial. Our guy, who has been waiting, looks concerned when his teammate doesn't come out, but then a spear appears right on top of him as he instantly moves aside, grabbing the spear. A guy also comes out along with the spear, and it seems like he was attacking Han on purpose, making him wonder what and why he's doing that. The guy justifies his actions by stating that murdering a teammate is the easiest way to obtain achievements, while Sung-yoon doesn't like the idea of it. His teammate calls our guy a bastard for acting all hypocritical, reminding him to look around him before he pretends to have a conscience. Flashbacks of people being betrayed by their teammates appear, and the guy laughs mockingly at Sung-yoon, calling him a hypocrite. Two challengers exchange greetings, and one of them pretends to combine their strengths with one another as they witness how the hunters are betraying each other. Just as the challenger thought he got a loyal teammate, his teammate stabs him, knowing he can't get a hold of his sword while he's shaking hands with him. By playing this dirty trick, the challenger gets the title of the achievement that is Dirty Murderer, with his durability increasing by 1. Moving back to Han, who has been listening to his teammate yap about him being a hypocrite, etc., our guy is welcomed by a sudden attack from his teammate, who sees this as a chance to increase his achievements. Our guy effortlessly dodges and attacks his teammate simultaneously while he was not expecting it. Sung-yoon acquires the achievement named Traitor, and his strength increases by 1 while he thinks of his teammate as a weakling. Thinking about the words used for this trial as a special trial or a combined trial, our guy thinks it's no different from an event. Han believes he's lucky if he can get a skill from this amazing event, but he decides not to go out of his way to kill other hunters. However, he also won't ignore the ones who attack him. A challenger uses an iron dome to protect himself as he believes this trial is made for someone like him, who knows how to use water attribute magic. But he's instantly proved wrong when Han Sung-yoon appears on top of him and tries to break the dome. The challenger seems pretty confident about his shield, revealing it's a bulletproof iron form while he curses our guy. The situation takes an unexpected turn of events, and Sung-yoon breaks through the dome, kicking the hunter in his face, making him go flying back as he hits the ground with a thud. Even though our guy is aware that he got a bit too cruel, he thinks it was necessary to put fear into the challengers. Han Sung-yoon does want achievements but doesn't want to commit unnecessary murders, and the system notifies him about capturing the tiles being in process. The system instructs him that if another team steps on the tile, then the capturing of tiles will stop. Therefore, he has to prevent his enemies from capturing his tiles. Our guy has to endure 10 minutes on this tile as he assumes that the high-ranking challengers must have already finished the 6th floor. And since most of the challengers around him are low-ranked, this challenge is way too easy for Sung-yoon. The 6th floor trial made Han Sung-yoon think about a lot of things, like distrusting others, the reality of low-ranking challengers, and the gloominess of the Tower of Trial. But our guy knows that misplaced compassion is real hypocrisy, and even if he doesn't kill the challengers who come at him, someone else will die. The system alerts Sung-yoon about someone trying to invade his tile, which has halted the capturing. Turning around to see a group of 4 guys approaching him, our guy gives off a stunned expression while one of those 4 guys tries to act cocky. Sung-yoon thinks it's pretty obvious that they have created a murderer party to get achievements, and the blonde guy lets him know that he's right. With that, 2 of those 4 guys attack our guy while he activates Heart Solidarity, a trait that is going to share Kim Jin-young's pain with Han Sung-yoon. A bald guy leaps onto Sung-yoon and uses seawater to attack, and our guy ends up touching it, which decreases his strength, agility, and stamina by 10 with the penalty time of 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Not being aware of this penalty, Han believes this to be the worst situation only if he was a normal challenger and gives off an evil smile. Our guy presumes this is the worst. Well, only if he would have been a normal challenger. The smirk could tell Han is ready to kick their asses. The 2 players come attacking at Sung-yoon with their weapons while our guy stands his ground and does appreciate their plan of stealing weapons to lower their opponent's stats as much as possible. However, he makes them realize their grave mistake, which is choosing the wrong opponent. With that, our guy grabs his enemy by the face and smashes him on the ground with deadly strength. The guy's head literally rips to pieces as the blood sheds, leaving all the other Han's opponents terrified as fuck. Sung-yoon acquires the skill 1 hit, 1 kill, and Extinction of the Weak. The skill, Extinction of the Weak, as the name suggests, is rather amusing since if any of the user's stats are higher than the opponent's, the user's strength will increase proportionally. Shortly, a bald opponent attacks Han, calling him son of a bitch. However, that player calls upon death because his stats are lower than the user's, hence activating Han's new skill, Extinction of the Weak. The opponent strikes, but the terror kicks in when our boy evades the attack and drops a kick right into that fatso's face, making his nose bleed. He then ends the opponent by landing a fierce kick on his bald head, crushing him. This blow lands Sung-yoon to acquire the achievement, Merciless Murderer. With only 2 opponents left, our guy strides towards them. The other guy suggests to the blonde player that they should attack Sung-yoon together. However, that blonde bastard mercilessly chops off one of his legs, making him slump in sheer pain. As the player screams in pain, our guy could also feel it since they're sharing the pain, but fortunately, it doesn't deal him actual damage. The only issue appears that this pain is hindering Sung-yoon's movements. Meanwhile, the poor boy shrieks in suffering and calls that blondie a fucking bastard, questioning if he still calls himself a bloody human. That blonde player brutally stabs that boy in the gut. Since they share the pain, our guy could feel it too and struggles to move forth. The blonde bastard warns Sung-yoon to go away, threatening him to go away, or else he's going to slit the idiot's throat, the one who got his leg cut off. On the other hand, our guy still has the strength to move thanks to the pain-resistant skill, although it's still hard to maneuver. As expected, Han is left with only one way, and that is to kill the other challengers quickly with the Heart Solidarity. Right at that moment, when the blonde bastard notices our guy coming at him, without any reluctance, he slits the throat of the other player, making Han stop in his movement as sharp pain sears through him. Our guy grasps his neck as if his neck had also been cut open, but he knows for sure, if he doesn't pull that move now, there won't be another chance. Just like that, the blonde player leaps towards Sung-yoon to end him with his sword. That's when our guy turns the tables when he clutches the blade of the sword and iconically breaks it apart. Since the feeling of slitting the throat is so thrilling, our guy decides to make that blondie go through the same thrill. The blonde player realizes that he's screwed big time. With the blade of his own sword, Sung-yoon slits his throat and kills him. After that, Han achieves the Iron Blood Climber and 1500 points. Eventually the limit is reached and they capture a tile. Han Sung-yoon's team survives after annihilating their own kind. The players celebrate their triumph with exuberance, the joy of surviving. On the other end, our guy wonders if it was someone's instigation that so many people started to get murder achievements in the beginning of the trial. Whatsoever. In the end, those who won were the ones who remained a team. Of course, there were exceptions. The players who killed the others convinced themselves that they did nothing wrong. Instead, the ones at fault were the bastards that got killed. Quite ironic, isn't it? Our guy glares at his hand drenched in blood and believes that in other people's eyes, he must be looking like a monster for killing humans so ruthlessly. With that, they complete the trial of the 6th floor, and a random gacha box is sent in the inventory as a reward followed by 8,000 points. As the player moves to the lobby, Sung-yoon absorbs the souls of dead players, making his unique trait Necromancy reach 100% in proficiency. Our guy's trait then upranks to D. Just like that, Han moves to the lobby of the 7th floor and gets to know that he can view his achievements. In the panel, he's able to see all the achievements he has acquired in different ranks. Our guy realizes that the S rank achievement, which is the first returner, wasn't an ordinary achievement after all. He then decides to look into the details, and under each achievement, he gets rewarded differently. That's when Han learns that murdering people did get him a lot of achievements, and on top of that, when he gets them, he also receives a variety of rewards like skills, stats, and points. Just then, our guy stumbles upon the random gacha box and is taken aback, thinking the reward from the 6th floor is quite ambiguous. He does not get too carried away since he assumes the item will be in the range from F to B rank. Nonetheless, Han decides to get whatever there is in the box and proceed to absorbing the souls. But what happens is totally unexpected. The light flashes from a box, and a little green creature jumps out of it. Our guy is left baffled and wonders if he has to catch this little thing. Without much thought, Sungyun begins the catch hunt and chases after the green little monster. After struggling a bit, he manages to grasp the monster. However, it bites Han's hand with its sharp fangs. Our poor fella groans in pain, bawling his eyes out. The little monster flips back like a ninja demon and smirks, while our guy looks done since he went easy on this little one as it was cute. But now he decides to go all out. Sungyun chases the little shit like a maniac, but he keeps failing. Eventually, our boy leaps and lands a critical hit, a crushing punch directly onto the monster's head. After the punch, the monster breaks away, and our guy obtains an item of the best rank from the gacha box. Since it's the best rank, Han believes that it's a B rank item. And yes, it turns out to be a wrought iron pendant, which increases sword skill effects by 7%, and using magic power will activate the exclusive effect, Iron Protection. The pendant materializes in his hands and our guy decides to check it out. The item gets activated, and his skin develops a property that absorbs 10% of all physical damage. Sungyun himself is amazed as it's better than most A-rank items since the pendant increases the sword skill effect by 7%, followed by 10% of all physical damage absorbed. Simply put, it's an OP item with both attack and defense properties. Our guy feels over the moon since it exceeded his expectations and got a freaking amazing item. But there's a drawback. As soon as Han is done using the pendant, all his magic power gets consumed by it. It occurs that the exclusive skill of the wrought iron pendant, Iron Protection, gets deactivated and drains our guy's magic power like crazy. He then decides to save his magic power to only use the pendant during important moments. Han proceeds to check out his trait Necromancy that advanced to D rank when suddenly he's interrupted by the panel materializing before him, asking if he wants to enter the trial of the 7th floor. This leaves him confused since they need to wait in order to challenge the next trial. Han whatsoever is all for it. However, he wonders if this is the same for everyone. He then opens up the community where the players are discussing the sudden removal of the waiting time for the trial. But surprisingly, the players, instead of causing mayhem, think about the benefits that will be doubled if they enter the tower faster with no prep time, since it's useless. Sungyun discovers that everyone's wait time has disappeared, and no one really fussed about the fact that it had been removed. They aren't really interested in the pioneer benefits, and just seem to want to go home. Our guy presumes that's maybe because they're all low-rank challengers, so it changes nothing for them. Besides, what surprises him more is the atmosphere that's completely shifted from the 6th floor. Sungyun believes that the murdering maniacs are all staying quiet since the next trial is an individual one, so there's nothing to gain by standing out. Nonetheless, our fella decides to be more cautious of these murdering maniacs, given that they killed their teammates without hesitation, which just shows they're heartless fuckers. More importantly, Han gets determined to increase his unwavering skill and takes a peek at his necromancy trait status. He notices that the basic effect becomes a little more specific. Previously, it felt like only Sungyun's basic stats were being enhanced, but now he can also use souls for magic power restoration, or a shield. Our guy gets a bit disappointed as he was expecting the probability of absorbing a skill to increase, but it didn't happen. However, he did get a defense ability, which he needed. Sungyun gets curious as he really wants to test out how great the soul shield is. He tosses the sword in the air and cuts off his own arm, since he still has the lobby recovering effect. With that, the sword cuts through his arm, but in that split second, the soul absorbs the user's injury. The soul of player Song Jinwook disappears, and our guy absorbs 3 possessed souls. Meanwhile, Han is utterly astonished by the soul shield, thinking it's better than he thought. He thinks he shouldn't absorb all the souls since it's better to leave some to use as shields. Opening up the 6th trial scoreboard, our guy finds himself in the 4th position and thinks it's a shame as he is ranked down by 1. But he remembers that he just needs to be within the top 50 to be a pioneer. That's what is important. Things get a bit boring in the lobby, and now that the wait time is also gone, our guy goes on to the next trial. The trial of the 7th floor begins with the subject being verification. The completion conditions for the players are that they need to complete 3 trials before the time is up, which is 40 minutes. The reward for the trial is a skill, Wind's Grace, and the penalty for failing it is death. Next, Han Sung-yoon enters the place of the 7th trial and is shocked to see a corridor, given that it's completely different from other trials. In the corridor, Han feels annoyed since he can't feel anything, but then he witnesses a bright light at the end of the corridor. Suddenly, he's seeped into that light and enters the area of the first trial, which was the desert. The player is asked to prove that they've overcome their fears. Our guy then enters the desert, the place where it all started, when promptly, a humongous sand golem materializes from within the sand. Han realizes that his gut feeling was right all along. This area is a reproduction of the tutorial trial, which means that this trial is making him go through 3 trials he's already passed. Confident that now he can defeat the sand golem with eyes closed, our guy anticipates that he'll be able to go to the 8th floor quickly if he passes this. In the meantime, the monster emerges, and our fella smirks as the trial has been leveled up. The sand golem appears 3 times bigger than it was before. The giant sand golem attacks Sung-yoon, who's thrilled to fight the big fella. Our boy leaps around the monster, but strangely enough, he doesn't see a core stone, which is the vital point of the sand golem. He ponders on the possibility that the core stone must be deeper in its body because of the size, but these thoughts disrupt Han's focus as the sand golem catches him off guard, trapping him in its hand. Our boy, being stronger than before, bursts out of that giant hand with his magic power and thinks he has no choice but to slice up the monster. He then begins slashing the thunder sword across the sand golem, but slicing sand with a knife doesn't sound like a nice idea to him. Nonetheless, our guy adamantly aims to find that core and destroy it. However, Han realizes that he unintentionally made the sand golem angrier and fucked up things a bit. The giant golem bastard gets frantic as it decides to literally make a puree out of our guy by crushing him to death. The sand golem takes a leap to end Sung-yoon while our guy is scared to death. He starts scampering away, knowing that dodging this big asshole isn't a problem, but if it falls like that, our guy is done for. Sung-yoon hysterically runs for his life because he knows he can't escape it. The sand golem forcefully tumbles while our guy makes a lucky escape, camouflaging himself in the ridge of sand. Our guy gets pissed and confronts the frantic sand golem by activating the skill 3 Lacerations, which multiplies the sword's cutting power after every attack. With that, Sung-yoon levels up the game and cuts off the golem's arm in one go. Even our boy is shocked that he managed to do it in one go. He recalls how frustrated he was when that armored player invaded his trial, but he thinks he should be thankful the knight invaded his floor since he got an iconic skill. Although the sand golem can regenerate its part with sand, our guy plans to continue slicing it up in order to get to the core stone. Just like that, Han becomes a freaking maniac as he relentlessly slashes his knife through the monster. Panting heavily, our guy halts since the monster is persistent and keeps regenerating. He's disgruntled since he couldn't spot the core stone yet despite his efforts. Right at that moment, his eyes widen when he witnesses the sand golem's size reduced 3 times. Our guy wonders when this big fella got this cute. Even the golem blushes since it's the first time being called cute. It is then revealed to us that while sand is the golem's body's main resource, it doesn't seem like it can continuously use it in this environment. That's why it's this small now. A malicious smirk spreads across Sung-yoon's face, and our guy asks the golem to get on the diet with him. The trial is a piece of cake due to the golem's size, and Han leaps toward it, slicing that sand golem into pieces like a lightning bolt. Shortly, our boy finds out the core stone to be on the golem's back, realizing that it was too hard to slice its thick body. Han reckons that it took him 10 minutes to find the core, and since the total time of the 7th floor trial is 40 minutes, he better hurry. Suddenly the golem throws a punch at Han, but our guy evades smoothly, thinking this fella got quicker after the diet. Our guy finds it amusing and wants to play with the sand golem for a little longer, but he's short on time. Han gets at the back of the monster and destroys the core stone by piercing his sword, and it shatters into pieces. Just like that, player Han Sung-yoon proves that he has overcome his fear, and the first trial ends. As soon as the first trial ends, our guy gets swept into the portal right away, and he doesn't even get the chance to take the sand golem's spirit. Unfortunately, after trying, Han fails to absorb the dead golem's soul and feels hella frustrated. With that, he enters the second trial zone, and again proves that he has employed his wits. Our guy arrives at the zone and is astounded to see that it's the orc village from the level 2 trial. He finally gets convinced that it is the recreation of the previous trials. The orc village is enfolded in flames, and our guy spots the orc hunters. Sung-yoon presumes this is what must have happened after he burned the entire settlement. The orc hunters witness their own kind's annihilation, and that's when their eyes burn with rage like a vengeful storm. It is narrated by our guy that it's a phenomenon that sometimes happens to monsters that are engulfed in rage. A berserk orc isn't some mediocre grade E monster anymore, just his luck. The berserk orc hunters dash to seek retaliation and rip Han Sung-yoon to pieces. On the other hand, Han says something heartless, stating that these filthy monsters have no right to feel bad about their loss, at least not when he's here. Hence, he activates the skill Instant Acceleration and Ultimate Triad. The one-sided massacre begins when our fella slashes the berserk orc hunters, and as he zooms to finish off the last monster, that orc kneels before our guy. It seems to be begging to spare his life, and Han steps forth, knowing exactly that the orc is feeling like shit. Our guy senses the familiarity, the helpless orc knowing that it's powerless while its entire family is being slaughtered. Upon hearing this, the berserk orc frantically attacks Sung-yoon, and while our guy evades, he smoothly decapitates the monster with a single sword wield. Just like that, our guy flawlessly proves to overcome his fears and completes trial 2. To avoid the regret of not absorbing the dead golem's soul in the first trial, Sung-yoon realizes that he doesn't even have a second to waste this time and hurriedly absorbs the dead orc's souls. This time Han manages to absorb all the orc hunter's dead spirits, and his skill proficiency increases by 6%. Our guy reaches 100% proficiency in the skill Hunter-Style Dagger, hence it moves up to rank D, and the same goes for the skill Instant Acceleration. Moments later, our guy enters into the third trial zone to prove that he has left behind all hesitation. Panting, Han thinks this level just won't even give him a moment to breathe. But this time, the trial zone leaves our guy perplexed. The zone turns out to be the place from the occupation from Trial 6. He tries to make sense that the 2 trials were the recreation of the previous trials, so he was assuming the third would be the same. Han notices that the layout's a little different, and considering the second trial had nothing to do with using his wits, our guy calls himself a moron for expecting the tower to use common sense. He then opens the inventory and drinks the potion of life, regaining his stamina and magic power by 20%. Our boy gulps down the potion and feels the energy surging through him. After that, Sung-yoon carelessly tosses it into the water, thinking nobody cares about polluting this tower anyways. Just as Han jumps over the rocks, the water springs forth in a frantic manner, making our guy halt in his movements. Our guy is shocked to witness all this commotion just for littering, looking done with this bullshit. He instantly activates instant acceleration and dashes at crazy speed. While running, Han presumes the other 2 recreations followed the same rules as the actual trials, which means to get through this third trial, he has to find the red occupation tile. Till then, our guy reckons that he just needs to avoid the water, and now that he's faster than the waves, he doubts it'll be able to catch up to him. But the overconfidence gets the worst of him when the water rumbles and bursts from the tile that Sung-yoon's on, making him stumble. The system materializes and notifies that our guy has been doused by the trial of water. Han Sung-yoon is fucked up this time since all his stats decrease as he got hit by the water, and again he blames himself for assuming the tiles would fly up in the same order as before. Our guy reminds himself that the tower doesn't abide by common sense, and that's when Han gets a hold of himself. Using instant acceleration, he incredibly hops through the floating tiles that are hovering by the water splashes, because if our guy fails, he'd die here. Shortly, our guy spots the red occupation tile at a distance, and just as he's relieved this bullshit trial will end as soon as he jumps on it, his excitement is short-lived when the water splash blocks his way, and Han gets convinced that this water trial is outright trying to kill him. Despite the hurdles, our guy keeps up with his steps, and just when he's almost there, suddenly a splash of water slams into him from behind, catching him off guard and drenching him instantly. Han's plan to complete this trial plummets into ruin. Right at that moment, the unique effect Blessing of Iron using the wrought iron pendant absorbs 10% of the user's damage. The dark aura materializes from the pendant, and it appears that the damage dealt to him has been absorbed by a dead spirit. That's when the spirits of the dead orcs are used up to save Sung-yoon. While our guy witnesses the souls protecting him, he presumes that he felt the force of the water, but the protective shield absorbed the shock before it could deal any damage. Han takes the chance and leaps, releasing himself from the water torrent, and runs towards the red tile. But talk about a streak of bad luck. The skill Instant Acceleration deactivates as the time ends, hence deliberating Han's speed. Our boy is screwed up real bad because all his magic energy gets drained out, and he's seriously done for if this speeding skill deactivates. At that moment, Sung-yoon immediately absorbs an orc's soul that replenishes his magic energy. Our guy could feel his strength coming back, and he leaps towards the red tile that's just an inch closer now. But fate has other plans when a water torrent cascades. But this time, our guy does not back down. He's done with this shit and slashes his way through the water. He then takes the leap and jumps across that stream of water. But instead, he's sent soaring into the air right onto the top of the red tile. Our guy screams at the top of his lungs as he's experiencing a fearful plummet. He then crashes onto the red tile and gets his ass saved, thanks to the soul's shield. Our guy gives a deadly stare to the water torrent since he nearly got fucked and died. Finally, this hell of a trial comes to an end, and our boy completes the third trial. But the water seems to have some personal issues with our fella, as it bids him farewell with a last splash of water that soaks him wet. Sung-yoon looks done with everything and curses this ludicrous trial, not to mention it's messing with him all the way to the end. With that, our boy completes the 7th floor trial and obtains the skill Winds of Grace, along with 15,000 points. As Han moves forth to the lobby, he looks disappointed. He contemplates this trial was a total failure. At this rate, he's nowhere near ready to take on the next one. Plus, there's no guarantee that he'll keep getting lucky either. just like he did in this trial. Suddenly, the rumbling ceiling interrupts Han's thoughts. It turns out that the number of players who cleared the 7th floor trial exceeded 1,000. For this reason, the 8th floor is commencing the system expansion, followed by unlocking the skill store, enabling branching choices in trial, enabling permanent returns. This means that Sung-yoon can now access the skill store and even permanently return to Earth. Our guy has been looking forward to these new options. But most important of all, relief washes over him when he's notified that he's selected as a pioneer in all previous levels. Thus, he can select a halo as a bonus. At least something good happened with our main character. It is revealed to us that a halo is a perk that's only given to players who were selected as a pioneer in all previous levels. Moreover, Han learns that each halo can affect the player's innate trait or skills, so they are instructed to choose carefully. This makes our guy realize that the decision about choosing a halo is extremely crucial, given that he's never seen the Tower of Trials ever giving him advice like this. Shortly, Sung-yoon is asked to choose one of the halos, ruler, hunter, or monk. He proceeds to read their descriptions, and the ruler halo is the most suitable for him since it's closely linked to the user's innate trait and greatly enhances the user's potential. On top of that, the Tower of Trials is outright telling our guy that it's the most suitable halo for him. But getting curious, Han looks at the two others, and the hunter halo doesn't sound so bad either, as it's closely related to increasing skills and stats, followed by effects which greatly accelerate the growth of stats and skill proficiency. But the monk one sounds like a dud. So Han respectfully passes on this one and is left to choose between either Hunter or Ruler Halo. It seems that our boy had already made up his mind when he chose the Ruler Halo that evolves his innate trait based on this Halo's unique effect. The options are based on the player's current abilities. There's a summoner that allows the user to expand absorbed dead spirits to raise powerful undead warriors, and the two other options are Sword Mage and Artisan. Our guy simply chooses the summoner since it suits him the best, and it's added to his innate trait Necromancy. After that, the unique power Skill Synthesis gets created, and a new status window materializes before Sung-yoon. At last, our guy gained a halo and feels overwhelmed as the dark aura seeps in. Han then checks out what Skill Synthesis is and learns that he can combine two skills as desired to make new ones, finding it totally incredible. This doesn't end here when our guy is given to select two skills from the opening list, and Han gives it a thought, believing that he should fuse those skills he doesn't use very often. Our boy then chooses Elitism and Swift Charge and synthesizes these two skills. After it gets completed, a light flashes from the panel, and our guy is left stunned as his eyes snap open in shock. The skill Juggernaut is created and is granted to Han Sung-yoon. It allows the user to break the invisible restraints, such as those imposed by a skill or an innate trait, on a condition that a user's magic power must be higher than the caster who cast the invisible restraint. Our guy gasps in disbelief and gets to know this is what Skill Synthesis actually does. He thought he'd be lucky to get a grade E skill, but instead, he ended up with a grade D skill that's seriously overpowered. Sung-yoon finds this power very amusing, so he gives it another try, and this time, he selects Ranger Aptitude and Burn Resistance. He synthesizes the two skills and wonders what it'll be this time. To his surprise, Han is granted a grade E skill Powerful Sight that allows the user to partially see in dark environments and enhance the user's eyesight. This time, the skill grade was raised only by 1, and our guy supposes this is how it works. To Sung-yoon's extrapolation, Elitism and Swift Charge have a pretty good synergy, hence the synthesis turned out well, whereas Skills Ranger Aptitude and Burn Resistance aren't that compatible. Our guy regrets that he got a hunch it was an awkward combination. After going through an intricate Halo selection process, Han hops on the bed out of exhaustion. He feels weird now that he's a consecutive pioneer and an aura holder. Our guy lets the pessimistic thoughts get to his head, ruminating if he can really own these achievements, or maybe he just got lucky with his innate trait. Han shakes off these cynical feelings since it's no use dwelling on it and proceeds to check the rewards. The skill, Winds of Grace he got rewarded raises speed by 10% upon saying the skill name. It can be overlapped 7 times. While our guy is already smitten by the speed increment, he's more in love with the fact that he can overlap it 7 times. Simply put, Han can freaking enhance his speed by up to 70% at one time. Our guy feels on top of the world, and his thoughts get wilder, like he's in La La Land, getting crazy over the fact that this skill doesn't even require magic energy. He feels like he's conquered the world since this skill, Winds of Grace, has literally no downsides. Sung-yoon then opens the inventory and wears Boots of Swiftness, which enhance the user's speed when they exceed a certain pace. Our boy feels nice since all of the rewards from the 7th floor trial are related to speed. This makes him feel like he's won at life. Han then opens the skill store and is annoyed since everything is so expensive. But still, he needs all the magic-related skills he can get and purchases the skills Magic Circuitry and Magic Resistance. With the Magic Resistance skill, our boy can defend himself against skills like Bind Heart from before that led to share the pain of his teammate. On the other hand, The skill magic circuitry gathers all the magic energy within the user's body to increase the efficiency of magic usage. Han Sung-yoon uses this skill when suddenly the red energy begins to emerge, and his body feels hot. A radiant light illuminates from him, and surprisingly, Han's body feels light. He walks forth to try it out, and when he pounds his feet on the ground, a majestic rumble of power reverberates across the room. He conjectures that he wasn't able to control his magic energy before, but now that his body has these magic circuitry pathways, his magic energy seems to have enhanced his physical abilities too. Our guy smiles at his other smart purchase. After that, Han gets curious to learn more about the Summon Undead, the skill he's gained, but he then leaves it for the next trial. Our guy takes a deep breath and decides whether he should take the next trial right away or return to Earth. The next scene takes us to a guy, Cheolwan Lee, who's put up a party recruitment board for a sudden gate appearance. However, no hunters seem to volunteer. Lee is anxious since nobody has signed up yet, and shortly he's approached by a bunch of hunters who snicker at him for having no luck finding party members. The Fatas hunter suggests Cheolwan hand them the gate entry permit. Unless he starts exploring the dungeon before the limit, his entry will be automatically withdrawn. Lee is done with these assholes, but he remains persistent and refuses to give the entry card. The bully hunter tells him not to be a moron and shows how many hunters are waiting to enter the dungeon, but none of them wants to join his party. The bully hunter gives Lee a reality check, revealing that he is grade E, so no one would form a party with a low-level riffraff like him. The other hunters also scoff at the boy, muttering it's a real punch in the gut, and agree with the bully hunter. Suddenly, someone asks that boy if he's still looking for party members. Well, that guy turns out to be our boy Han Sung-yoon, a C-grade hunter. Our guy asks Lee if he's qualified to join, and the boy happily nods. Meanwhile, the Fatas hunter doesn't like the sudden interference of Han and grabs his shoulder. He asks our fella if he's cutting the queue, but our boy smirks and straight up tells that bully hunter to join Mr. Cheolwan Lee's party if he's got a problem. The hunter gets pissed off and tells Han he can't talk down to him like this, calling him an asshole. Our guy gives off a deadly stare and warns that hunter to take his hand off his shoulder or else he'll break it. Suddenly, our guy emits a dark aura that scares the shit out of that fat hunter. The aura sends shudders down his spine as the fat hunter wonders what this aura really is. The sidekick of the bully hunter assumes that it's his aura and he's scared the boy away. But the bully hunter sweats and in his head calls his sidekicks morons cause this aura ain't his. After getting scared to his wits, the hunter decides to let it slide since the Hunter Association officials are watching them. The fat guy, along with his sidekicks, strides away quietly. The boy Lee scratches his head in worry since everything is screwed up already. Our guy then calls Lee out and suggests that they should head on since it doesn't look like he's gonna get anyone to join. Lee asks him in disbelief if he's suggesting that just the two of them should enter the dungeon. Later they both enter the dungeon and Cheolwan Lee gets alerted as he glances right and left. But our guy tells him not to be so nervous and states that he'll be able to take care of most monsters up to grade D. Lee is surprised to hear this and recalls Sung-yoon saying that it's his first time inside a dungeon. Our guy doesn't exactly lie when he says it's his first time, presuming that the Tower of Trials technically isn't a dungeon. Hunter Lee gets a bit anxious, and not to sound rude, he informs Sung-yoon that exploring dungeons means putting their lives on the line. And there's something he tells our boy before they go. Lee explains to Sung-yoon that between grade E and grade C hunters, they might think that low-grade hunters are much weaker so they're more likely to die, but the reality is, the mortality rate of grade C hunters is much higher. Grade E hunters take the side of caution since they're aware of how weak they are, whereas grade C hunters have sky-high confidence, and that's what leads them to make fatal mistakes. Lee warns our boy that dungeons are more dangerous than they think, and frankly, seeing Sung-yoon's confidence is making him worry even more. While our guy understands why he's worried, Hunter Lee takes the role of the leader. Although he may be a low-grade hunter, he has plenty of experience. Our guy doesn't feel so sure about this, since he'd feel better if he led from the front. Nonetheless, Han agrees, and Lee takes the lead for both of their safety. They start going inside, and our guy decides to see how Lee does for now. Shortly, they encounter a lizard man monster, and Lee gets tense as Lizard Man is a skilled weapons user, so it's going to be a tough battle. Cheolwan plans to distract the monster and instructs Han to attack its weak point when he gives the signal. Our guy nods and decides to see how an experienced hunter like Lee handles things. In the meantime, the lizardman leaps forward to attack Lee, and while we all expect this boy to fight back, this dumbass begins swishing his sword and tries to shoo it away like it's a freaking cat. Han, standing at a distance, is baffled as he notices that this dumb fuck Lee is scaring the monster away. Our guy seems to have no time for dilly-dallying since he used a temporary return, so he only has 3 days on Earth, which he can't waste on a single lizard man at the very start of the dungeon. That's when Han Sung-yoon steps in to cut out the bullshit and lends a helping hand to Lee. While Hunter Lee lets out that he'll get hurt if he charges like that, our guy uses instant acceleration and zooms like a rocket. In an instant, our guy slices up the lizard man, making the blood splatter. This leaves Lee slack-jawed while Han poses incredibly, and thought he'd help since he's in a rush, hoping Lee would understand. After witnessing that fight, Cheolwan nods, as he has no problem with it. Our guy then makes another suggestion, and Lee nods immediately, as if Han's the boss. Our fella then decides to take the lead from this point on. Just like that, a large number of lizardmen start emerging, and our guy breathtakingly slashes through them, stabbing them to death like it's a breeze. Lee is rendered speechless when he witnesses Han annihilating the monsters, thinking it's nothing more than a one-sided massacre. He just can't believe what he's witnessing, anticipating that this might shake up the entire hunter industry. Meanwhile, our guy yanks out the crystals from the dead monsters. They are magic crystals, gemstones that can be used in metallurgy or alchemy. Han extracts many crystals and stores them in Lee's backpack. Cheolwan then apologizes to our guy and wishes he could help more than just carrying things. The boy lets out that he won't even complain if Han takes the bigger share of the reward. As they are busy talking, suddenly a lizardman ambushes our boy. The moment it's about to stab with the sword, our guy evades the futile attempt smoothly and flings the lizardman upwards with brute force. The monster gets crushed after smashing into the wall, and that even causes the rocks to topple. Sung-yoon then suggests that they should talk about the reward once they are out, or they might get themselves in trouble if they don't focus. He promises to keep Lee safe as best as he can. With that, Han absorbs the dead souls of the lizardmen, and while all the souls are being absorbed, our guy pretends to yawn to avoid suspicions. After all the souls seep in, Sung-yoon isn't quite happy to see a 0.7% raise in proficiency, assuming that grade D monsters won't help with proficiency at this point. Just then, a gate materializes, and Lee can't believe they made it to the boss battle gate. He contemplates that he has never dreamt of attempting the boss battle. In fact, he would be over the moon with clearing the dungeon halfway. But as long as he sticks with Sung-yoon, Lee believes that they might actually clear the entire dungeon. Moments later, our guy asks Lee if he's ready to enter the boss battle gate. The boy advises Han to take a break, but our guy is ready to go as well. With that, they enter the gate and witness a Lizard King, as expected. The Lizard King stomps towards them while Lee asks Han how he's going to take this thing down. The boy yells at him to think of a plan or something, but our guy looks chill about this as he responds that he doesn't really have a plan. Well, this is exactly the kind of cocky attitude Cheolwan was talking about. Sung-yoon is surprised by the Lizard King's incredible speed that doesn't suit its size, but our guy can easily match its speed. The Lizard King attacks Sung-yoon, and he goes flying back and smashes into the ground. This leaves his teammate worried sick for a moment since he thought he was dead. Our guy recovers from the damage and believes that it should obviously be this difficult in order for him to test his new skills properly. Seeing the Lizard King's chair damaged, Han feels it's overshadowing something bad, and at the same time, the Lizard King lets out a purple light, which triggers the skill slow movement. All of Sung-yoon's movements start slowing down by 25%, but before that could have happened, our guy activates the skill Forceful Breakthrough, which enables him to have more than twice the amount of magic power than the user of the slow movement skill has. All effects of slowness from all movements negate, but his teammate, Lee Cheolwan, gets affected by the skill the Lizard King used as he pleads to Sung-yoon to save him. The Lizard King, instead of continuing the fight with our guy, leaps towards his weak teammate while Han tries to prevent him from getting there. As our guy realizes he's too far away and won't be able to make it in time, he uses the skill Summon the Dead, resulting in many skeletons erupting in front of the Lizard King. But they are destroyed instantly since they're pretty inadequate. But in that 1 second, Han Sung-yoon uses the skill Wind's Grace, which increases all his movements by 60% and saves Cheolwan while slaying the Lizard King's neck. This results in his stats increasing exponentially due to absorbing the Lizard King's soul, increasing his strength, agility, stamina, and durability by 1 in 5. Our guy also absorbs the Lizard King's skill, Spiritual Eyes. The team leader of the Hunter Association Gate Management Team, Shin Woo-jin, yawns as he waits outside the gates that appeared. Feeling bored, he confirms with his subordinate if something significant happened, but he denies, leaving Woo-jin in deep thought. Knowing that the association's raid team would soon arrive when the advanced hunter party comes out after partially raiding the gate and would finish it by defeating the boss, Shin feels rage since he's from the same association, but his team doesn't get any commissions. He feels jealous of the raid team. His eyes sparkle when he remembers that if the advanced team clears the gate in one go, then his management team will receive a bonus, but he's aware that it's only possible if they have an A-rank hunter. Just as he's thinking about it, Han, along with his teammate, appears out of the gate while it's announced that the third gate advance party has finished their raid and are coming out. Woo-jin finds it unusual for the raid to be completed so quickly, but after seeing only 2 people coming out of the gate, he assumes that they probably came out after barely clearing 1/2 of the raid. But as the team leader sees the color of the gate turning gray, which indicates that the boss room raid is done, he rushes in front of Sung-yoon as he finds it hard to believe. Shin Woo-jin introduces himself as the one who's in charge of the urgent gates that have appeared in the park, and Lee Cheolwan interrupts him, asking him if he's perhaps here to purchase the gate's ownership. Agreeing with Lee, Shin decides to make an offer to the two of them. but Chaelwon backs off as he knows that's something he can't decide since our boy raided the dungeon all by himself. This leaves the team leader speechless for a moment, and he believes that if he raided the dungeon all by himself, then he must be an A rank. But our guy interrupts him, letting him know that he's a C rank. Our guy believes that's not important and decides to get to the point, asking Woojin how much he wants for the gate's ownership. The team leader calculates in his head and announces that the team management would like to purchase it for 1.2 billion won, and this leaves Sung-yoon in utter shock. On the other hand, team leader Lee Hae-on exhaustingly keeps the pile of books and papers on the ground, feeling tired due to working non-stop as soon as she returns from the tower. Suddenly her phone rings while she wonders who must be calling her at this time, and as she looks at her phone, she's left in shock. Lee Hae-on, from the management team for the challengers of the Tower of Trials, is certain that this will bring an innovative change. She remembers the higher-ups making a big deal out of it, as she didn't think winning over challengers would be such a difficult task. Hae-on is well aware that she couldn't even get 10 people who chose easy difficulty, and this was enough to satisfy her superiors. The thought of this makes her worry, but then she remembers the guy she met in the tower, who's so strong that him clearing the 4th floor all by himself would not be an understatement. She regrets not making an offer to Han Sung-yoon earlier, but then her phone rings, and it turns out it's Han Sung-yoon's message asking her to meet him if she's returned from the tower. Our guy, who's been sitting in a restaurant, is still in disbelief that he earned 1.3 billion won as he feels unbelievable and great at the same time. Lee Hae-on enters the restaurant breathing heavily, and upon seeing her, Sung-yoon calls her out. Seeing her uneven breath, our guy wonders if she ran over here and lets her know that she could have taken her time. Hae-on sits in front of him as she looks mad about Sung-yoon not replying to her message and questions him if he knows how long she waited for his reply. Feeling awkward, our guy apologizes as he reveals not having interest in things like that. The girl in front of him asks him to treat her with coffee and a cheesecake in order to make it up to her, while Han agrees nervously. Hae-on is curious if he has stopped climbing the tower, but our guy reveals that he plans to continue, and the reason he contacted her is because he has a favor to ask. Han Sung-yoon tells her that he needs a guild, a place that will let him enter the towers as he pleases and raid the dungeons, but he has some conditions. The first condition is the authority to decline summons from the guild. The second condition is the guild's non-involvement in his activity inside the tower. And the third and last is the authority to use the guild's dungeon whenever he pleases. After putting his conditions on the table, our guy asks her if there's a guild that can agree to these conditions, while he feels the mood change in the environment, which makes him wonder if he asked for too much. Hae-on states that the conditions our fella told her are impossible because if he looks from the guild's perspective, they don't gain anything. Just as he believed that he asked for too much, Hae-on holds his hand and offers him to join her White-Silver Guild, and she will make his impossible conditions possible. We see Han Sung-yoon lying over a moving truck as he remembers raiding dungeons, selling items, and joining a guild all in one day, feeling productive about it. He thinks about the one thing that's left in order to join the guild, and that is to clear a C-rank dungeon by himself in order to prove that he's skilled enough for Hae-on's superior to accept him. She explains that the authority to freely use the guild's dungeons can't be just given to anyone. This leaves our guy deeply unsettled as he processes her words and realizes that only a minority of people can reap the benefits of the White-Silver Guild's dungeons, and for that they either have to be a rising star or a hunter that the guild expects a lot from. After thinking for some time, Han requests Hae-on to prepare a C-rank dungeon for him to clear. In Uijeongbu Nogyang District, Chunbo Mountain, we see our guy lying over a moving vehicle while he ponders if he should run from there to warm up. With that, Sung-yoon sprints with lightning speed, which results in intense air resistance. Meanwhile, Hae-on is busy preparing a C-rank dungeon as she goes to reserve a raid gate in an hour's time, and the guy in front of her recognizes her by her card and suggests she sit under the tent since there's a lot of time. But before she could even sit down, Han Sung-yoon makes a swift entrance, catching Hae-on by surprise since he's way too early. Sung-yoon is about to reply when a gust of extremely intense wind blows all over the place, and our guy nervously apologizes and explains it must have caused a shockwave since he ran here way too fast. Lee Hae-on, along with the guy, tries to suppress her shock as she wonders who this guy is, and with that, she lets Han know that she's done with the proceedings. Therefore, he should let her know when he's ready. Han Sung-yoon is ready to start now, and they both enter the gate only to be welcomed by Fields. Looking back at her, our guy instructs her to give him a signal if she feels he's in danger. But Hae-on is wearing an artifact that the guild has given her, Empress's Necklace, which is an item with a shield ability. And even though it's not very strong, it has a stealth ability. Plus, the necklace also attracts aggro, and it might make it look as if she helped him. Therefore, she decides to stay far away. Sung-yoon is relaxed now that he doesn't have to worry about her while fighting, and with that, he activates Spiritual Eyes, which helps him sense invisible enemies. Then deadly demons suddenly appear out of the fields. Seeing the deadly poisonous demons in a C-rank dungeon, Haeon alerts our guy about this being an irregular dungeon. Meanwhile, Sung-yoon kills all 3 of the demons. This leaves Lee Haeon amazed beyond comprehension, as she knows that this isn't normal and is glad that her decision wasn't wrong. Han uses his sword, and its lightning effect activates so rarely that he forgets he has it. With that, he clears the vicinity by killing the last demon and lets Haeon know. Lee Haeon couldn't believe her eyes, seeing our guy clear the boss room in under an hour, and solo at that. What's even more surprising to her is that this is an irregular dungeon. Plus, the deadly poisonous demons aren't monsters that can be taken lightly, and they're one of the monsters that C-rank hunters are recommended to kill in a party play. Observing his potential, Haeon believes that Han Sung-yoon is going to grow even more, to the point where he can't be compared to him. Due to all possessed souls being used, Sung-yoon's stats increase, and his strength, agility, stamina, magic power, and durability increase. Our guy assumes the dungeon boss will not pose much danger and decides to enter the boss room along with Haeon. She finds it a bit strange that they can't feel the monster's presence to this extent, and is interrupted when the monster appears right on top of them, going straight for her. All of this happens in a blink of an eye, but Han Sung-yoon saves Lee Haeon by carrying her in his arms when she alerts him to look behind him. The monster lets out blue flames and destroys the place, but our guy rushes to a safer spot and lets Haeon know that he moved them there without her consent since it was dangerous, asking her to understand him. Haeon reassures him, and our guy decides to finish it off. The management team leader offers him her buff skills, but Sung-yoon refuses and jumps down. Our guy activates the skill Instant Acceleration, and due to the exclusive effect of Fast Boost, his movement speed momentarily increases. Along with that, he uses the skill Wind Grace, which results in increasing his movement speed by 70%. With 3 lacerations, Sung-yoon slays the dungeon boss, Demon of the Blue Fire of Destruction, while he's confused as to who this monster is. They both walk out of the boss room when Haeon expresses that she wasn't expecting him to clear a dungeon of this level so quickly. With that, she announces that he has passed the test and now can use the White Silver Guild's dungeon. Our guy is glad to hear that when the black-haired girl takes the conversation off topic and tells him that when they are first called to the Tower of Trials, the difficulty they select isn't too important. For those who have good scores on their easy difficulty levels, their later trials slowly become more challenging. Similarly, for those who elected hard difficulty, if their scores aren't great, they can change their difficulty level to easy. The point is, when they consider these principles, just like how Sung-yoon did, he achieved such overwhelming success despite his ranking in the Tower of Trials being amongst the top 50, which means his difficulty is probably deadly. Haeon explains her point and tells him to be careful because she wants to accompany him and see him grow over the years, and this confession leaves our guy in shock. Sung-yoon, who's been sitting on top of a tall tower and is busy eating an apple, gets a system notification that he's going to return to the Tower of Trials in 5 minutes. Thinking about how busy he has been for the past 3 days, our guy is glad since his stats increased a fair bit, and his confidence too. As he returns to the Tower of Trials, Sung-yoon is welcomed by the system asking him if he wants to accept the 8th floor trial. As he clicks yes, the system asks him to choose the point of trial. With 3 options being given to him to choose from, our guy selects combat in order to increase his proficiency in necromancy, while the system lets him know that he can't change his option after selecting it. Sung-yoon is positive that he won't have the need to change it, and the system notifies him that he has a pioneer qualification. Therefore, a face-to-face chat with the administrator will begin, and after searching for an administrator who specializes in combat, the system lets him know that a chat with the administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch, who specializes in combat, will begin. With that, Han Sung-yoon enters the Iron-Blood world. The consultation begins with the combat route admin Iron-Blood Sovereign. Shortly, our guy gets teleported to a place and learns that he has entered the world of Iron and Blood. To apprehend things, Han activates the Eyes of Truth and gets to know that the world of Iron and Blood is a secret abode of the admin Iron-Blood Sovereign. Our guy smirks at how useful this skill is. However, the admin is displeased with the probing challenger. He then understands that the admin is directly communicating with him through these messages. Just then, a sword rises up from the pile of snow. The admin asks player Sung-yoon to desist from such futile efforts and follow the sword instead. The sword leads the way, and after a long distance, the sword halts in front of a house. Our guy opens the door, and the admin, Iron-Blood Sovereign, gazes at him. To everyone's surprise, the admin turns out to be a white-haired woman, leaving Han's eyes wide open. The admin greets the pioneer and informs Sung-yoon that she has been tasked with advising him. At first glance, our guy nearly mistook her for a cute foreign influencer, but come to think of it, she's an admin that rules over the Tower of Trials. Sung-yoon gets a bit nervous when suddenly the admin materializes right near him so that their eyes meet with each other. Our guy low-key freaks out as the admin gets too close in a blink of an eye, the fact that he didn't even take his eyes off her. The admin then grabs a bottle, and she was wondering what manner of savage would show up. but she's surprised to see our guy who seems as normal as they come. While Han asks her if she knows who he is, the woman reveals that she knows him indeed, and compliments his feats during the level 4 trial. As she pours the drink into the glass, Han curiously asks her if she's been watching his trials this entire time. But the admin confesses that she only watches it through the leaderboard, since they have no way of directly observing the challenger trials below level 8. Upon hearing this, our guy appears shocked, and judging by his face, the admin assumes that Sung-yoon is under a misconception of sorts. She clarifies that administrators of the tower are neither gods with the power to do as they wish, nor the absolute rulers of the tower. It would be more accurate to describe them as servants of the tower. As such, Sung-yoon has nothing to fear from her. Since she serves the tower, she cannot harm him in any way. Now, putting the idle chit-chat aside, the admin tells him that this consultation is a perk provided for his benefit, and he can ask anything that piques his curiosity. Han figures out that it's the truth since he doesn't feel any hostile intent from the admin. In that case, our boy asks her what this consultation is about exactly. The admin answers that it's a perk granted to pioneers to satisfy their curiosity directly with an admin. Han then asks that during the level 5 trial, he was almost killed by an invader from another world. He expresses curiosity and asks why he came to him specifically when he could have invaded someone from his world. The admin feels that answer might disappoint him and proceeds to reveal that upon invading a trial level taking place in another world, a challenger may steal the reward from the trial and receive a superior reward. These invaders may hail from worlds where a tower has already existed for decades. As such, they understand the high reward association with defeating challengers from other worlds. Moreover, the tower will eventually merge with the tower of another world one day. Our guy asks her to elaborate, and the woman utters that it is just as she said. From level 20, trials more often take place in groups rather than by individuals. In short, soon, our guy will be pitted against challengers from other worlds. Sung-yoon then realizes that it explains why invaders might want to take out future competitors in advance. After that, the admin assumes Han has quenched his thirst for knowledge, but our fella has one final question, yet the simplest one. He questions what really is the Tower of Trials. This question even makes the admin pause for a moment, and she lets out that she would very much care to know the answer herself. Han is confused that even an admin of the tower doesn't know the answer to a simple question. That's when the truth unravels, and the admin confesses that the administrators were once challengers themselves. Challengers who perish after level 40 are given the opportunity to be resurrected as administrators. She expresses that she dreamed of climbing the zenith of the tower, yet she fell far short in the end. In fact, all the administrators, including herself, are challengers who met their demise before reaching the top of the tower. At last, they had no choice but to serve the tower. After hearing all this, Han clenches his fist in frustration and is disgruntled that the admin was nothing but an ordinary challenger from the start. And here he had high hopes that he'd finally get some answers about what lies at the end of the tower. This makes the admin enraged as she frowns and slams Han against the wall. With a ghastly look in her eyes, she warns our boy that the end of the tower is not to be spoken of so lightly by all. She looks at Sung-yoon's blank face and seems quite unperturbed. The admin asks our guy if there is no fear in his heart, to which he replies that this consultation is his personal reward. Besides, he didn't sense any bloodthirst from her. Right at that moment, Sung-yoon cracks the wall with his strength and forces his way out of the abode, making it clear that he wouldn't let her kill him so easily. The admin is left staggered and bursts into laughter at the fact that in all her time here, she's never once met a challenger who destroyed her abode. Still, she admits that Han's bravado gives her faith and proposes a contract of mentorship to him. Our guy is taken aback by the sudden confession. Later, Han gets back to the lobby of the 8th floor and instantly opens up the contractor store. He peeks at the contract and realizes it wasn't a dream after all. He really has an admin for a mentor. Our boy remembers what the admin said about not being the one to cast aside challengers with skill and grit. He's then asked to sign the mentorship contract, and Han taps yes. Our guy now has access to the contractor store and the use of the special points. All his stats increase by 1 as a special contractor reward. The admin enjoyed their time and wished to meet Pioneer Han again. Han then opens up the category powers in the store and sees the list of 3 powers. Our guy wonders if these powers are different from the unique power he got from level 8. But first, he decides to check the other pages and is denied access. He will be permitted access from the level 10 lobby. This means Sung-yoon can only see the 3 powers for now. The power, Iron Spirit, an A-grade skill that increases proficiency growth rate by 2.32 for all weapon skills. Power Lord of Winter, which temporarily increases stats in cold environments. And lastly, Power Clear-Headed, that allows the user to make rational decisions under all circumstances. Our guy doesn't see anything special and thinks he should just gain more SP for the time being. Whatsoever, he decides to purchase the Power Clear-Headed, since this power will help him think clearly even at the worst times. He hopes the power lives up to its name, and it's probably best that he raises his chance of survival by even a little bit instead of biding his time. After all, who knows, he might face another invader trial. After that, Han proceeds to go for the 8th trial, and its subject is eradication. The trial objective is to defeat the lich responsible for summoning the skeletons. With that, our guy enters the trial and is left flabbergasted when he witnesses himself standing on a cliff with countless skeletons in his sight. Han tries to process, and it's obvious that the skeletons have outnumbered him. But this doesn't really affect him as he's ready to take them all out. With that, our guy plummets into the sea of skeletons, and is more relieved when he figures out these skeletons can't even put a dent in his armor. Then begins the skeletons' massacre when Sungyun slashes their heads off and their bones scatter. While our guy slices his way through these skeleton bastards, he thinks they'll need something stronger than skeletons to beat him. But Han gasps with disappointment at the fact that his skill proficiency only increases by 0.08 when he kills a skeleton. The crumbling continues, and our guy is convinced that he won't be raising his skills in this trial, so he just gets it over with. Suddenly, a voice reverberates, asking who dares to wreak havoc in his sanctuary. Han senses that it's coming from a distance, and he summons the undead skeleton soldiers in his possession that wipe out the leftover skeletons. Even our boy is surprised and concludes the skeleton soldiers might be lousy enemies, but they sure are useful to have on his side. He then leaves them to it and goes to take care of the boss. Han leaps upward and activates the skill Wind of Grace, increasing it by 60% and even using the speed of the magic boots. With plenty of speed boosts, our boy soars at ludicrous speed, and with the castle in sight, he discovers where the skeleton boss is. Han confronts the Skeleton King, who gives him a deathly glare and is quite infuriated at a mere mortal's boldness to intrude upon his sacred sanctuary. The king opens up the book to cast spells to make Sungyun pay a heavy toll for his impudence. That's when giant titans emerge, and our guy notices that these monsters are as strong as the sand golem. The Skeleton King expects our guy to be scared shitless at the extent of his folly. However, Han chooses to be cocky and provokes the king by asking if he doesn't have anything stronger to throw at him. Our guy says he'd be disappointed if this is all the king has got. He smirks like a villain and pulls out his dagger. The Skeleton King simmers with anger at the humiliation and calls Sungyun a foolish mortal, for his loyal guardians will tear the insolent mouth of his to shreds. The Titan monsters frantically stomp their way to crush our fella. Our guy activates the instant acceleration and decapitates the monsters in a flick. In the blink of an eye, Han slashes through those monsters and gets closer to the king, ripping its legs apart. Before that, a subtle joy gushes through him when his skill proficiency increases by 1.2 after absorbing the souls of the Titans. At least higher-level undead give him more proficiency points. The Skeleton King, who was talking big, is now lying helpless on the ground and questions Han on what manner of savage beast he is. In the king's imagination, our guy grins diabolically and scoffs at the lich that got too cocky. Han then steps forth to end the king, but then his eyes land on the book, recalling how the lich seemed to be able to control the monsters at will somehow. An evil thought flickers in his mind when our guy plans on using the lich's skill to farm his proficiency. After that, Sungyun asks the lich if he can summon more of these guardians. The king wonders why the mortal needs to know, while our guy thinks they're done here, given that the lich can't summon. However, the lich warns him not to get closer and confesses that he can summon. Han asks how soon he can summon those guardians, and the king responds that he can summon them in minutes after they perish. Han discovers that he can summon even more right now and commands the lich to summon the monsters again. The king appears baffled since his guardians couldn't even put a scratch on a warrior of Sungyun's caliber. Our guy gets tired of the shit talk as he aims the sword at the king. The king immediately opens the book to save his ass and summons all his guardians at once. The pages flick and the monsters emerge. Our boy annihilates them at once and the king will suffice. However, Han lets the lich know that they're just getting started and asks him to recall his skeletons that are still standing and use that energy to summon guardians instead. Our guy torments the king as he flounces the sword at him to make him work. Later, the endless slashing of monsters continues, and the poor lich is sucked to the bones, wondering for how long he will endure such torment. While the lich is regretting his life decisions, our guy, being the savage beast he is, makes it clear that they're only done when he says they're done. Han relentlessly slices up the monsters, and with each kill, his proficiency increases. Moments later, his innate trait Necromancy reaches 100% proficiency and increases by 1 grade, which means now his Necromancy trait is at grade C. Our guy smiles at this, while the lich states that Sungyun is the true monster here, and the devil himself looks upon him with disgust. The Skeleton King curses our guy's name forevermore, even in death. As the poor lich laggardly withers away, Han learns that the king's bones are cracking every time he summons a guardian. Hence, he's on the brink of death. With that, our guy strides closer, hoping the lich would last a bit longer, but unfortunately, it's time that he wraps things up. The king calls him a repugnant human, and Han chops its head off, killing it instantly. He then receives an achievement, The Devil May Weep, and absorbs the lich's dead spirit. Just like that, Sungyun completes the 8th floor trial and obtains 30,000 points along with 700 special points. Our player enters the level 9 lobby and is informed that the trials may now be observed by administrators. Moreover, they can now purchase grade C skills from the skill store. After that, Han opens his status window and learns that absorbing skills is not overpowering. Instead, he can now even absorb skill proficiency. On top of that, upon absorbing a dead spirit, our guy gets to know that the exact chances of absorbing a skill from a spirit are 20%. About the level 8 trial, Han felt like it was pretty anticlimactic, but there's no telling what level 9 will be like. So he decides to be ready for whatever comes next. Han then looks at his dagger that will last him a while longer, but the problem is his shield and weapon skill. It turns out that our guy has reached his limit with hunter-style dagger and needs a new sword fighting skill to switch to. For that reason, he enters the skill store and doesn't find any decent sword fighting skills. Well, if he can't buy one, Sungyun decides to make one. He purchases basic sword fighting skills that raise his ability to use all types of blades. Soon after, he thinks of leveling up the hunter-style dagger using skill synthesis. But first, he needs to consider which skills it's compatible with. Out of all the skills he has available right now, basic sword fighting is probably the best fit. Han uses the 2 skills, hunter-style dagger and basic sword fighting, to synthesize, and since these 2 skills are not the same grade, the grade D skill hunter-style dagger will become the focal point. Plus, there's a 75% chance of synthesizing a high-grade skill. Moments later, the magic happens, and our guy hits the jackpot when the skill Demon Slayer style is created, not to mention it's a C grade. The Demon Slayer style skill increases the cutting effect by 3 times when wielding the sword, and increases attack speed by 2 times when facing non-human enemies. Our guy apprehends that it'll be faster when he fights non-human enemies, and it's evident that this skill was designed by a hunter to kill monsters. Han then decides to try synthesizing some of the skills he has left, but the tension creeps in. But our fella tries to tell himself that gambling is a vice, and looks up at the skill compatibility and skill rate first. After testing out the skills, Sungyun stumbles upon Ashen Blood and is amazed that it raises his regen ability 3-fold, and it feels like cheating already. Plus, it even reduces 40% pain whenever he takes damage. But unfortunately, he can't test this skill in the lobby since the lobby heals the damage anyway. Our boy then ponders that he's come a long way from when 100 points was a lot to spend. With that, he lifts the lobby's automatic healing function by deducting 50 points. Now that he's used up all the dead spirits in the 8th trial, Han supposes the protective shield shouldn't kick in. He raises his sword and pierces it into his hand multiple times. Thanks to the skill Ashen Blood, Han's arm heals up in no time, and our boy is amazed because he basically has a way of recovering from physical damage without needing to go back to the lobby now. In addition to his new healing ability, he still has his dead spirit shield, which means he doesn't need a shield anymore. But our guy still keeps the shield since it's got sentimental value. He then opens the community, but finds nothing worth reading from the looks of it. Now that Han doesn't even have time to wait, he thinks there's no time for dilly-dallying and goes on to the next trial. The level 9 trial theme is Arena, and the objective is to kill all the monsters inside the arena within the time limit. The reward for the trial is the skill Call of the Wild. Suddenly, a notification alerts Han Sungyun that the 9th floor is currently unsafe, and reveals that this trial has been invaded by a challenger from the martial arts world. The invader has seized the objective of the trial. Our guy ends up at the 9th floor trial and encounters the martial arts invader who seems to have wiped out all the monsters. The old man introduces himself as Seonhak Bayek, a senior elder of the Great Martial Alliance, and asks Han to introduce himself. In the meantime, the Tower of Trials changes the objective of the trial, which is to kill Seonhak Bayek from the martial arts world. Han asks Invader Bayek why he wants to know his name, to which he responds that it's simply good etiquette to reveal one's name and title before a match. Our fella frowns and bluntly mutters that he doubts the old man invaded this level with good intentions, so there's no point in introducing themselves. Seonhak thinks the boy is so small-minded to not know anything of honor between martial artists. In his mind, Sungyun is done with this bullshit and wonders why the hell there aren't normal people who invade from other worlds. Nonetheless, the martial artist Bayek tells Han to have it his way since he refused to observe proper etiquette, leaving him with no choice. The invader swishes the sword, and the old man soars towards his opponent. Our guy activates the skill Grace in the Wind and increases it by 30%. Han then fights back with awe-striking speed. It's like 3 Hans are in the battlefield. As the old man drifts back with brute force, he's rather amazed since he thought such martial prowess a rarity in this dimension. Beck apologizes to Han for underestimating his skills, but our boy doesn't have it and asks him to shove it with the gentleman act. After all, he came here to kill Sungyun and steal his reward. He doesn't beat around the bush and tells Beck that this isn't an etiquette class but a fucking trial. Anger flashes across Han's eyes when he tells the invader to stop pretending there are rules to whatever they're doing, concluding that hypocrites make him hella sick. After hearing such things, the old man is offended and figures out that warriors of Han's world see neither rhyme nor reason. With that, a jolt of power gushes through Seonhak Baek, and he bids our boy farewell, addressing him as a nameless warrior. The dark energy cloaks the place and bursts out like a wrathful force. Right at that moment, the panel warns Sung-yoon that the enemy's innate trait Swordshine has shrouded his vision for 5 seconds. 5 seconds are enough to rip someone to pieces when he's completely defenseless. Our guy is thrown into panic when he can't see anything. Han Sung-yoon activates the skill Magic Resistance, which decreases the duration of sight impediment, the invader's skill. He then activates the skill Third Eye to detect an attack from outside the visible range. That's when Han detects the sword that nearly pierces through him from the front. Fortunately, our guy manages to dodge that attack as the sword brushes against his shoulders and past his hair. As 5 seconds pass away, Baek's skill Sight Impediment is terminated, and Sung-yoon is able to see his opponent. Our fella activates the skill Ashen Blood, and relief washes over him because the old man almost got him there. Invader Baek, on the other hand, is staggered and asks the nameless warrior how he sensed his movements. Our guy then uses the skill Grace of Wind, which increases by 50% and makes a stronger comeback. The tension hangs heavy in the air as their swords clash with each other. The fight gets intense as they strike each other. Han spins and lands a kick, but the invader evades and attacks with his sword. But our guy twirls, and at that moment, Seonhak Baek grabs Han's hand and halts his leg movement with the sword. The old man calls out our guy for his peculiar tricks, while Sung-yoon pauses, presuming that Baek is tougher than he expected. His curiosity peaks when he wonders how their stats can be on the same level when clearly our guy is much stronger. Sung-yoon then attacks, and Baek warns him, saying he shall hold back no longer. The old man again uses his puny trick and uses the innate trait Swordshine, shrouding his vision for 5 seconds. Our guy is fucked up again and activates the same skill he did before to see through the mist. But Han struggles to keep up with Baek's attacks since his attack speed suddenly gets so much faster. He then activates the skill Blessing of Iron, using the Wrought Iron Pendant, and his skin absorbs 10% of all physical damage. But these skills don't seem to do much, and Han is grabbed tightly by his opponent's magic skill. Shortly, the invader's skill gets terminated, and the mist disappears. At the right time, our guy drifts back as Baek wields his sword and takes the least damage, as only his arm cuts off. Han Sung-yoon smashes away with crushing force and bites his own hand to activate the healing skill. He heals his arm, and the invader calls this another puny trick. Baek lets out that he fancied Han as a gifted martial artist at first, but now he sees that his little bag of tricks is nothing but a borrowed boon. Han, clenching his fist, tells the old man to speak for himself, and is aware that he got his innate trait from the tower. Our guy returns like thunder after silence and activates the skill Grace in the Wind, escalating it by 70%. Sung-yoon advises the invader not to be such a hypocrite, while the invader bastard thinks that the nameless warrior will insist on continuing with his gimmicks and blabs about a true swordsman who does not rely on stolen abilities. I mean, this old bastard is flaunting the tower's innate trait like he was fucking born with it, and is calling out our main character for using stolen powers. What a dumb fuck. Our guy seems to have enough of this bullshit when he charges at Baek with the dagger, but he blocks it with the sword, asking Han if he has no honor. Sung-yoon responds that apparently he does not, and asks the old man how it feels to die from a parlor trick. Even Baek struggles to hold the attack due to Han's power. The scene then takes us to Seonhak Baek's point of view, where he narrates that he has invaded dozens of trials in dozens of worlds. It was with this very sword that he cut down countless otherworldly players. Those who were hailed from planet Earth were often lacking in every aspect to the point that it was likened to a pot of honey left unguarded. More like treasure that didn't need to be won over. The fact that players of Earth could not even touch a single strand of hair on his hand depicted how useless they were. Not only that, his innate trait, Swordshine, blinded his foes and allowed him to defeat them in a single stroke. At least until now, this trial invasion would have been the same, but things seem to be going south. Baek's distraction gives our guy a chance to attack, and he manages to slit the dagger through his hair. The old man's hair streams down, liberated, caressing the shoulder. Our guy finally manages to draw some cuts on Baek's face as the blood drips. At that very moment, several admins show up on the panel and are impressed by player Han Sung-yoon, showing their interest. However, the martial artist invader couldn't take this when jealousy speaks through his face, and he furiously uses the skill 2 birds 1 stone, increasing his speed by 2 times. The old man literally activates all the skills he possesses just out of spite. The invader exudes a fierce aura, and a snickering giggle escapes Han's mouth when he repeats the invader bastard's words that the skills were nothing but trivial tricks. Quite ironic now that he's using all of them at once. Both of the opponents spiral out of control, and the system notifies that trial invasion penalties are in effect, decreasing their stats by 8 points. Some skills are currently unavailable. Seonhak Baek is screwed up as 2 of his skills get forcibly deactivated. Soon after, the old man activates his innate trait Swordshine, while our guy now starts to get used to his attack pattern. Beck screams and calls Han a devious follower of a demonic path, determined to cleave him in half where he stands. The rage takes over Baek as the torrent of fire ascends, while Sungyun crouches to save himself from the sparks. Our boy activates the skill Ultimate Triad that will strengthen the next 3 attacks. With that, Han uses immense power to make his way to the invader and kick his ass this time. That ferocious attack of our warrior breaks the beloved sword of the martial artist and pierces the dagger through him. While our guy trips after using uncontrollable power, the invader walks away, dumbfounded. He quivers, calling his defeat preposterous, and suddenly his body cleaves in half. I mean, Gramps was whining about puny tricks, but was the biggest egoistic hypocrite himself. Dude got what he deserved. After a freaking long battle, the invader is annihilated, and Han smirks as he completes the 9th floor trial. After that, Han absorbs Seonhak Baek's dead spirit, and his skill level increases by 27%, which is impressive. He then gets rewarded for completing the trial, but for some reason, the reward he received does not match his difficulty level. Hence, the rewards get adjusted. Our guy almost forgot that rewards can change, wondering what he'll get this time. It turns out to be a C-grade skill, 6th Sense, as the trial clearance reward, and he even receives 35,000 points. Han ponders about the skill 6th Sense. That's a slightly higher grade skill than the original reward, Call of the Wild. Our boy then proceeds to move to the lobby of the 10th floor to look more into it, when his path gets blocked as multiple panels materialize before him. The admins of the tower applaud his performance. Han then stumbles upon the message about his trials being observed by admins, and to sum it up, he managed to impress a bunch of admins in that last fight. Since it's about as much recognition, our guy feels like he deserves to feel some pride at least. Just then, the admin, Lord of Iron and Blood, is displeased by the excessive attention showered upon their contractor, Han Sung-yoon. She also advises her contractor to refrain from hubris. Unexpectedly, the admin, White Crane, shows up and wishes to add power to his contractor-only store. Han's eyes widen with shock as he couldn't believe that White Crane was giving him free power. That's when the admin, Lord of Iron and Blood, her contractor, begrudgingly allows our guy to accept the power. Han hopes there are no strings attached, but his admin advises him that the other admins may gift contractors with powers to earn their power. This raises suspicions in our fella's mind. Come to think of it, why would an admin want to get in his good books and earn his favor when he already has a contract? Han then asks if he'll have run-ins with other admins, to which the White Crane smiles bashfully and remarks that he will meet quite a few. Sung-yoon's contractor, Lord of Iron and Blood, remarks that gifts from other admins are mediocre and hardly worth any of his trouble. Our guy, upon hearing this, is even more confused about the admins giving him mediocre gifts just to earn his favor, which certainly means they want something in return. Still, he doesn't need to look a gift horse in the mouth and takes what he can get. The White Crane admin adds the power Intense Aura Sword in Han's contractor store. The admin smiles and bids the player to remember this favor. Our guy promises to use it well. With that, Han moves to the lobby of the 10th floor, the new common area, and wonders if admins can see while he's in the lobby. To confirm it, he calls them out to ask if anyone's watching, but nobody answers. At that moment, our guy feels flattered as he couldn't keep his calm and opens the contractor store. He witnesses the White Crane's skill and learns that he can inject magic energy into his sword to create a sword aura. Here our boy thought it was some kind of mediocre power, but he's amazed by it. Sung-yoon also says that he's got access to a list of new skills. Han gets some OP skills this time. Power Total Rejuvenation can strengthen the user's skeletal structure into combat force. Power Iron Blood Sword allows the user to summon a magical sword of iron and blood without using the user's magic energy. Lastly, Power Touch of Death raises the effectiveness of necromancy and black magic twofold and mildly decomposes the enemy's body. Even our guy agrees that these skills are serious game changers. But sadly, since he's low on SP, for the moment the only power he can buy is either Bodily Rejuvenation or Intense Sword Aura. Our guy thinks hard whether he should buy it or collect more SP. He ruminates that the old man Seonhak Baek from level 9 was an absolute beast to fight against, so if he wants to survive enemies like him, he needs as many powers as he can. With that, our guy purchases the skill Intense Sword Aura and activates it to test it out immediately. Han wields the sword, and his ultimate triad skill infuses magic energy into the sword as well, but this feels completely different. Our boy surmises that the ultimate triad forces an explosive wave of magic through the sword, whereas a sword aura allows energy magic aura to flow gently through the sword like a river. He uses the skill for quite a time, and learns this intense sword skill raises the magic exhaustion rate by 2% every minute, which leads our guy to conclude that his magic exhaustion will be about 100% in 50 minutes. Just then, he deactivates the skill, and decides to be careful with his magic reserve from now on. Shortly, Han gets reminded about the reward skill he got from the 9th floor, the 6th sense, which tends to make his instincts sharper. It is useful to him to have a sharp intuition that he can use to make reliable decisions. Nonetheless, Our guy is curious about the community, wondering if players are talking about the new common area. In the community, everyone's talking about the common area being full of foreign players and interacting with them. But what catches Sung-yoon's eyes is when he gets to know that he can trade powers with the admins. Since there are so many players here, our guy sees it as a good opportunity. Thus, he decides to go to the common area himself and take a look. Moments later, Han gets teleported to the common area, which seems like a nice place. A mere hunter arrives at the common area. In the meantime, some Korean hunters discreetly peek at the guy, guessing that asshole looks like a Korean hunter. The other guy recognizes that he's a grade A hunter from South Korea. Suddenly, a murderous intent comes creeping in when the guy lets out that he's sick of Korean hunters acting all high and mighty, asking if they're allowed to kill other players outside the common area. The grade A hunter who's walking away is suddenly struck by magic energy, hindering his movements. The hunters from earlier emerge from the bushes, and one of them tosses out his sword. While the poor boy has no way to escape, the evil hunter assumes that these Korean hunters knew everything there was to know about the hunter world. The guy gets a bad feeling from this, and since they're not in trial, he didn't expect player killers here. The player killer aims his sword at the boy when suddenly a nun hunter interrupts and warns the murder maniacs to stop, or else she'll use the community chat room to expose them to everyone. The bastard player rises up and agrees on one condition. He asks that girl hunter to take her clothes off, ending it with a malicious smirk. This killer bastard tells them to put down every item they have and do as they say, so they might let one of them live. The murder maniac's preposterous intentions are obvious, while the girl hunter freaks out at their obscene demand. The guy decides to do it forcibly, and just as he approaches his hand to take off her clothes, someone comes walking from behind. It turns out to be our boy, who doesn't care to bother with what's happening around him. As he's walking away, the killer bastard gets curious to see Han in a cloak and calls him out. Our guy takes off the hood, and the killer guy supposes that Sung-yoon is a Korean too. Right at that moment, the evilness drips from their faces, and they make their life's biggest mistake. They attack Han all at once. Well, Han hoped to pass by quietly, but he's got no choice now. With that, our guy uses the skill Juggernaut, and surprisingly, he uses his new skill Intense Sword Aura, and a magic sword emerges out of the blue. Sung-yoon then tells the killer guys to remember they're the ones who started this mess and gets ready to kick their ass. Our guy loses his cool and activates instant acceleration. He dashes at the speed of light, and by the next second, he slashes the killer player's sidekicks across the neck with his dagger like a freaking child's play. Han smirks like a true villain and bolts towards the killer freak, who hides his ass by drawing an ice shield. Our guy whacks the ice shield to break through it and shatters it instantly. A strike of terror runs through that coward killer player, who begs for mercy and asks Han to spare his life. But our guy doesn't spare a useless life and stabs that dagger through his throat. After killing the three bastards, Han absorbs their dead souls and increases his proficiency by 6.4%. The girl hunter apologizes to Sung-yoon as she wanted to help him, but the fight was over before she knew it. While she heads back, the boy asks Han if he's a ranker, to which he nods. At least he's always been in the top 10 on the leaderboard. The boy is happy to cross paths with Han and shows him gratitude since he would have been dead if he didn't come along. Our guy says that it's nothing and warns him to be careful on his way, but he's not really a goody two-shoes. Han helped this boy just in case those thugs were going to attack him next. As our fella is about to depart, the boy stops him and makes an odd request. He requests Sung-yoon to let him keep these thugs' corpses. The boy elucidates that if Han lets him keep them, on top of saving his life earlier, he agrees to give our guy a power for free as a token of thanks. Of course, our guy couldn't miss out on a free power. After that, the guy uses his skill Devourer and consumes those dead bodies. As promised, he sends one of his powers to Sung-yoon, and the power appears to be Wings of Steel that gets added into our guy's contractor store. Han couldn't be happier to have another power in his bag. The boy then mentions that the skill he sent Han lets him summon wings that attach at his back and allow him to levitate. Our guy assures him that he'll put it to good use, and low-key, he can't wait to try this new power in the lobby. Meanwhile, the admins fight over Han Sung-yoon as everyone tries to win his favor. The Lord of Iron and Blood expresses her displeasure at those who covet her contractor. Our guy is baffled to see that all this fuss is because of him. But judging by how eager admins are to fight over players, Han gets convinced that there must be something they want from them. Knowing he'll find out about it sooner or later, our fella proceeds walking to the common area along with the hunter guy. On the way, the boy explains to Han how the common area is divided into an arena, an auction house, and the casino. He further reveals that so far there are 3 other worlds that have invaded trials in their world, called Ares, Murim, and Kallion. Challengers from Ares seem to follow some kind of knightly code. Challengers from Murim are similar, but they're a little more aggressive. Whereas Kallion is home to different species such as elves, fairies, and beastkin. Upon hearing this, it occurs to Han about the 2 invaders he encountered. The Black Knight was from Ares and White Crane was from Murim. While our guy is surprised by his information on the other worlds, the boy smiles and reveals that he used his questions to find out as much as he could. Later, they arrive at the common area and the boy hands Han his business card just in case. But our guy is utterly shocked to find out that this guy is a team leader under the Association Challenger Management Team. With that, they enter the common area, which seems to be bustling, and the boy looks kinda hyped up. He informs Sung-yoon that he's headed to the auction room, while our guy smirks, revealing that he's heading to the arena. Moments later, our boy enters the arena, which looks more like arcade games, and there's a sense of thrill that fills the place. The admins fondly reminisce about the past when they see the arena, and are deeply excited by the passionate energy filling the arena. Sung-yoon then finds himself a seat and the arena system gets activated. Our guy is asked to select either bets or duels, and he presses the help button. It is revealed that the arena is divided into bets menu and duels menu. Upon selecting bets, the players can bet points on duels between other players. They may win or lose points, depending on the outcome of each duel. Our guy then apprehends that the people earlier were watching their bets unfold. On the contrary, upon selecting duels, they may engage in combat against other challengers for a prize. Each player is notified of their opponent's leaderboard and real name once they agree on the duel. Lastly, a duel can be held with a prize on the line, such as a power or a skill. It is also known that players will be teleported to the Coliseum for a mutual combat once the duel is made. Simply put, the arena system is all about the prize on the line for the duel. In that case, our guy looks up to the players to see if anything catches his eye. On the other hand, the hunters in the arena are obsessing over the hunter Catherine, the Inferno Witch, who happens to be in there. The players are fascinated to see such a cutie from the States in real life. Meanwhile, Catherine Bennett struggles to find a decent player for a duel who has guts, wondering if her record keeps putting everyone off. She bets more challengers would duel with her if the number of wins were hidden. Bennett seems to be in the 6th rank on the leaderboard with 17 wins in total. Even the admin Master of Flame scoffs at the display of cowardice, and Catherine couldn't agree more that this place is filled with scaredy cats. The boredom nearly gets her, and as she's done wasting her time at the arena, a notification makes her turn around. It turns out to be a duel request from our boy Sung-yoon with 0 wins in the duel. Catherine is impressed by this newbie's bold move to challenge her for their first duel and smirks. She then accepts the challenge and enters the Coliseum. The opponents face each other, and Catherine likes Han's gallantry to choose her as his first duel opponent. Nonetheless, the duel begins, and the girl gets cocky when she advises our guy to think of this duel as a learning experience. The fire magic emits from her, and Bennett activates the skill, Birth of Fire, creating a giant flare of fire that chases Han. Our guy evades the blazing attack, and while Catherine acts arrogantly, thinking it's over, Sung-yoon flips things 360 degrees when he activates the skill Sword Chi Master, and jaw-dropping, it slashes that giant fireball in a split second. Catherine is staggered by the sight, while our guy scoffs at her words for calling this duel a learning experience. Now Han shows who's the real boss, and is the one who gives her the learning. The next scene takes us to a serene place where we see an administrator observing Han Sung-yoon's fight through her water mirror. She's amused to see that our guy has already become adept with the sword aura. She smiles and thinks it was a stroke of genius to grant Sung-yoon rather efficacious power, and from this point on, she ought to build a rapport with him faster than the other administrators. She covets that maybe player Han is perhaps the one who could remedy her failures and fulfill her dream at last. In the Coliseum, Catherine attacks our guy with multiple blazing balls soaring his way as Han evades, using instant acceleration. He flings upward and slashes the fireballs. As our boy soars away, his assassin cloak gets caught in the fire and nearly burns his entire cloak. With that, Han plummets to the ground and presumes that without skill, grace, and the wind, the special effect from the cloak was barely enough to keep him afloat. But the trouble doesn't end here when Catherine gets well prepared with her power of flames, determined to see how long he'll last. Meanwhile, the Lord of Iron and Blood watches Catherine's encroaching flames in amusement. The other admins are also fascinated by her flame power. Our guy, on the contrary, wields his dagger to slash the flares of fires with the power of intense sword aura. By every minute, the magic exhaustion increases as Han utilizes this skill. He feels like this fight will get tougher if it keeps dragging on. At that moment, our guy absorbs Seonhakbaek's dead spirit that increases all his stats. He absorbs the electric sword aura skill from the old man. This skill imbues the user's sword aura with electric charge and lightning damage, along with allowing the user to strike with a sword wave. Our guy is confused about what sword wave really is, supposing it's referring to the fact that he can use a long-range attack with his sword aura. While our guy is distracted, Catherine disrupts his thoughts and tells him to quit daydreaming. Sung-yoon yanks out of his thoughts and witnesses blazing arrows above him that are waiting for a signal to attack him. The encroaching fire arrows follow Han like shadows while our boy keeps running away to dodge them. They strike him from all directions. Just then, our fella activates the skill Ashen Blood and takes the risk of making this work the first time. Nonetheless, Han decides to do it since it'll be a good practice. He holds his sword upward that faces the flames and activates 2 swords aura power at once. The dagger enfolds in the powerful aura, and when Han wields his weapon, a radiant yet violent power breaks free that tears through that blazing orb majestically. While Catherine is too busy gasping at the terrifying yet breathtaking sight, she realizes that the magic aura is about to hit her. She immediately forms a fire shield to protect herself and plans to strike back. But our guy ruins her sweet plans when he emerges from behind and aims the sword at her neck. Catherine Bennett is scared shitless and accepts her defeat. Just like that, the player Catherine concedes defeat and Han wins the duel along with a grade C skill, Gale Force. Our guy then returns to the arena and is amused since he took Catherine on as a light practice for using his sword aura, but she turned out better than he expected, not to mention she burned his cloak to a crisp. He then decides to make note of her name and peeks at the new skill he's got. But it appears that our guy gets scammed since the skill Gale Force is only for stabbing. Our guy peeks at his score and gains a win, but he's only getting started. Sung-yoon goes on to his next duel with Yuji Uwaki, who's 11th on the Japanese server leaderboard. As the duel commences, Yuji lets out that he was looking forward to facing the 3rd best player in Korea, but he mocks our guy real bad, calling him a weakling dressed like a bum. But Han scoffs at his foolish words and Yuji appears pissed. Our guy finds it hilarious that they both were thinking the same thing, and the Japanese player twitches and abruptly attacks Han with the spear, calling him an asshole. Sung-yoon nearly gets killed by the unpremeditated attack and apprehends that it's the standard on the Japanese server. Inside his mind, Han Sung-yoon chuckles as he boasts that he's become pretty overpowered. He low-key ridicules Yuji Uwaki for being the 11th best player in Japan, proudly admitting that this feels like a cakewalk to him. And to our surprise, his condescending aura gets the best of him, and Han takes it too far when he purposely pierces his dagger through Yuji as blood spills. The guy suffers from an untenable amount of damage. Just like that, our guy wins the duel like a walk in the park. The smirk says it all, and Han welcomes his opponents to the skills buffet. One by one, our guy relentlessly defeats his opponents like swatting flies. This even earns him a title of Master Duelist. The scene then switches to the Murim, Central Plains, the world of the martial artists. There the servant informs his young master about the demise of Great Elder Seonhak Baek. According to the last update from the Great Elder, he discovered a new connection to a dimension called Earth, to which he was intent on mounting a trial invasion. Abruptly, they are interrupted by something that dashes towards them frantically, and the stomping echoes nearer. That's when a dragon-like creature emerges. The young master who was meditating confesses that it's been 5 years since he suspended his ascent of the tower. The sword moves into the owner's hand like a tamed pet, and the young master flips smoothly. In a single move, he pierces his sword onto the monster's head, killing the giant beast instantly. The servant is taken aback to see how his master made easy work of a divine beast with such might, concluding that the young master's martial prowess truly is terrifyingly powerful. The swordmaster yanks out his sword from the beast's head and finds this world Earth intriguing. He then orders his servant to spare no means or methods in finding out against whom he should avenge Elder Beck's death. Well, it looks like another prey will soon fall into our main character's skills buffet. Later, Han gets back to the lobby and feels relieved after his fatigue washes away. He feels overwhelmed about the power he unexpectedly stumbled into, the Wings of Steel, a power that lets him fly through the air. Even the thought of it makes Han feel giddy. Unfortunately, this skill costs 500 special points, and it's a shame that our guy is out of SP right now. So he proceeds with his next thing, which is synthesizing some skills. This time, Sung-yoon synthesized the skills after an hour of careful planning. The skills he created include Defense Shield of Retribution, Movement Speed, Silent Shadow Steps, and Attack Speed Wild Sword Flurry. Besides getting 2 C-grade skills, our guy managed to nab a B-grade skill, Shield of Retribution. Our guy activates the B-grade skill, only to find out how remarkable it is. Soon after, Sung-yoon enters the 10th floor trial, and the trial's objective is to prevent the resurrection of the Abyss-stricken Lord within the time limit of 3 hours. The reward for clearance is a skill proficiency potion, and the penalty for failure is death. This trial turns out to be a team assignment, and the system assigns teammates based on leaderboard rankings. It unfolds that the top 4 players in the leaderboard are merged into a single team, entailing rank 1 player, Kim Seung-hoon, rank 2 player, Chun Seok-oh, rank 3 player, Han Sung-yoon, and rank 4 player, Suda Princess. The pre-trial period of 30 minutes starts. The Tower of Trials gives this pre-trial to foster teamwork and coordinate to defeat the boss monster. The rank 1 player Seung is intimidated by a group trial, and Chun-seok, who's the second in the leaderboard, is excited to see him since he's back to taking on trials again. Meanwhile, our guy now gets to know the top 2 players, assuming they must have met each other before in another trial. While Kim and Chun-seok are chattering, suddenly the blonde player, ranked 4, frantically gestures at our guy, revealing that he saw him in level 4. Kim Sung-eun figures out that rank 3 and 4 have met each other before, and judging from the blonde guy's reaction, he gathered that it wasn't pleasant. Strangely, The blonde player quivers in fear and confesses that Sung-yoon is the huntsman they met in the group trial on level 4. He also remarks that our guy is a murderer who uses killing achievements to gain power. It is then revealed to us that Seungjun Kim, also known as Pseudoprincess, is a compulsive liar, so deceiving others was simply second nature to him. This guy stirred up fights using any means possible and reaped the rewards amid the chaos. So he basically stole the rewards by tangling everyone into a fight. That was his chosen method for survival. Even in the unfamiliar world of the tower, he found his propensity for deception to be just as effective. Nonetheless, the admin false clown grins and guffaws at contractor Seungjun Kim's conceit. The admin's vibe surely goes well with the evil, conceitful Pseudoprincess. While our guy could sense the devilish intent from that guy, Pseudoprincess presumes that he's caught Han off guard, given his reaction, and plans to push them a little more. The blonde guy, using his devious means, accuses Han Sung-yoon of slaughtering his own teammates in cold blood. Our boy finds this ridiculous, and as he tries to speak something in his defense, Kim Seung-hoon summons his weapon and accentuates that a solid team of 3 is better than a divided group of 4. Rank 1 player makes it clear the trial can't be taken lightly and asks which one of them is telling the truth. Kim concludes that the one who lied will be eliminated. The tension crackles in the air, and our guy surmises that if things go sideways, in the worst-case scenario, he'll have to fight all 3 of them at once. Right at that moment, Chunsoko steps in as a real game-changer. He acts as the only sensible player, and given that Pseudoprincess has met ranked 3 hunters on level 4, Chunsok switches it up on him and infers that Seungjun must know the huntsman's real name. Rank 2 guy is a literal genius when he traps Pseudoprincess in his own deceitful game and makes him recall that the nickname system only came into effect at the level 5 lobby. In that case, as long as Seungjun knows the hunter's real name, they can be sure they've met before. But Pseudoprincess's cockiness kicks in, and he confidently reveals the hunter's name to be Cheolmin Lee. The guy is diabolically insane and gets convinced that there's no way to prove anyone's identity in this place. Oh, Chunsok addresses our guy as Cheolmin, asking if he has anything to say. That's when the tables turn, and Han pulls out his hunter's license, thinking it's beyond ludicrous. A sense of relief washes over Sung-yoon, feeling glad that he mistakenly bought this after he returned to Earth. Our guy reveals his real name, while Pseudoprincess is frozen in sheer shock. Now that things are coherent, Kim Seung-hoon knows who he should eliminate. Even the admins mock his unconvincing deceit and enjoy the outcome of his pathetic nature. The irony that the admin, Messiah of Lies, called him pathetic is just hilarious. Seungjun is screwed up big time, but our guy interferes and appreciates rank 1 player Seung-hoon's offer, but our guy insists on taking care of this himself. Han lets out that he's pretty pissed off right now, and Seung-hoon leaves him to it. On the other hand, Pseudoprincess wonders if he's going to fight one-on-one, but the malicious intent creeps in when he presumes that he's made a bad impression on the other 2, but he can still kill this moron Sung-yoon. This way, they will have no choice but to let him live since they don't want to risk taking on a 4-person trial with just the 2 of them. Pseudoprincess grins evilly, while our guy is amused by the story he just made up and assumes that Seungjun will take accountability for his words. But the cocky blonde guy doesn't take this shit and lets out that all he has to do is survive. Pseudoprincess opens his magic book to use the powers and clarifies that Sung-yoon's not the only one here who can fight. The blonde guy uses swamp spirit's tendrils to coil around Han's feet that slither up his legs. However, our guy breaks through them in an instant with the magic resistance skill. As our boy soars towards that bastard, rank 4 player finds it annoying that Han had an anti-magic skill. Pseudoprincess activates a shield, and as it clashes with Sung-yoon's sword energy, the ground rumbles and bears crack. The fight looks intense, and the first-ranked player thinks it's best to keep their distance, while Chunsok is fascinated by the good view of the fight. But Sung-hoon has enough of his whining and drags poor Chunsok away from the fight, who bawls his eyes out. On the other side, rank 4 player shoots multiple encroaching magic orbs at his opponent. Our boy evades them flawlessly and lands a deserving punch right into Blondie's guts. The boy drifts away, but he snickers and deviously makes the huntsman become his prey. Our guy then looks behind him and witnesses charged magical orbs, making him wonder if they are the orbs Seungjun shot at him earlier. Right at that moment, those magical orbs descend in a torrent of lightning that strikes directly at Han, while rank 4 dude gets his hopes up high, thinking it serves that asshole right. However, his eyes snap open in shock when Han appears unaffected and activates the red shield, the new skill, Shield of Retribution. The shield takes the damage, and our boy asks Pseudoprincess what's the matter since they just got started. Well, our bro really bout to hit him with the Uno reverse card. Seungjun is thrown into shambles when he witnesses his spell getting blocked so effortlessly. Our guy chases that deceitful bastard who hides away like a coward, but Han insanely slashes through the rocks just to find him. Meanwhile, as this continues, rank 2 player Chun-sok asks Sung-hoon if he's heard about player Han Sung-yoon. Kim Sung-han apprises that he does not recognize Han from the hunter rankings. While Chun-sok conjectures if he hasn't heard of Sung-yoon, then it means that he wasn't even a hunter in the outside world. The rank 2 player wonders if it is even possible for a civilian to get this powerful. Sung-in finds it practically impossible for anyone other than top-ranked hunters like themselves. But what's even more shocking to him is that this is not even the full extent of Sung-yoon's strength. The rank 1 player even dwells on the possibility that player Han Sung-yoon might be on the same level as him. This leaves Chun-sok quite shocked as bro Sung-hoon rates Han this highly. Even so, Chun-sok lets out that Han fella is 2 tiers below him on the leaderboard. That's when Seong-han reveals that it's only speculation, but it's possible that Sung-yoon was unlucky with the teammates assigned in the group trials, which means that this dude's abilities were massively underestimated. On the contrary, our monstrous main character finds Sudapwinsis from the rat hole and rips the dagger through his arm. The blonde guy screams in pain as blood streams down his arm, while Sung-hoon, who's been observing their fight, finds it astonishing that Sung-yoon took down his opponent without killing him, and made it look easy too. Sudapwinsis gets put in his place real quick and gets the test of his own deceiving morals. He begs for mercy and manipulates our guy into thinking that they won't be able to complete this trial without him. His lies seem so real again when he tries to convince his teammates that this tower won't let them pass this trial with one person missing. Sung-yoon turns out to take advice from his 2 teammates, but they tell him to decide as he wishes. At that moment, Sungjin Bastard takes this chance and strikes the sword towards Han. But our guy escapes it somehow, like he saw it coming, and that's when he loses his cool. Han runs forth to stab his dagger but slashes Sungjin's magic illusion. The blonde guy dashes back and activates his unique skill, Last Surprise, that raises all his stats by 10. The rank 4 player regrets it as he wanted to keep one last trick up his sleeve and goes berserk when he calls Han a piece of shit and wants to kill him. The magic spell summons chains that try to burst forth Han's shield of retribution. Just then, our guy uses the skill Grace of the Wind and increases all speeds by 40. The chains wreak havoc as they strike down. Our guy remains unscathed and clarifies that it would be safer to take on the trial with just the 3 of them than with a scumbag like him. The only thing Han wants to hear from Sudapwinsis was that, and upon this, that liar bastard lashes out at him. The scene crackles with intensity when Sung-yoon releases all the accumulated damage using a shield of retribution, and a blinding flash appears that marks the end of Kim Sung-jun. This is what a liar like him deserved after all. After that, our guy takes his skill, the Vampire Count's old tailcoat. Well, he needed that one since his cloak was burned. It's a special tailcoat that creates a blood-red protective barrier using either stamina or the user's blood. Secondly, our guy also gets the Sanguine Demon Sword, and its blade bears a bloody aura. It facilitates the circulation of demonic chi through blood meridians. Han thanks Sungjin for the sword at least, and promptly, Kim and Chun-sok jump down to meet with him. Chun-sok is obsessing over how incredible our guy was out there, and Sung-hoon deduces that it's over now. After that, they are informed to prepare for the imminent trial as pre-trial ends soon. The 3 of them get moving, and as they walk forth, they pass by a massive horseman statue. Oh, Chun-sok speaks his wild thoughts and hopes that the statue does not spring to life or something, but Kim Sung-hoon states that it's entirely possible since it's the Tower of Trials, not night at the museum. At that moment, our guy dubiously peeks at the statue and could feel the ominous vibe creeping in. Later, they arrive at the place of trial that's lightened up by blue crystals, where they witness 3 more creepy statues tied by chains. They find themselves standing in front of a headless armor statue and believe that it's the abyss-stricken Lord himself. That's when the 10th trial begins, and the system alerts that the abyssal guards will spawn. The players must stop the resurrection of the abyss-stricken Lord. Suddenly, the place begins to rumble, and the abyssal guards come to life as they break through the chains and surround the 3 of them. Sung-hoon is all up for a nice warm-up while our guy advises them to aim for the guards' heads. Han elaborates his logic that they need to stop the guards from reaching their lord with the head that they are carrying on their backs. Since this sounds easy and simple, player 1 suggests they each take 1 guard, and with that, the 3 strongest hunters confront the statue guards. The guards stomp with their heavy steps and a big-ass sword. Sung-yoon plans to take the guard in one go with his sword aura and swishes his sword towards the enemy. However, the guard makes our guy drift back when it swings its sword. Our guy suspiciously glares at the abyssal guard and realizes they're not exactly walkovers. He then wonders how the others are doing. Kim Seong-han is fighting a guard which seems to have a similar weapon as him. This dude is also smashed by the statue's brute force. As the guard scampers towards the Abyss Lord, a loud exploding sound is heard, and rank 1 player makes a comeback as he bursts out of the rubble with his magic weapon. Kim Seong-han figures out that all these guards are boss-level monsters and warns his teammates not to let their guard down. Oh, Chun-sok speaks through the hat and makes fun of Kim as he got caught by the guard just now. Chun-sok settles that hat on his head, and he doesn't want to pull it out because it cramps his style. This guy appears serious for the very first time, and now that the guard made him wear this ridiculous thing, it's good as dead. The second rank dude creates an iconic magic bow and arrow. He shoots 3 arrows that burst like bathing bombs, but the guard evades them and leaps towards him. Oh, Chun-Sok guesses that charging long-range caster is the textbook tactic, at least if he was just an ordinary mage. Watching the first two players in their element, Han Sung-yoon gets to know that they're like the weak challengers, and this gets him all fired up to fight even more fiercely. Finally, our boy can just focus on his fight. With that, Han dodges the sword strike of the guard that hits the ground. The rocks fling upwards, and our guy spins in a classic way to kick those rocks directly in the guard's direction. Sung-yoon activates the Wind Grace skill and increases all speed by 50%. But strangely, he runs past the guard, and it turns out that he steps on the guard's shadow. He uses the skill Silent Shadow Steps to increase attack speed for blade weapons by 10%. Just like that, Sung-yoon jumps high and slashes his dagger charged with electric aura, tearing apart the guard's mask. On the contrary, player Kim Seung-han uses lightning strikes to destroy the guard's mask, and Oh Chun-Sok incredibly pierces his weapon that cleaves the guard's head in half. Unexpectedly, those three statues get away, and Sung-hoon infers that it's because their lord's head has been smashed to pieces, so they won't be able to revive it anytime soon. They seize the chance to strike while the iron's hot and leap towards the statues. As they sprint after those guards, suddenly a rumbling sound distracts our guy. It turns out that those cunning abyssal guards were running towards the statue from the entrance that was riding on the horse. To everyone's imagination, that statue comes to life, and with the help of the guards, it makes a leap to reach the Abyss Lord. That horse guard flips the tables when it jumps from the horse with a mask to put on the Lord's head, while Sung-hoon runs as fast as he could, and our boy gets too late since he won't be able to reach on foot. At that crucial moment, our guy uses the last card up his sleeve, and using all his strength, Han yanks that dagger with crushing force that hits the mask, breaking it into pieces. Chun-Sok calls it a nice shot, while the horse knight shouts in disbelief and wears the crown that had fallen from the mask. The horse knight appears enraged and puts on the crown. What it does next leaves everyone in absolute shambles. The horse knight slits its own throat, and the players scamper to stop this disaster. They get too late as the knight tears its head apart and puts it on the Lord's head. As the hunters jump in for an attack, a violent cascade of energy hits them, and the conditions get fulfilled when the Abyss Lord gets resurrected. Our guy is left speechless, and now their special objective of the trial is to defeat the Abyss-stricken Lord. The system nullifies all the damage with the power of invulnerability. They also get to know that this boss monster can only be hurt by a challenger with higher average stats than itself. Han Sung-yoon wonders what kind of power the boss monster even possesses. Meanwhile, the Abyss Lord summons a sword and exudes a dangerous aura when it holds the sword. The Lord's sword strikes the ground that literally could rip one to pieces since the ground breaks apart, and all three of them drift away to escape the deadly power. Our guy is utterly staggered, and he's really curious to know what kind of overpowered ability it is. The fact that they can't even hurt it makes Han question himself. How the hell are they supposed to take it down? In the meantime, the boss monster leans closer to Sung-yoon. While our guy tries to run for his life, the Lord swishes his sword that nearly pierces him, but our boy gets away with the least damage. Han blames himself for dragging his feet, and when he peeks at the abyssal guards, something clicks in his mind. After that, Kim and Chun-Sok come running to Han, asking if he's alright. The first-rank guy briefs that they need to find a way to take down the boss monster and plan to take out the guards first. Out of the blue, Han asks for a favor, and asks his teammates if they can keep the boss busy for a while. But Seong-han finds it illogical since the boss will be impervious to damage, so certainly it's more efficient to use their time to get rid of the guards first. That's when our guy spills that he has an idea to put that abomination down for good. Kim looks into Sung-yoon's determined eyes and takes his word for it. But the guy makes it clear that they won't be able to hold out the boss monster for too long, advising Han not to drag this out. With that, Kim and Chun-Sok leave to distract the boss monster. Our guy is left to take care of the guards who are stomping his way. On the contrary, Sung-hoon uses his power lightning strike, but it doesn't even scratch the Abyss Lord. The boss monster spirals out of control when it activates the power Lordly Grace, which makes them bow down to the Lord and refrain from any movement without permission. It looks like the two top players are doomed as they're not allowed to move until the Lord says so and tumble to the ground to bow down to him. The Lord strikes the sword, and the power reverberates. The terrifying power writhes with rage and approaches their way, while Chun-Sok and Kim are helpless, unable to dodge the attack. Kim uses magic resistance to partially undo movement restrictions, and stands in front of Chun-Sok to protect him. The rank 1 player takes the damage as the energy strikes him. He coughs blood and falls into Chun-Sok's arms. Both the players have no power to survive the crushing power of the Lord. Chun-Sok carries his fellow friend who's on the brink of death, while the Lord aims the sword at them to annihilate them. The tension hangs heavy in the air, and just as the sword is about to crush them to death, our guy arrives at the perfect time and saves his teammates with the shield of retribution. Han apologizes for keeping them waiting and absorbs the dead souls of guards he's wiped out. All his stats increase permanently, and Han releases all accumulated damage using the shield of retribution. Our guy activates the sword aura skill that makes his sword glow with awe-striking power. He then takes a leap and slashes his sword in a frantic manner, and its aura strikes the boss monster, cracking his body. The boss monster screams and activates his lordly grace to refrain everyone from any movement without permission. Our guy surrenders under the Lord's power as he bows down. He grits his teeth in anger and activates 2 skills, Juggernaut and Magic Resistance. His skill fully undoes all movement restrictions. Our guy incredibly breaks through the Lord's power, and this alone makes 3 of his skills, Juggernaut, Magic Circulation, and Magic Circulation, increase to a higher grade. The Lord counterattacks with his sword, and our guy grins like a psycho as he saves himself with the shield. Even he himself thinks that he's in actual danger for once, and yet he can't stop smiling. Actually, Han knows the reason for that. It's because he wants to win. Just like that, our guy fearfully jumps into the mouth of danger and relishes the challenge of becoming stronger. It's a primal desire that burns inside his soul. Meanwhile, Chunsook is talking with brother Kim and asks if he's watching Sung-yoon fight because that dude might be the real deal. Kim Sung-hun, being the top ranker, feels odd to be watching the battle from the sidelines for once, but still they ought to congratulate Han. Kim admits that our guy has certainly earned his way to the top of the rankings. On the battlefield, the vibe is intense as the Lord's deadly power tries to burst forth the Shield of Retribution, but it's all part of Han's plan when the Shield of Retribution reaches the maximum damage accumulation. Our guy risks his life as he plans to shrink the shield blast's range so that the damage output will be as concentrated as possible. That's when our guy releases all the accumulated damage using his shield. Han Sung-yoon grins diabolically when he uses the skill Grace of the Wind and increases all speed by 70%, completing the overlapping status. The skill fully overlaps, and along with that, Han increases his speed for blade weapons by 10% using the skill Wild Sword Flurry. Just like a true monster, our guy slashes the sword across the boss monster's head, decapitating it in an instant. Finally, Han destroys the abyss-stricken Lord, the target of the trial. It appears the admin, Lord of Iron and Blood, is smitten as she watches her player's potential, and believes that it may be boundless. It is then revealed to us that ordinary players who dare to ascend the tower prepare themselves so stringently, as if to eliminate even the mere hint of danger, and painstakingly climb the levels one by one while wasting their precious time. Player Han Sung-yoon, on the other hand, is the total opposite. He embodies an extraordinary talent that would be a rarity in any dimension. It's as if he's possessed by some preternatural will to become stronger. Well, that's exactly it. According to the Lord of Iron and Blood, the dilemma is that as time passes and Han ascends higher, the other administrators will certainly begin to take interest in him. So the admin ensures that her bond with Sung-yoon cannot be outdone by her rivals, so that she may achieve her long-awaited ambition. Well, the burning desire to achieve her ambition is similar to our main character. Han Sung-yoon defeats the Dark Monarch, hence completing the 10th floor of the Tower of Trials, and a potion for increasing skill proficiency is sent to his inventory as a reward for completion. Along with that, our guy obtains 60,000 points, 1,000 SP, and an additional 1,000 SP as a reward for completing. Since Sung-yoon contributed the most in the special task, he obtains a great number of SP points as a reward for the special task, and our guy is happy with the additional rewards. Chunsook is beyond shocked as he wonders how Sung-yoon did this, and our guy reveals to him that he had a skill he was able to use and got lucky with it. Sung-hoon points at Sung-yoon as he admits that he has surprised him in many ways and decides to talk about this in detail later after he sends our guy a friend request and heals his wounds. Challenger Kim Sung-hoon and Oh Chun-seok send our guy a friend request, and with that, they part ways. Since more than 1,000 people have completed the 10th trial, system expansion will now begin, and the category Dimensional Travel is added to the store, with which Han Sung-yoon can now travel to other dimensions. Our guy assumes that the system means he can travel to places like Ares or Murim by dimensional travel, but he believes it's suicide. The system notifies him that an administrator's observation domain and interference domain have extended to Earth's dimension, which means he can now converse with an administrator in the lobby and is able to go to the administrator's territory and make additional contracts respectively. However, the system warns him that only one additional contract can be made, and it will be restricted after the contract has been created, but he can terminate the additional contract anytime. Our guy thinks deeply about it for some time, but then decides to organize the things he got from the 10th floor. Firstly, a potion for increasing skill proficiency, and upon consumption, it can increase the proficiency of the skills by 20%. As our boy consumes the potion, it is asked of him about the skill he would like to choose to increase his proficiency in, and our guy chooses Wind's Grace without another thought. The system confirms his choice, and the proficiency of skill Wind's Grace increases by 20% and reaches 100%, hence increasing its rank by 1. After that, Sung-yoon absorbs the soul of the Dark Monarch, and his stats increase permanently with his strength, agility, stamina, magic power, and durability. Our guy also obtains a new skill, Mana Management, which is an amazing skill. Han Sung-yoon is interrupted when administrators White Crane Swordmaster and Iron-Blooded Monarch invite him to their territory at the same time, and this leaves our guy in a tough spot. It sounds more like a double date. Sung-yoon accepts the invitation and arrives at the Iron and Blood territory, where he meets the admin, the Lord of Iron and Blood, who laughs confidently, knowing he would choose her. She reveals that she won a bet because of him, and our guy realizes the reason why he was invited at the same time is just because of a bet. Noticing her clothes, Sung-yoon asks her if she's not cold. Our guy decides to ask her about the mana management skill he obtained, wondering if she should tell him anything about it. The admin believes it's a very good skill, and decides to talk about it briefly before they enter the abode. She instructs him to try bringing up all the magic power within his body as intensely as he can with the new mana management skill. As Sung-yoon does that, his mana circuit is greatly affected due to the activation of the skill mana management and is forcefully increased by it. A ridiculously powerful amount of mana takes over his body, and our guy tests it out, which results in strong winds, due to which the piece of thin clothing covering the administrator's body is blown away, and Han Sung-yoon witnesses this. After that, when they both are eating, the white-haired woman expresses disbelief about Sung-yoon being such a devious guy. Our guy gets flustered and tries to explain that she's mistaken, but she laughs and tells him to try activating his magic skills one by one with mana management when he has time, and as his understanding about the skill increases, it will lead to each of his magic skills leveling up. Han is confused as to why she called him, and asks her if she's aware of the system expanding when he entered the 11th floor lobby, to which the admin reveals that she can come here without the tower. Furthermore, she reveals that's not the reason why the interference domain was added, but the real motive is so that admins can actively nurture their challenger. When our guy fails to understand what she means, the iron-blooded monarch decides to show him and uses interference domain, hence gifting the challenger with an authority, a new authority of iron-blooded sword that has been engraved in our boy's soul. Feeling overwhelmed, our guy asks her if she can give authorities out like that, and the admin refuses strictly, leaving Han confused. The white-haired monarch believes she's done enough for the tower to do this, but Han fails to understand why she's helping him so much and choosing him. That's when the admin confesses that she sees potential in him and explains that administrators are rewarded for nurturing their challenger. But the motive isn't positive, and they're actually just investing in their challenger because of their own earnest wish. Sung-yoon wonders what an earnest wish is, but before they could continue, the admin White Crane Swordmaster invites him again to his territory, not once but multiple times. The Lord of Iron and Blood decides to end the conversation upon seeing an impatient fellow and bids our guy farewell. Sung-yoon accepts the invitation and is moved to the administrator's territory, the forest. Our guy looks around him and finds the place to be perfect for his training. Since he was curious about the training method the iron-blooded monarch told him about, he decides to test it out now and uses mana management. His proficiency of skill. 3 laceration increases by 8%. Instant acceleration is forcefully increased and ranked up to rank B. And lastly, the proficiency of skill counter shield increases by 7% due to mana management as well. With that, Han decides to use Sword Chi too, but it doesn't activate through mana management, which leaves our guy confused as he finds it strange. The system reminds him about the White Crane Swordmaster, who's waiting earnestly for him, and our guy decides to do this and walks ahead. While walking, Han Sung-yoon assumes the admin to be an old man due to the nickname they're using, and as he reaches his destination, a white-haired beautiful girl awaits him, introducing herself as the admin, White Crane Swordmaster. Our guy is left wonderstruck, and White Crane wonders if there's a problem. But Han assures her that he's just fascinated, since he's seeing the admin he has communicated with through messages. White Crane offers him to sit as they talk, and Sung-yoon feels so refreshed after sitting down, as he now understands why she sits here instead of a chair. The admin reveals that she watches over him from here, ever since he fought Baek Soon-hak to the death on the 9th floor. Sung-yoon asks her why she would give her authority to a challenger she met once, as he thinks it's a waste. But the pretty girl strongly disagrees with him and believes that he needs to understand his worth accurately. Furthermore, she reveals that the great Elder Baek couldn't achieve Lightning Sword Chi even though he once was a great swordsman in Murim, and he lost a portion of his strength when entering the tower. Therefore, she believes that defeating a challenger like him is a great achievement. With that, she also reveals that she's the one who was contracted with Baek, so there's no need for our guy to deny it. This leaves Han Sung-yoon speechless as he assumes that she might have a grudge against him, but the White Crane Swordmaster interrupts his thoughts as she tells him not to bring the mood down and that he was just an easy challenger to earn points. The administrator lets him know that she's made contracts with many challengers before, but has never invited a challenger here, except for Sung-yoon. With that, she straightforwardly offers him to make an additional contract with her. Our guy is curious about what benefits he will receive if he does what she says, and she lets him know that if he agrees, she will make him the administrator White Crane Swordmaster's disciple. When Sung-yoon asks her for further elaboration, she explains that an administrator can only appoint one disciple in their life, and being called an administrator's disciple in the tower means you have formed a special contract. Also, challengers who are disciples are able to purchase all authorities of that administrator. Upon hearing this, Han Sung-yoon is shocked as he realizes how important a disciple contract is and thinks about the iron-blooded monarch, who didn't even explain this to him, even though our guy is her disciple. Sung-yoon tells her about the additional contract being terminable anytime, and asks her why she is doing this once-in-a-lifetime contract when it's so disadvantageous to her. The administrator lets him know that she's doing this in order to fulfill her earnest wish, just like the iron-blooded monarch, and it's because she needs the sharpest sword, the best sword that won't bend or become blunt. She believes that Han Sung-yoon has the potential to become the sharpest sword. Our guy, on the contrary, is confused about the word earnest wish, since the iron-blooded monarch said it too, and he couldn't stop himself from asking the administrator what an earnest wish is. White Crane Swordmaster elaborates about what an earnest wish is, revealing that an administrator's earnest wish comes from their past regrets, which stem from their memories, and simultaneously it's an authority granted by the tower to the administrators. Like the Tower of Trials, it's a trial that can only be given to the challengers who are contracted with admins, and when it comes true, the challenger will obtain a reward. She lets him know that if her earnest wish comes true, Han Sung-yoon will be able to change the past, and this leaves our guy in utter shock. Our guy is in disbelief as he wonders if something as impossible as this is even possible, but the administrator believes that he will get to know if her words are true or not, since he has been climbing the tower. This response satisfies Sung-yoon, and he has another question which he hesitates to ask about at first, but then asks anyway. Our guy asks her how much he has to climb in order to make her earnest wish come true, and the White Crane Swordmaster feels shy while telling him that it would be the lobby of the highest floor of the Tower of Trials. At last, the contract has been achieved, and the administrator is overjoyed over the great decision our guy made, as she claims that he won't regret it. Han Sung-yoon is now acknowledged as Administrator White Crane Swordmaster's true disciple, and due to the disciple's benefit, the effectiveness of authority and skills of the Murim dimension will increase by 10%. Plus, the mana has increased by 3 due to the disciple benefit, and with that, our guy is now acknowledged as a disciple of 2 administrators, and as a benefit of being a disciple. Our guy feels like he can't let go of a chance where he can instantly get stronger, but his thoughts are interrupted when the pretty administrator asks him if he's heard anything else from the iron-blooded monarch about the person who is looking for him. Sung-yoon refuses, and the admin's head hurts as she wonders what Ironblood is thinking because it definitely looks like she trusts our guy completely. White Crane Swordmaster states that she trusts him, however, she must tell him something, but it's going to use all of Han Sung-yoon's question vouchers as she asks him if that's okay. Sung-yoon doesn't have a problem with that since he's just been saving them up and doesn't really have a use for them. Challenger Han has used all of his question vouchers, and the administrator reveals that in the Murim dimension, there is a great power called the Murim Alliance, and Bayek, the person our guy killed on the 9th floor, held a high position as a High Elder of the Murim Alliance. Due to that, there is someone who's looking for our guy in the Murim dimension, and this info leaves our hero in denial because he definitely does not want someone from the Murim Alliance looking for him to kill him. But the administrator assures him that instead of that, the Murim Alliance is currently in a clutter because of the battle for the High Elder's vacant position. As our guy wonders who is the person that wants him dead, the pretty white-haired girl lets him know that it's the sword dragon from a Namgung family in Tokyo, Shinjuku, the Blue Heaven sword dragon, Namgung Hyuk. He is someone who has made a name for himself among the martial arts champions that have lived in the Murim dimension for centuries and is called a genius. Although the ultimate reason he's looking for our guy is for revenge, the real reason is because he's just simply curious. The administrator warns Sung-yoon as she doesn't know when it will be, but if our guy ends up facing Namgung Hyuk, he needs to prepare to put his life on the line. With that, Sung-yoon is moved to the lobby of the 11th floor while he summarizes the information he just got, that the Murim's psychotic murderer is looking for him. Our guy purchases the Authority Wings of Steel C+, and Return Stone F+, and decides to level up like crazy before running into Hyuk Namgung, his bloodthirsty enemy. Sung-yoon returns to Earth using a return stone and gets confused after seeing countless messages and missed calls from Hyon, making him wonder if something happened. Our guy uses the Wings of Steel and departs for the Hunter Association, where we see people gossiping about something that happened in Japan. Han Sung-yoon reaches there, leaving people shocked as they wonder if that guy did just fly. Inside the building, Haeyeon, along with her senior, welcomes our guy while they apologize for troubling him inside the tower. Sung-yoon, after some formalities, asks them if something is wrong since they called him so urgently here. Haeyeon breaks it to him about something big that just happened in Japan, and since she was worried that our guy might end up flying there alone after hearing about the incident, that's why she called him here. The senior, instead of telling Sung-yoon about it, decides to show him the body cam footage since the situation is pretty bad. This footage is of a Japanese hunter that's been shared with them by Japan, and the location is Shinjuku, Tokyo. The senior informs that the Japanese Hunter Association had detected a strong wavelength from a gate and sent a team composed of 7 A-rank hunters to the scene, and in result, the human that came out of the gate murdered 6 of the A-rank hunters in a few seconds. Although it's been speculated that he's an otherworldly challenger who has invaded Earth's dimension, Sung-yoon suggests all hunters should go and support Japan, but the senior interrupts, saying that in an unparalleled situation, almost all countries try to protect their hunters. Therefore, they are blocking their hunter resources from being dispatched to Japan. It's the same for their country, hence the hunters cannot be sent to support Japan. With that, the senior shows the bodycam footage of the only survivor of the 7, where we see the Blue Heaven Sword Dragon Namgung-hyuk telling the world that he has come back to avenge Baek-sunhak. After hearing the name, a wave of uneasiness runs through Han Sung-yoon as he was not expecting to meet him this quickly. Upon seeing our guy's serious reaction, Lee Hae-on lets him know that it's not compulsory to go, and with that, she suggests that they should go and eat something first since it's been a while since they've seen each other. Han Sung-yoon tries to say something but the black-haired girl looks concerned, and our guy announces that as per the request from Japan, he will go to Shinjuku in Tokyo. Lee Hae-on loses her cool as she questions him why he keeps doing such reckless things, not even thinking about other people's feelings, even if it's just a little. Our guy pats her head in a reassuring way and lets her know that it's something he needs to resolve. The scene takes us to Hyuk's past, where young Hyuk holds a sword while the kids in front of him look at him with fear as they think it's too much for a light spar. Baek appears and praises Hyuk as he witnesses the sword chi at the age of 13 and believes that he's achieved more than he did when he was young. The old man pats little Hyuk's head and warns him that martial arts are not to harm humans, but are a path for transcendence. Therefore, he shouldn't harm anyone without a reason. The Tower of Trials selects a challenger from the Murim dimension, and as time passes, Namgung-hyuk grows strong while people cheer for him, but he's not satisfied. His desire isn't satisfied just by climbing the tower. He's sorry to his grandfather as he uses dimensional invasion tickets because he has the most fun when destroying humans. Hyuk no longer feels satisfied by killing evil people, and going around Murim to kill people is not allowed, but he thinks that a guy named Han Sung-yoon might make this fun for him as he smiles evilly. Han Sung-yoon reaches Japan, and a lady shows him the way inside the room, escorting him through the way. Upon entering the room, our guy sees Cheon-suk and Sung-hoon already there, while they are glad to meet him again after the 10th floor. Our guy was expecting to see them since he heard from the association, and wonders if this is everyone who's gathered in response to Japan's support request. Sung-hoon reveals that an additional challenger from America will arrive soon, while our guy calculates in his head that the otherworldly challenger that appeared in Shinjuku is an unknown monster that might defeat all of them. Therefore, it would be great if the challenger from America is strong. Turns out, the challenger from America is Catherine, and Sung-yoon is speechless to see her for a moment, while the lady wonders if those two have met each other already. Han Sung-yoon reveals that they met in the tower for a moment, but Catherine sulks, not wanting to meet him like this, while our guy wonders if there's another way she wanted to meet him. Catherine argues that she wanted to meet him in a more normal way, and Sung-yoon believes if they didn't meet in a normal way in the first place, then how would they meet normally now? As they both argue, Sung-hoon confuses it for a couple fight, but our guy strictly refuses it as he uses the word never, which pisses Catherine off. The lady who showed Sung-yoon the way earlier introduces herself as the president of the Hunter Association in Japan, Ari Chika. Our guy is shocked to hear that she's the president since she came to the airport herself. Therefore, Sung-yoon thought she's just an ordinary employee. Sung-yoon believes that this shows how desperate Japan is but is interrupted when Ari says that no more support for Japan is expected. Since the situation is a lot worse than she thought, she thinks they are regulating hunter support. Chun-suk is beyond shocked as he says that even if they're regulating their hunters, to think that there are only 4 applicants out of everyone in the world is insane. Catherine also finds the situation to be more chaotic than she expected. Arya Chika states that there's no country actively willing to help Japan, while her body trembles. She bows in front of everyone out of gratitude, feeling sincerely thankful to all of them who came here when everyone else turned their backs on them. Han Sung-yoon pulls her up as he believes that now is not the time to be bowing heads, and this creates an impression on Catherine, who's starting to believe that our guy is cold on the outside, but soft deep down. But our guy completes his sentence as he says that instead of bowing, the president should increase their award right now. Sung-yoon requests that she increase the promised reward twofold, and he will actively give them all his support to solve this issue. The red-haired girl, when she heard this, takes her words back as she just had a wrong impression of him. Meanwhile, Han Sung-yoon smiles cockily since he didn't come here to become a hero. Instead, he came here because of the reward and growth he will get when he kills Namgung-hyuk. Ari regains her composure and believes that the entity that has appeared within Shinjuku is an abnormal monster, and since they all are putting their lives on the line, she promises to increase the reward twofold. With that, she points at Catherine Bennett and claims that they have a shot at victory, because the ability the red-haired challenger possesses can flip the results of the fight. One of the authorities Catherine possesses is called fire suppression. If an opponent who is stronger than her touches the fire that triggers this authority, all their stats will decrease by 10, and a random portion of their skills will become sealed. Using this authority, they can achieve victory if the enemy touches it. Han Sung-yoon thinks that they need to create a situation where Miss Catherine can activate her fire suppression. The news reveals that China's S-rank hunter Zheng, who went to Shinjuku as support, has just met the otherworldly challenger, although it seems like they're conversing. Namgung Hyuk asks the S-rank hunter if he's Han, but the guy reveals that he's a Chinese dude, Zheng. Before they both could continue their conversation, Jamun punches Hyuk in the face, and the fierce martial arts fanatic realizes that his opponent is a martial artist as well. Their fight begins while Han Sung-yoon and all the others witness this from the plane as they complain why that Chinese hunter is acting on his own. Sung-yoon asks Catherine if she can land properly even if they fall mid-air, while she wonders what he means. Our guy says that he has a good idea, and the red-haired girl does have a skill that negates all the damage when she falls. Sung-yoon believes if this works, then they would inflict a lot of damage to him in one go, and in that moment, he instructs Catherine to activate her authority. Without explaining further, Han Sung-yoon apologizes in advance and grabs Catherine as they jump from the plane and uses wings of steel. Chun-sok is happy to see that our guy has not changed one bit, and with that, they both jump off the plane as well. Catherine, in midair, argues with Sung-yoon, but our guy is not even listening to her as he finds it good that the Chinese hunter is taking up Namgung Hyuk's attention. Our guy instructs the red-haired girl to use her authority if she sees an opening, and with that, he decides to go first. Meanwhile, Jamun and Hyuk are busy fighting as Namgung wonders what type of martial art that is and pushes the Chinese hunter back as he goes flying. Before Hyuk could take a breather, something hits him with full force, and then we see Han Sung-yoon standing right in front of him. Namgung Hyuk gives our guy a sharp look as he questions who he is. Sung-yoon smiles at Hyuk as he says that he was looking for him so much, and now that he's here, he doesn't even know who he is. On the contrary, young Master Hyuk's hands swell and throb with pain while our guy makes a destructive entrance, admitting that it wasn't the best idea to plummet full speed from the sky. While Hyuk asks Han who he is, our guy activates Ashen Blood to reduce all types of pain inflicted on him by 40%. Now that Han is all set, he is surprised that the dude can't recognize him when he's been desperately looking for him. That's when Hyuk realizes that it's the infamous guy he's been searching for. Our guy introduces himself and charges his sword with the Sword Aura skill. Hyuk clenches his fists, eager in anticipation to finally face his quarry. But the young master now figures out that Han is nothing but a fraud who wields a false sword aura. The young master smashes his hands together, bursting the bumps on his hand. His hands bleed, and Hyuk fiercely states that his vexation knows no bounds. But our guy doesn't give a shit about it and dashes towards his enemy since he's unarmed. Han decides to land the first strike, but Hyuk summons his sword in an instant. The sword fight begins as their weapons clash, and our guy gets saved by a thread since a direct hit would have been fatal. Han then uses Ashen Blood to reduce his damage, and for the time being, he hides behind the shield. He expected Hyuk to take a fair bit of damage after his flying attack, but it was in vain. Our guy grows a bit weaker since another counterattack from his opponent broke right through his skill of retribution. At this rate, he won't have any use for the shield's reflection effect. Sung-yoon then witnesses the might of a true sword aura as Hyuk's sword glows. On the other hand, the swordmaster mocks Han for using self-healing skills, calling him a coward who would resort to cheap tricks given by the tower. Our guy then flashes the electric sword aura towards Hyuk, but the guy remains unaffected as if it's nothing. Right at that moment, the young master is bombarded by attacks when Kim Sung-hun and Oh Chusok ambush him, which he impeccably evades. While Hyuk is distracted, Catherine emerges from behind and strikes her curse of flames at him. However, to her surprise, her power doesn't activate, and the young master hops on a street lamp with his sword pointing skyward. The place rumbles when his sword emits a powerful aura, and Hyuk clarifies that he will not have worthless pests spoil his fun. It is known to us that after numerous life-or-death encounters, the hunters all instinctively sense one thing: there is no defense against this attack. Yes, it's Hyuk's sword aura that is terrifyingly powerful, enough to obliterate anything that comes in its path. The young master goes stark raving mad when he launches the deadly attack while the three of them run for their lives. That energy literally cloaks the horizon. The scene takes us to Han's flashback where the admin White Crane asks Han Sung-yoon to consider the modest teachings a token of her appreciation. She holds his hand and gives him a simple injection of magic energy. This is how one can truly connect with the energy instead of limiting it to a single injection. As the energy is infused into Han, White Crane asks if he feels a difference. The first time, our guy only felt an influx of magic energy, but the second time, it was like the admin had somehow manifested inside him. White Crane smiles briskly and suggests to Han that he apply the energy to a sword. but she warns him to try it after he leaves the place since he could be penalized for receiving an unfair advantage from an administrator. Coming to the present scene, Hyok's flaring power echoes across the sky, engulfing the horizon. On the contrary, our guy becomes the first self-taught sword aura user through independent enlightenment alone in the Earth dimension. The Tower of Trials applauds Han for his achievement. He receives the achievement Sword Body Unity, and with that, Sungyun's sword aura finally completes. Han asks if everyone is alright, and Catherine assures him that everyone's okay thanks to him. Deep down, Catherine ponders how Han neutralized Hyok's sword arc by meeting it with his own in a split second. The realization hits her that these two players are far beyond their level. The young master laughs maliciously since he expected nothing less from Sungyun and says that he almost disappointed him. Hyok contemplates that the more work and care that go into a sandcastle, the more satisfying it is to knock it down. Hyok strikes his sword, and as their swords clash, our guy gets pummeled. Han presumes that most of the dimensional invaders he's encountered so far have been a little arrogant, but this Japanese asshole is totally unhinged, and that triggers our guy. Our guy drifts back and requests Catherine and the others to retreat to a safe location. Han can't seem to concentrate since he has to think about protecting them like he did earlier. While Catherine refuses to leave, Sunghun does agree. It's hard to swallow, but Sungyun is totally right. Deep down, the rank 1 player feels ashamed since it's another trial in which he's of no use. Nonetheless, Kim informs Han that they'll proceed with Operation Blaze the moment they see an opportune chance. With that, Kim, Catherine, and Chuseok leave. Meanwhile, Hyok and Sungyun get all the time in the world to fight wholeheartedly. Their energy flashes across the whole city. Loud explosions reverberate, and while the three of them witness the intensity, Chuseok understands why Han wanted them to get away. As Bennett is relieved that our boy can go toe-to-toe with that monster, the masked player infers that it's not the case. It's subtle, but the enemy has read Sungyun's moves, and if this continues, our fellow will be cut down. On the contrary, our hero is battling against the odds. He hoped that mastering the sword aura would put him on slightly more equal footing with him. Han recalls what White Crane told him about Hyok Namgung's sword fighting skill being grade A, whereas his skill grade is only C. While it totally builds a huge gap between their powers, our guy presumes this isn't even a skill issue or whatever. To be honest, Hyok's strength is simply overwhelming, almost inhuman. Shortly, our guy tumbles to the ground since he used way too much strength on healing himself. As Hyok approaches him and asks if he's already given up, Han clearly knows that he won't be able to carry on fighting like this. However, in the midst of their fight, Han hits the stroke of luck when Catherine throws a potion towards him. Our guy attempts to drink it. However, a frantic kick lands on him. Well, our dude is an idiot for thinking he could drink a potion in front of a stronger enemy. Instead, that bastard Hyok gulps the potion down. Catherine is left in disbelief while Chunseok calls that Japanese dude a total asshole and regrets not poisoning the potion. After that, Namgung smirks and believes that it's human nature to cling to hope, thinking it's the same for Sungyun. That potion heals a moderate amount of Hyok's stamina. He ridicules humans for giving themselves false hope about having a chance to win if they give it their all and leave this place alive. And yet, when optimism is torn to shreds, and every glimmer of hope turns into a pallor of despair, only then does this guy plan to derive joy from broken spirits. Right at that moment, Hyok becomes more monstrous, and a hellish glint flickers in his gaze. The battle continues, and they cause massive destruction with merciless force. They plummet to the ground when Hyok's eyes meet Han's. A sudden feeling of dissatisfaction runs through him. He sees as if there is still some hope left in Sungyun's eyes. A surge of frustration rises through him, and Hyok attacks him even more fiercely, causing our boy to crash on the ground, quivering. Shortly, Namgung approaches him, presuming that Han barely has any strength left to move. But what annoys him is that his eyes still pierce right through him. This cynical feeling leads Hyok to slash his sword across his eyes, and blood splatters everywhere. Our guy screams in pain and desperately needs stamina to heal, but he's already at his limit. Still, he plans to squeeze even the last bit of strength he has left. Maybe then he can manage one final attack. The Chinese dude monstrously leans in for another strike, while Han's damaged eyes are the major stumbling block, so there's no chance he could finish his opponent with a single strike. Our guy feels anguished about his impuissance and tries to think about what his next move can be. In the meantime, Han's friends come to his rescue and dash towards him. But our guy screams at them to stay back because he knows if they join the fight, they will be slaughtered in no time. That's when the evil sword hunter learns the reason behind Han's repulsive look of hope on his face. It was his little insect companions. Nevertheless, Catherine jumps in with her power of flames, but she fails to keep up with Hyok's unfathomable speed and gets slashed by his sword from behind. The masked player calls out Catherine and fights Hyok with his lightning power. But the inevitable happens, and Namgung attacks Kim with deadly force, slamming him into the ground so hard that it bears cracks. Blood drips from Han's eyes while the young master grabs Catherine by her hair, aiming his sword at her. The monstrous guy slightly caresses the sword on her neck, and while she screams in agony, he asks Sungyun if he can smell his companion's burning flesh. Our guy furiously asks Hyuk to let her go, calling him a sick freak. The young master's face lights up with a smile when he peeks at Han's dreadful face. This is exactly what he wanted. In the next moment, Oh Chun-suk takes the chance to move sneakily and strikes Hyuk with his ice power. The fella manages to trap Hyuk's hand along with his sword and dashes away after taking Catherine. He instantly heals her as much as he could while running. Seconds later, that evil bastard breaks free from the ice hold and gets furious at that meddlesome pest. Just then, Hyuk catches up to them in a single leap. Meanwhile, Chun-suk enfolds the girl into the energy zorb to send her as far away as possible. This is the best he could do for now. During this time, the energy zorb bounces away, and as Chun-suk looks for cover to hide, Hyuk grabs his head. Hyuk slashes his sword at him, but his freezing power bears the damage. Watching his companions getting beaten to death, the guilt overtakes Han. He ponders that even after 7 years, nothing has changed. He thought he grew stronger, his ascension was boundless, but he's still powerless to protect anyone. As the guilt festers within him, abruptly, an army of rats comes rushing towards him. It turns out those rats were running for something: survival. Having mistaken the ensuing fight as a natural disaster, thousands of rats came pouring into the open to make a run for survival. As for our hero's survival, thanks to these rats, he finally found a perfect way to use his one final attack. That's when Sungyun's mental gears spin magnificently, and after killing all those thousands of rats, he absorbs all the dead souls to replenish his stamina. On the other hand, the sword hunter cuts off one of Sunghun's arms and holds it. Right at that moment, our guy tells Hyuk that he's crossed the line, calling him a disgusting Murim freak. The sword hunter snickers, not sensing the imminent danger, and waves Kim's slashed arm around because he's enjoying Han's desperate struggles. In a split second, a violent flaming punch lands directly on Hyuk's gut. The use of the power of flames on Hyuk seals the use of sword aura for 10 minutes, along with decreasing his stats. That guy turns out to be Ziwen Peng, the hero of China, who lets out that this bastard Hyuk failed to take his life. It appears that Ziwen has passed on Catherine's flames and just came to hit Hyuk. Now that his part in this fight is done, he leaves. Namgung is hurt badly, and is defenseless because his sword aura has been sealed by the Curse of Flames. Suddenly, the area is surrounded by floating swords, and it happens to be a forced duel. That's when a dueling zone gets established for a radius of 100 feet, using the innate trait, Forced Duel. All other players except Hyuk and Sungyun are prohibited from entering this zone. Even without his sword aura, Hyuk snickers like a maniac since he can use his fist aura. His cocky ass is pretty damn sure that Sungyun, bereft of his sight, has no defense against him. While it may seem it's the end for our main character, the plot twist enters. In that intense moment, our hero can't remember exactly when it was that he gained the third eye skill and became able to detect attacks from out of sight. He thought that was the limit of the third eye, but it's beyond that. Han can now clearly see the wall erected around the radius, down to every last rock and pebble inside the dueling zone. What's more ironic is that our guy can see more now that his sight's been taken from him. He then realizes he hasn't been using the third eye skill to its full potential at all. It definitely lived up to its name. That's when the third eye appeared on Han's forehead, and he could see more than he ever imagined possible. That's how our guy discovers the true nature of the third eye in his name, and the skill upranks from D to B. And now that he fought a life-or-death battle relying only on his senses, his skill instinct also upgrades to rank B. With this upgrade, his senses have grown even sharper than before. Player Han survives the battle against the Master of the Sword, which upgrades his Demon Slayer-style skill. On top of that, his body experiences healing beyond its limit due to the copious damage suffered. Now that the tables have turned, Hyuk gets confused when our guy evades his attack. At that very moment, Sungyun's eyes open wide, and a dark, hell-born light seeps through them. Because finally, he can fight on an equal footing against Hyuk Namgung in his weakened state. Well, things take a drastic turn when Murim Master struggles to fight with our guy, wondering what manner of trickery this is. Hyuk feels his movements growing sharper at every turn, and so does the edge of his blade. Well, it's because our guy activates the skill Silent Shadow, which makes him move in the shadows. Han goes all out when he maximizes all his speed skills, including Grace of the Wind and Instant Acceleration. He moves at the speed of light and increases his attack speed for the blade using the Wild Sword Flurry skill. Our guy launches his sword attack, but Namgung evades impeccably. At that moment, Han ponders that he's using every last ounce of his power, but this is barely an even match. He feels like he can't go on like this. And the thing is, his stamina is going to deplete when Hyuk's stat debuffs are lifted in 10 minutes. Simply put, Sungyun has to end this while Murim Master is still under the Curse of Flames. Hence, there's only one thing that can break this stalemate: a wild card. Our hero raises the sword and flings it with overwhelming force. Namgung smirks like a devil and dodges that sword like a breeze. He calls Han's attempt moronic and a foolish gambit born of desperation. The Swordmaster's cockiness gets the best of him when he leans in to land a blazing punch, and a chilling stare flashes across Han's eyes when he calls out, "Iron Blood Sword." Right at that moment, the sword materializes out of the blue and, on Han's command, pierces right through Hyuk. The guy is left staggered by the sudden occurrence and blood drips from his mouth. With the sword stabbed inside him, Hyuk realizes that Sungyun has struck his chi core, so he must act with all haste to recover fully. It appears that the 10 minutes pass away, the Curse of Flames ends, and the forced duel also gets lifted. The duel's barrier starts fading away, while the Swordmaster regrets getting distracted by this child's play. He yanks away that sword and tells Han they should continue this duel another time. Hyuk holds a red stone when the gate materializes, leaving everyone slack-jawed. The Chinese dude Ziwen figures out that he's trying to return to the Murim dimension. In that moment, they all had a powerful sense of premonition. If they failed to kill Hyuk Namgung once and for all, he would return to Earth one day to cause an even greater calamity. But they can't let him get away, and Chunseok, Catherine, Kim, and Ziwen charge at the Swordmaster. The words "get away" pound in Hyuk's ear, and his pride crumbles badly. A blaze bursts forth from the blade, rattling the entire Shinjuku district and drowning the horizon in glow. The buildings crumble and the blaze breaks through Sungyun's shield of retribution. That power burns one of our guy's arms. It withers away like the wind. While Catherine sobs as she witnesses his arm, she shouts, but Han tells her to calm down, reminding them that the enemy is still standing in front of them. At that moment, the Swordmaster calls out Han and clarifies that from their very first encounter, he would have slain him in a heartbeat if he desired, asking him if he dares to continue. These words make our guy's blood boil, but he's got nothing to say to that. Murim Master turns back and assures Han not to fret, as he shall come again for him soon. After the guy leaves, Sungyun falls to the ground while everyone runs to him. In the Murim dimension, the servants greet their young master who's just returned. But Hyuk is in pretty rough condition as he coughs up blood. He simmers with anger, determined to drown Han Sungyun in the depths of despair, even if it's the last thing he does. The scene takes us to the hospital near Tokyo, where President Eri rushes to Han, who's finally awake, and his body is wrapped in bandages due to severe injuries. Watching his arm, the president lets out that he has sacrificed so much and expresses gratitude toward our boy. Abruptly, our fella activates the skill Ashen Blood, and his arm regenerates in a split second, leaving Eri slack-jawed. After that, our guy looks for other members and goes to check on Catherine first. Han slid open the curtains only to find Catherine sitting undressed. Our guy is welcomed by a slap. Outside, Oh Chun-seok is walking with the help of crutches when he finds our guy in the hallway with a slap mark printed on his face. Our guy lets out that he was in Catherine's room, who was full of energy. Nonetheless, Han asks him about Kim Sung-hun since he hasn't seen him around. Chun-seok responds that he did see him in the morning, adding he has got a lot on his mind. The guy elaborates that Seung-hun Hyung lost his right arm in the last battle. Later, at the hospital roof, Han finds Kim there, who greets the sword demon. Our guy is confused by that nickname while Sung-hun glances at his arm, which is now all healed up. The masked guy asks Sung-yoon if he healed with a skill, and he's amazed by our guy's incredible power. The masked dude admits that Han has a knack for surprising him and proceeds to reveal his arm, which is halfway healed, saying he was not so fortunate. Just then, Han apologizes and blames himself, saying things wouldn't have been this bad if only he had been stronger. But Sung-hun replies that there's no reason for an apology since he has a skill that allows him to function normally. Han speaks his mind and confesses that he's rushing his way up the tower like a man possessed, for the sake of getting stronger. He admits that he was completely obsessed with no regard for anything else. He became an emotionless monster. Well, Kim finds nothing wrong in fueling himself with the greed of getting more powerful, and yet he also believes that it is just as important for the mighty to protect the weak. At least, this is the conviction which he fights for. Han seems to have learned a lot from this mission, something crucial he shouldn't have forgotten. Hearing this puts Kim's mind at ease, to know that someone powerful like Han is not a bloodthirsty monster. But being honest, when they first met in the tower, Sung-hun wasn't sure of his intentions. At that moment, Kim lifts his mask to smoke a cigarette, and as our guy takes a glance at his face, his eyes snap open in shock. Our boy recognizes who he is while Kim grins, apologizing for not introducing himself earlier. After that, all the hunters who'd been back from the mission are photographed, and Han gives an interview. Later, our boy hands Catherine a choker she'd lost. All the hunters wear their tower costumes and leave. Since our boy is the only one left, he drapes his red tailcoat and feels different. He smiles and ponders that the association guys must have upgraded it during repairs. In fact, all of his gear is in perfect shape, but this is the least they could do after the hunters put a stop to a national disaster. He hops on the bed and thinks how the last 3 days with the return stone went by in a flash. Han wasn't hoping to become so famous and stumbled upon an image from the fight that had already spread. He assumes the Japanese association must have been filming them from a chopper and reads the comments that give him the nickname Sword Demon. He learns the reason why Sung-hun called him by that name earlier. Nonetheless, our guy is surprised since he had no idea that under that mask was the Lightning Lord. It is then revealed to us that the Lightning Lord stood head and shoulders above everyone, even among the 30 grade S hunters in Korea. He brought down gate after gate at a speed no S-grade hunter could match. He was worshipped as a hero in Korea. The scene then takes us to Sung-yoon's flashback, where the Lightning Lord, Kim Seung-hoon, hands him a card and tells him to consider this a recruitment call. Kim asks our boy to reach out whenever he'd like. Coming to the present, Han's stay on Earth comes to an end, and he decides to hold up that recruitment call for now, since he'd better train and live up to the Sword Demon nickname. With that, our boy travels back to the Tower of Trials. He enters the lobby of the 11th floor and ponders about the lessons he's learned in his fight with Hyok. Han learns that he doesn't have enough stamina. Although the skill Ashen Blood heals up most wounds more than any other skill, the Regen effect doesn't kick in when the stamina is low. This is why our guy thinks it's time he learned a new way to cover stamina. Sung-yoon keeps scrolling the skill store since he finds nothing to his liking, but then he stumbles on a way to stop overthinking and just buy everything he can. With that, our guy buys every skill he finds helpful. He gets Auto Stamina Regen that restores a total of 0.07 stamina every 180 seconds. He also purchases the skill Lunar and Solar Synthesis, which increases base stamina by 100% when exposed to light. Our guy then activates Skill Synthesis and synthesizes the most compatible skills, the Solar and Lunar Synthesis. It is created into a C-grade skill, Photosynthesis, that increases base stamina by 200% and allows users to absorb magic energy from light sources, combining the advantages of both skills. Han is happy with this new skill and presumes that if he synthesizes the vampire skill Call of Blood and Photosynthesis, he'll surely hit a jackpot. However, to his disappointment, the new skill Blood Covenant that is generated didn't raise a skill and completely wiped out the effect of photosynthesis. Sung-yoon concludes this skill was a dud, and in that case he buys another vampire skill and tries combining the failed Blood Covenant and Call of Blood one more time. After they are merged, a new B-grade skill Blood Prophet is generated, and he can now extract health, stamina, and magic energy from the blood of a living being, and control blood as well. Our guy wonders what it even means and cuts his hand in order to find out. As the blood begins to pour out, it turns out that Han can control blood in a literal sense, as the blood droplets move on his command. He can make it into whatever shape he wants, and even push drops of blood out without having to cut himself open. This sounds hella impressive, and Sung-yoon decides to save that for when he needs a lot of blood. Our guy gets certain that the Blood Prophet skill will come in handy. After that, our guy made the most of his time. He upgrades Eyes of Truth using the synthesis menu. An A-grade skill, Fireworm's Eye, is created that imbues Han's eyes with the fireworm's power and allows him to see things that can't be seen normally. On top of that, this skill has a secondary effect that allows him to gain info on objects, and the user can discern when someone is lying through Dragon Sight. Our guy activates this skill and reads info of every single object he's wearing, like the vampire's Count Old Tailcoat and Boots of Swiftness. When he reads the description of the Sanguine Demon Sword, it reveals that its true potential is unlocked when a user who has reached a level of Firebrand activates the unique effect Blood Aura to the maximum degree. That's when the realization hits Han that Firebrand is the level of power that took Hyoknamgung to decimate the entire Shinjuku district. He infers that only someone on the same level can unlock the Sanguine Sword's true potential. Our guy took this sword as mediocre, but now he gets curious as to what its full potential looks like. Soon after, Han enters the trial of the 11th floor, which is a mental testament, and this time the objective is to clear the way through to the 7th gate within the time limit, which is freaking 7 days. The reward upon clearance is an antique mirror of testament, and the penalty of failure is death. Just as our boy enters the floor, he encounters Priest Johan, who greets him to the Temple of Testaments. The guy opens up to player Han Sung-yoon that he will undertake the trials bestowed by the God of Testaments. His trials will persist until his last breath. Since a mere adventurer like him dared to take on these divine testaments, he must contend with the consequences of his choices. Our guy takes on this trial and asks what he must do to clear it. The priest questions Han if he is ignorant of the rules of the trial led by the 7 gods of Ares. At that moment, the realization dawns on our fella, and he reckons that if this is the Ares dimension, then it's where the Black Knight who invaded his 5 trials came from. Johan is surprised that a clueless excuse for an adventurer like him made it into this dimension, but nonetheless, he explains how this trial works. He reveals that the trial takes place in the Temple of Testaments, testament of the body, mind, and faith. After player Han undergoes the first testament of body, he advances to the ultimate yet most difficult trial, the testament of mind. Now about the gates. There will be a high priest in each trial chamber whom he must persuade or kill in order to advance to the next chamber. Bluntly put, Han needs to do whatever it takes to get through the gates. The priest smirks and thinks he has divulged enough, so now the answers are for Sung-yoon to find. With that, the first testament begins, and Priest Johan turns out to be our guy's opponent. He immediately leaps towards our fella, and not to mention his power seems terrifyingly strong. At first, Han halts that punch with his hand, and soon after, his punch clasps with his opponent's hand. As their hands clasp, our hero ascertains that this big guy is equal to the challenger who's achieved pioneer status in the hard level. Promptly, Sungyun activates his skill, Blood Prophet, and discreetly pushes blood out of his finger. He then makes it into the shape of a bullet and shoots it straight into the opponent's forehead, killing him instantly. Just like a cinch, our guy kills the priest and is impressed by how overpowered the Blood Prophet skill is. Anyways, Han thanks the dead guy for the explanation and absorbs his dead spirit. After this, the admin Priest of Seven Gods is shocked to witness Han's outrageous behavior and compliments him as an interesting player to watch, nodding at his mercilessness. Judging by the names of the admins, our guy presumes that the god part of this trial got a bunch of them all riled up. Meanwhile, the admins White Crane and Lord of Iron and Blood are disappointed to see that Han undertook the trial without prior mention. Our guy justifies that he doesn't have a way to contact them. After that, he rummages through the priest's clothes and finds an item, while Ares' admins are impressed by his greed, and the Godslayer nods to affirm that they understand his actions. Nonetheless, to read the info of the mirror item, our guy activates the Fireworm's Eye and gets to know it's the priest's divine mirror. He then jumps onto the real info of the item through the Dragon Eye, discovering that the holy energy of the God of Testament is instilled in this divine mirror, which can also lead the user to determine their own fate. Han is left utterly baffled when he ponders on determining his own fate, guessing this item is good for a one-time protective barrier at least. Shortly, our boy continues walking to the next gate, hoping it's the Testament of Body too. As soon as he opens the gate, he meets a pretty girl priest who's surprised that he reached the chamber so quickly. She supposes that Priest Johann is no longer fit to dispense judgment. The girl reveals that she's Jane, priest of the Second Testament. Unexpectedly, she frantically flings a chair at him, and Han is not so pleased by such a violent welcome. Our guy believes it's another testament of the body, while Jane agrees and aggressively comes flying toward him. She strikes the sword at him, but Han evades it impressively. Whilst dodging, our guy notices that Jane's sword aura is a lot like the one he used to use. Han activates his weapon with 2 sword auras and slashes Jane's arm. She's banged against the wall and is in utter shock to see an aura user. The priest does not find it possible for a mere adventurer to have full command of an aura. Our guy responds that he uses the aura the same way as she does, asking why that surprises her. That's when Jane reveals that their holy energy is bestowed upon them by the God of Testaments, a blessing through which they wield his immense power. So it's only natural she's shocked that a man like Han, entirely devoid of holy energy, could wield a sword aura of such overwhelming force. While Jane heals her arm with holy energy, Sungyun presumes that it should have been a fatal wound. Nonetheless, the priest leaps again, while our guy can tell this holy energy is going to be such a pain. Their swords clash, and Han starts questioning in the middle of the fight. He mutters that he was told by the first priest that he could pass the gate without having to kill the priest. But he asks Jane if there's really a way to convince her to let him pass. Jane smirks and assumes that his gift of blabbering will have to be smooth enough to impress a god. Ignoring her bullshit, Sungyun asks her how many gates are in the Testament of Body. But our fella's attitude annoys Jane very much, and she gives him a death glare as she sees that he's brimming with pomposity. She bluntly tells Han to save his cliché questions for when the battle is over. Our guy stands stiff and activates instant acceleration. In a blink, he yanks away the priest's sword and slams her against the wall. He grabs her hands and arrogantly says the battle is over. As promised, our guy wishes to hear more about the testament process. The priest nervously asks Han if he's going to have his way with her. While the admins anticipated our guy's response and some gazed at him with narrowed eyes, Sungyun makes it clear that he's not going to do anything of the kind. Jane laughs and thinks how fortunate she is, while the Lord of Iron and Blood heartily agrees with the priest, and White Crane expresses relief. Our guy doubts anyone who's capable of something like that can make it all this way, and Jane unbelievably asks him if he truly believes his words. If so, she calls him exceptionally naive for a hunter. Either way, Han lets her know that she's going to tell him everything as promised. Being a good girl, Jane spills that there are 2 remaining goods in the Testament of Body, and the Testament of Faith will begin at the 5th gate and end at the 6th gate, which means the Testament of Mind takes place at the 7th gate. Before he reaches the 7th gate, Jane advises our hero to consider abandoning this trial altogether. She unfolds that the 7th gate of the temple has never been breached by a single soul. All those who step through the gate either go mad or die bleeding from every orifice of their bodies. Sungyun uses his Dragon Eye skill and figures out that she isn't lying about this. Now that the priest is done with her piece, Jane says her final words and pays Han gratitude for a battle well fought. At that moment, our boy asks her one last question, wondering if there's a way to pass this gate without killing her. But Jane believes that such a feat would surpass his current abilities, which makes our guy wonder if she isn't afraid of her own death. Jane smiles like a maniac, with not a hint of fear on her face, and believes that death, too, is a testament that brings them closer to God. Just like that, Han kills her on the spot because dragging this out would only be an act of cruelty. He then absorbs Jane's spirit and convinces himself that he did what he had to. However, he can't help but feel like a scumbag. With that, Han enters another chamber and meets Regression, a sword to be wielded by the gods of testaments. Regression then tests Han's prowess as a warrior and raises his sword to unleash the aura. A glinting fire aura emits from the sword, leaving our boy's eyes widened. It's not as stable as it should be, but Sungyun realizes that the guy is a firebrand user. Our boy is nervous at the fact that he has to face a firebrand user only 3 gates in. This means that Han will have to put his life on the line. He goes up against his opponent, and as their swords clash, Regression drifts away. Right at that moment, Han feels something's not right. The old man's physical stats are lower than his. Not only that, the impact that he feels from his attacks is weaker in comparison. But still, this old man keeps breaking through his sword aura. Our boy recalls when he saw Hyok Namgung use Firebrand and naturally assumed that it was superior to a sword aura. He dwells on the possibility that homicidal maniac Hyok was just unusually powerful. In reality, maybe there's a chance that the Firebrand skill isn't just the stronger version of sword aura. To test his hypothesis, our boy clashes his sword with his opponent's and figures out that, time by time, it's only the sword aura that breaks. Meanwhile, the swordsman steps forward and clarifies to Han that his aura will never break his sword. Strangely enough, that old man reveals the only way to shatter his blade is to command that which cannot be seen. That's when our guy sums it up that this swordsman is a firebrand user, even though he's weaker than him. It's almost like when a kid who sucks at studying beats his test score. A wicked grin spreads across Han's face. He calls that old man's prattling bullshit and only focuses on breaking that dude's sword. Sungyun puts all his strength into breaking that sword, but the swordsman emphasizes that only those with command over the unseen can wield a sword that will cut through all things in the universe. It is then one will conjure an aura of overwhelming power. Han continues to strike his sword with the opponents when suddenly his sword emits a stronger aura. At that very moment, our hero's sword breaks through Regression's sword aura and slashes his face. Our guy then apprehends the difference between a sword aura and the firebrand's sword flames. He learns that to activate a sword flame is to foster a sense of intense mental determination. Sheer willpower, in other words. Priest Regression coughs up blood and smiles, expressing joy about Sungyun surpassing his sword flame. The man oddly looks happy for our guy for wielding the true firebrand and praises him. Our guy is baffled, as he wonders why the old man is happy about it. Strangely, the priest is more interested in someone else's growth than his own death. The priest trembles, overwhelmed by euphoria to think our guy would learn it so quickly. With that, our guy proves his worth as a warrior, and in that split second, Han mercilessly decapitates the priest in a single slash. He then absorbs the dead priest's soul, and the proficiency of his innate trait, necromancy, reaches 100%. Just then, the trait necromancy upgrades to grade B, and he is curious to see what new abilities he's unlocked this time. He unlocks the skill Secondary Effect that allows the user to extract a power from a target upon absorbing the dead spirit of a stronger enemy. Our guy hits the jackpot because every time necromancy upgrades, it never disappoints. What's more is that it's already this powerful at only grade B. He anticipates the perk he'll gain at grade A or S. After that, Han opens up the status window and notices that he's closer to 3-digit stats already. Our guy recalls his trainee days when he used to think that was something only a prodigy could achieve. In the meantime, Han Sungyun absorbs all the priest's dead souls, including Jane, Johan, and Regression. On top of that, with his new skill, he extracts the skill Indomitable Will from Regression's soul. This skill is the symbol of those who challenge the impossible to the bitter end and refuse to bow down, along with the effect of increasing the user's physical stats and focus when facing a stronger enemy. Han then walks up to the next chamber and finds an angel in the air who supposes that Priest Regression has finally croaked, a surprise to be sure. That's when our boy pauses for a second, and the admin Godslayer warns Han to be more cautious from here on. The admin White Crane informs him that the priest uses a genuine sword aura, as opposed to a false one, while the Lord of Iron and Blood is impressed by the powerful aura from the priest of the God of Testaments. Suddenly, our guy involuntarily swings his sword, and the priest flies to the ground, taking it that Han's not the talkative type. The priest exudes a chilling stare and without further ado, begins the Fourth Testament. The priest reveals himself as Chiron, a disciple aspirant serving the God of Testaments. Our guy gets notified that he's facing an enemy that exceeds his level and activates the skill Indomitable Will. In that juncture, Han feels Chiron's aura, which feels way more powerful than the other priests he's faced so far. Chiron summons a piece of broken mirror that emits a blinding aura. As our guy evades that lightning bolt, the aura from Chiron's weapon is reflecting and aims to hit Sungyun. Han freezes in shock and immediately activates the Dragon Eye, which helps him counteract with his sword aura. Our guy finds that beam of light annoying since it keeps reflecting off the mirrors, and feels the urge to attack the priest before he overwhelms him with those beams. As they are about to confront each other, Chiron flaps his wings. which reverberates a merciless force, making our guy drift away and tumble. Han manages to live as he blocks those beams with his sword as it clashes with the glass. Our boy is shocked to see another sword user. He then witnesses Karen flying away and is intrigued by the winning strategy he's got, his wings. Han anticipates that at long range, Karen will use those beams to attack. Even if he dodges the initial blast, it'll be amplified by mirror walls to catch him from out of sight. But when Han manages to close the distance, the priest uses the gust from the wings to break the enemy's balance, counteracting his sword flame. That sounds complicated, but despite that, our guy is amazed since beams and sword flame are one hell of a combination. Han comes to realize that he can't just go and smash those mirrors. If the shards from the broken mirror fragment the beams into countless small beams, there's no way he could dodge every single one of them at the same time. The admins begin to panic and question the difficulty of this trial, while the other admin, Sable Demon, is curious to see how player Han meets his demise. Upon reading this, our guy feels low-key mad, while the admins on Han's side eagerly wait for his next move. Han feels relieved that at least they don't seem to panic much. On the other hand, Priest Kyron emerges with another mirror and clarifies that he won't go easy this time, wondering if Sung-yoon will be able to survive this. Right at that moment, the disciple goes berserk, and the light flashes and reflects from 4 different places, making it impossible for our guy to dodge multiple beams. Eventually, the beams strike him, and an explosion occurs. But thanks to Han's skill, Shield of Retribution, it takes all the damage, and now our guy is able to release all the accumulated damage. It's more like an Uno reverse attack. That's when our hero releases the damage, and the beam travels through the shield. A raging beam pierces through Karen, leaving him staggered by sheer shock. The disciple is left flabbergasted by the sudden turn of events, and as he's coughing up blood, he's certain that Han wasn't a trained mage, supposing that he has been blessed by God. But our guy responds that he doesn't know anything about God's blessings. With a hole pierced in his body, Priest Kyron concludes that Han neither fled from his testament nor suffered defeat from it. Hereby, he's proven himself worthy. After this, the priest collapses, and Han absorbs the dead disciple's body. He also extracts a power from Karen's dead soul, who was more powerful than the user. Abruptly, our boy's soul gets imbued with the power of holy energy that he gets from the priest, and he realizes that must be the power the priests here were using, just like hunters use magic energy. Our boy feels a certain energy in his chest, but he finds it hard to move, sensing that it's totally different from magic energy. The admin White Crane wonders why Han's central energy core has been imbued with holy energy, and the Lord of Iron and Blood is flustered upon witnessing that his heart bears no traces of any god. After a while, Han walks to the next chamber and encounters an old man who calls Han the one who's driven by the frenzy of battle. Our guy appears confused and asks the old lady what he meant by that. The old man mentions Han's ultimate calling, which is to keep marching from one victory to the next until he achieves boundless growth to become the pinnacle of strength. It's as if the old lady spoke to Han's mind, but our guy presumes that wanting to be the pinnacle of strength was an overstatement. Suddenly, the woman walks past him and responds to Han that it's not an overstatement, but rather a conclusion that he'll reach by himself in the end. At that very moment, a strike of terror runs through Han as to how she's reading his mind, and he immediately turns back, wielding his sword. But the old woman tells him to calm his troubled nerves, revealing that it's not the testament of the body, but the testament of faith. Han spirals into panic as the woman switches places in a split second, wondering how the hell one can move like that. That's when it hits our boy, and he's gripped by utter trepidation, assuming that his mind has been compromised. He finds himself trapped in a void where he's grabbed by many hands and a woman chews on him. The old woman is intrigued by the test, and to everyone's surprise, she informs Han that he's passed the test. While our guy is left utterly perplexed, the old lady lets him know that he's worthy of passing the 5th gate. Han asks her how that's even possible, and the old lady reveals that the 5th gate begins with an observation of the player's mind. Only those who possess unfaltering will are granted a glimpse into their own. She confesses that she sensed such strength of will within Han, the will to do violence, ready to cut down anyone who stands in the way of his quest for power. The lady senses the desire of Han to become stronger, even at the cost of killing indiscriminately. It lurks deep within his subconsciousness. Lady Henier tells Han to make it quick if he falls to his ambition, whether it's by his sword or the vicissitude of faith. But our guy makes it clear that he has no desire to kill her since he passed the test already. The lady finds it a rare surprise and provokes our boy, saying that she perhaps ought to unleash the full brunt of the testament of faith. Sung-yoon gets ready to slash her due to her cockiness, but the lady changes her words and passes him. She then grants Han a safe passage and pats him. With that, our fella strides for the next testament and finds himself engulfed in darkness as he goes further. Soon after, he notices the mirrors turning black and finds himself plunged into total darkness. Right at that moment, a woman whispers in his ears, scaring the shit out of him as he swishes his sword. He hopes it's not the same shit again, but the holy maiden disappointingly informs Sung-yoon that he's already lost in the prison of his mind. The woman reveals to Sungyun that Lady Hanir planted a clever little seed to guide him deeper into his own mind. Our guy realizes that Eileen's talking about the old lady from earlier who patted him on the back, but she actually planted a seed. It appears the Holy Maiden is inside Han's mind. Our guy seems to be trapped by strange strands, and she assures him that she's keeping a very close eye on his mortal shell in the real world. That's what worries Han the most, and Eileen tells him that he's certainly stuck in the mud. She's offended by our guy's conceited attitude. Abruptly, the maiden aims a dagger at his throat and warns Sungyun that she could pierce right through his throat with a flick of her wrist. Our guy gets humbled real quick and apologizes to her, justifying that all he wanted to know was how he's supposed to prove his faith. Eileen laughs and finds it adorable how swiftly our guy found his manners. She then proceeds to explain that this world is nothing but a reflection of his own nothing. Here, player Han must learn to gaze inward into the deepest recesses of his mind. Only then will he reach the end of the sixth gate. Eileen elaborates that the mind of a sentient is formed by the core beliefs of each person, and few are aware of an uninhibited view of their own mind. She clarifies that the world is not easy to grasp, just like how he sees impenetrable darkness when he closes his eyes. In other words, she meant that Han must train himself to see his true essence in this world of darkness. The Holy Maiden Eileen then commenced his sixth testament. Suddenly, the water beneath Sungyun ripples in a frantic manner until our guy eventually gets drowned in it. Eileen, on the contrary, consoles the poor thing as our boy drowns in the illusion of his mind. She's certain that the pain is just as vivid as the real thing. The Holy Maiden hopes Han finds a solution soon, because if he fails to do so, he'll have the rare experience of drowning on dry land. While she's testing Han, our guy activates the skill Clear-Headed that weakens the effect of mind control and allows him to stay calm. Our guy feels much better and apprehends that he needs to stay calm and breathe for as long as he needs. As Sungyun manages to survive in the water, suddenly he feels something on his fingertips. Eileen praises his determination since she was not expecting him to be able to move while his consciousness is still in the mind realm. It turns out that our boy scratches the Holy Maiden's neck with his sword. Flustered, Eileen is in disbelief that a hunter is able to defend himself in the depths of his own subconsciousness. That's the moment she realizes that she's lured a monster into her grasp. The mind realm begins to crumble. In the water, Han moves his muscles and feels relieved that he's getting his bodily senses back. Eileen spirals into panic since Han was supposed to be completely devoid of all senses in the mind realm, wondering how in God's name he regained senses in only 2 hours. She wonders if he is even freaking human. Our guy couldn't believe the Holy Maiden when she said it's been 2 hours because he feels like he's barely been here for a minute. That's when Eileen unveils that time passes quicker in the mind realm. A realization occurs to Han when he thinks he's screwed. Well, thinking perspicaciously, if he wastes most of his remaining 7 days at the sixth gate, he could fail the entire trial and end up getting a death penalty. The pressure begins to sink, and our guy feels the urge to learn to see through the mind realm as fast as he can, given that he's on a time crunch. He acts swiftly and presumes that he was able to regain his senses due to the power Clear-Headed, which leads him to think that he can activate his skills too. Han tries to activate the Fireworm's Eye, which allows him to see beyond what can't be seen. At that moment, our guy witnesses something implausible. He stares at the ocean of blood cascading. The Holy Maiden freaks out and asks Han how the fuck he saw through the mind realm so quickly. Well, it's all thanks to his skills buffet. Suddenly, Eileen gets startled and asks our guy if he is even human, because from her knowledge, a normal human doesn't tend to sprout iron wings from their back. It appears that Sungyun activates the power Wings of Steel and soars through the ocean. Our guy narrates that when the Fireworm's Eye exposed the world of his mind, he could hardly guess the meaning of the vision he was confronted with, not to mention that he felt twisted and dark in an ominous way. After that, Han flashes through his mind realm in an instant and makes a destructive appearance when he grabs his sword, asking the Holy Maiden if he made a mess. Eileen falters when she looks at Han, her worst nightmare. She justifies that it wasn't her doing, while the admins breathe a sigh of relief to see our boy regaining his consciousness. Our boy then curiously asks the maiden if this really was the testament of faith, and Eileen responds that the testament of faith is to face and accept one's deepest self. She explains that human beings go through life with little faith in their core beliefs, unaware of what they strive for or believe in. What one thinks, believes, and acts on comprise their mind realm, and this is what Han came face to face with in this testament. Eileen then reveals what she saw in Han's mind realm. He seeks to overcome his pitiful past and gain even greater power, but not at the cost of humanity. She then bids the inhuman might a farewell with an end note, saying that sometimes remaining faithful to one's desires, as he does, is the most honest path of all. With that, Sungyun enters the seventh gate, where he comes across a light that instills fear into him. The light crackles, and it turns out to be an eye. Our guy is left panic-stricken when the God of Testaments gazes at him. At that moment, he recalls what Jane said about the seventh soul not being breached by a single soul. Han understands what she really meant, and suddenly a bright light radiates, and the whole place rumbles, making our guy trip. That terrifyingly vehement aura leaves him deeply unsettled. Sung-yoon feels as if he came across an absolute being that he cannot resist, and his body starts giving up on survival itself. Even though our guy just received its gaze, he can't seem to recover from it, and realizes that's what God is, but Sung-yoon refuses to get stepped on so helplessly. And with that, he activates the skill Ashen Blood, which reduces all categories of pain that are inflicted on by 17%. Sung-yoon believes that there's always a breakthrough since the Tower of Trials was constructed like that, although he's not sure if he will be able to cut those eyes in the first place, but he wants to try even if there's a slightest bit of a chance. Our guy looks down on the god, and by every passing second is losing his consciousness, when the god of verification lets him know that he's impressed by his guts. The system notifies that the god of verification is happy to see a challenger with tough mental strength for the first time in a while, and sees Han's endless confident gaze as he asks him to verify himself. With that, the god informs our guy of the start of the 7th gate and disappears. Meanwhile, Han Sung-yoon is still in shock as he can't believe things like God really exist, and finds himself standing in front of a mirror when the system instructs him to link with the future him and begin synchronization. The verification of the mind begins, and the assimilation rate of our guy in the mirror slowly increases. The system believes the verification trial to be best suited for player Han Sung-yoon, and wants him to verify that his beliefs won't change even in the future. We see Han Sung-yoon move to a place where he finds Johan from Gate 1, who's looking for his mirror while crying. Our guy finds the place around him to be Korea, where he sees his future self, making him wonder what he's trying to do. His future self kills many innocent people while Han Sung-yoon tries to stop him, and the assimilation rate between him in the mirror and his real self forcefully increases by 10%. Sung-yoon feels as if his chest is being torn apart into many pieces while he feels mixed emotions like guilt, madness, and rage. Suddenly Johan appears behind him and asks him if he's the one who took his mirror, and with that, he does something to our guy which seals all the skills that interfere with Challenger Han's mind. Our guy tries to fight back, knowing that mental protection is especially important in the verification of the mind, and wonders what should he do if his skill, Serene Mind, is blocked. The assimilation rate between our guy and his mirror self increases forcefully to 20%, and due to unbearable mental shock, Han Sung-yoon gets the status Abnormality QI Deviation. Han, with his mind now trapped, wonders why his future self is doing something so cruel, even though he obsesses over strength, but there's just no way he would do that. With our boy's status abnormality being QI deviation if our guy does not resolve this proficiency, the system notifies that the skill Mana Circuit can drop by at most 10%. Mana Circuit proficiency drops by 0.3, then 0.7 and 0.4 after that, and Sung-yoon feels his Mana Circuit overheating too much. Our guy sees the Murim world where he sees his future self looking for the Murim Alliance leader as he threatens the people and claims to spare their lives if they tell him about the whereabouts of the Alliance leader. Murim Alliance leader Lee Jin-hwan appears as he talks about the gossip going on about a madman called the Sword Ghost in Murim, and seeing Han Sung-yoon, the Alliance leader feels he deserves the title. Before he could say anything else, future Sung-yoon attacks him, and the battle between them begins. In the end, future Han Sung-yoon kills all the Alliance members he said he would spare, leaving Lee Jin-hwan dumbfounded. The Alliance leader asks the madman in front of him if he's not ashamed, but Sung-yoon's future self refuses, as he believes the weak people are his resources, which don't let him get tired or hurt, and they don't have more value than that in our guy's point of view. The assimilation rate between our guy and his mirror self forcefully increases to 30%, making him cough up blood. The author narrates that during the dozens of times that the location in the mirror changed after his future self killed thousands and became endlessly stronger, our guy was in a state similar to a monster, enveloped in madness and only looking to become stronger. A crazy monster that never loses. The assimilation between Han and his future self forcefully increases up to 40 and then 50%. If the assimilation rate keeps increasing like that, it would be bad. But our guy wonders what kind of feeling this is and why he's feeling pleasured by it. We see Challenger Sung-hoon angrily entering the place while asking Han Sung-yoon if he thought he could get away after doing something this shitty. Ari Chika is still in disbelief to witness the sight in front of her where future Sung-yoon is holding a dead Cheon-suk after killing him mercilessly. The president of the Leader Association questions our guy the reason he's willing to kill innocent people for the sake of getting stronger. But our guy finds the question rather silly, as he states that he's simply killing others for him to get stronger. Kim Sung-hoon reminds our guy that he can control lightning and furiously warns him to be prepared to die as he attacks him. Sung-yoon considers the fact that Sung-hoon is not an opponent to be underestimated and smiles as he kills Sung-hoon by splitting him in half. Ari is traumatized to witness this while she screams at Han Sung-yoon, telling him to get it together. The real Sung-yoon, on the other hand, is struggling to find a way out as he knows if he made a single mistake, he's gonna get devoured by this bastard's mind. Even 50% synchronization is making him feel like his mind is splitting, and with that, our guy decides to find a way out before it's too late. The synchronization rate increases up to 60%, and skill mana circuit proficiency drops by 0.1, then 0.5, and lastly by 0.2%, while the assimilation increases to 70%. Our guy starts giving up since he's not able to hold on much longer as the mental shock is too much for him, and he can't differentiate between pain and pleasure anymore. Sungyun slowly sulks in deeper, but then he remembers Johan's High Priest's mirror filled with divinity, which is a mirror imbued with divinity every single day by the High Priest Johan. Our guy activates the High Priest's mirror, and a divine barrier protects him and gets rid of all mental corruption of a certain level, with status abnormality and energy deviation now being undone. Han Sungyun successfully breaks through the trance he was in and has now accomplished Mind of Steel, with his stamina being increased by 1. Our guy proves that his faith has not changed, and verification of the mind has now ended, with the administrator's iron-blooded monarch, White Crane Swordmaster, and Fallen World Soldier relieved to see their challenger is okay. The god of verification is satisfied with Han Sungyun's performance, and would like to meet our guy as he forcefully summons him to the divine region. Our guy is confused but is notified that the god of verification uses divine power on the Tower of Trials for temporary authority, and the administrators can now no longer watch their challenger. The Tower of Trials permits summoning as long as the player is safe, and with that, our guy enters the divine region of verification. The god of verification ascends as he questions our guy, asking him who he is and why does he feel divine power from him. Sungyun stares at the god, but the god tells him not to stare at him like that, and assumes that the challenger sees him as a bundle of light anyway. The god finds it strange to see our guy in real life and asks him if he's a divinity copy created by the tower, but our guy seems to be clueless about it when the god tells him it's the administrator he's talking about. The god asks if our guy is a being who obtained divinity through a contract in the tower, and Sungyun lets him know that he's not an administrator, rather just a challenger. The verification god lets our guy know that he possesses a divine power that is solely his own and finds the tower getting interesting in his absence, ranting about how the tower system realized that they cannot create the real thing using divinity copies. But in order to create a real one, they have to use an apostle of a divinity copy. The god learns that challenger Han Sungyun is no normal being. Sungyun, on the contrary, is in confusion as he thinks about how the god makes it sound like he's done something amazing, but all he did was just kill Chiron and coincidentally obtain divine power. Our guy asks the god if this divine power is that important, but the verification god is shocked to find that Sungyun is actually clueless about it when he has extracted the divine power himself. Seeing how oblivious Sungyun is when he reveals that he just happened to obtain the divine power, the god taunts him about how he managed to perfectly remove the traces of God from the divine power he bestowed on his followers. The god reveals that extracting Chiron's divine power was no coincidence, and he can sense that there is a clear cause and effect, which makes him certain, considering how the Tower of Trials has such high expectations of our guy. Our guy is shocked to find that out, and the verification god regrets telling him that because he was not supposed to, and the tower is engaged now. The verification god bids farewell to Han Sungyun and lets him know that he will be watching him. But our guy still has some more questions to ask, as he asks what happened to his future self and what this divine power and effect the god is talking about. Suddenly our guy feels a stinging pain in his head, and the god realizes that he has seen too deeply into his future self, because when you look into that void, the void also looks back at you and is always looking for a chance to pry into our mind. With that, the verification god warns Sungyun to look out for that, and breaks it to him that he will soon return to where he came from. Sungyun wants to talk more, but the god has no choice since the tower is a difficult being to deal with for any god, and reveals that if our guy visits the Temple of Verification later, he may be able to answer some of his questions. Giving one last piece of advice, the verification god tells Sungyun not to trust any god because they will now consider him their enemy. The 11th floor is cleared, and the old mirror of verification is sent to Han's inventory, with him obtaining 70,000 points and 30,000 SP as a reward, along with an extra reward. With that, Han returns to the lobby and realizes that the god told him that the divine power he extracted from Chiron wasn't a coincidence, and that he could see a clear cause and effect. That means that the Tower of Trials wanted our guy to extract the divine power and make it his. Sungyun thinks about everything he just learned and is in a total mess as he doesn't get it, and that makes him frustrated. At the very least, our guy is relieved that the gods can't do anything to him, even if they consider him their enemy because of the tower. The system informs that it's expanding, with Earth now being registered as an official climbing dimension in the Tower of Trials, and as a benefit of the registration, there will be added protection from dimensional invasions. Now the challengers of other dimensions will be met with a penalty when coming to Earth, and as a benefit of the registration, challengers other than pioneers can now earn a halo. Challenger Han Sungyun is now visible to the administrators once again, and the Iron-Blooded Monarch and White Crane Swordmaster are relieved to see him. Our guy first smiles but then remembers the verification god's words about the administrators also being a kind of divinity, which makes him skeptical if he could trust them or not. Sung-yoon realizes he can't trust anyone at this point and finds the situation shitty as hell, and with that, he enters the world of Iron Blood. The administrator, the iron-blooded monarch, when trying to show her concern, is welcomed with an attack by Sung-yoon, who asks her if all of these administrators are working with the tower in order to use him. This makes the iron-blooded monarch realize that our guy is still affected by the verification of mind. Han Sung-yoon blindly attacks the administrator, the iron-blooded monarch, while she tries to calm him down, telling him to get it together. But our guy isn't ready to listen, as he reminds her of the relationship between the administrators and the tower to exploit the challengers. The administrator defends herself while she explains that it doesn't make sense and reminds Han to get a grip. Sung-yoon wonders why she keeps telling him that, since he believes that he has it totally fucking together right now, and launches an all-out attack. The Iron Blood Monarch tries to stop him from doing that because her house is in the way, but it was too late. This makes the administrator lose it, and it's her turn to show her strength now as she attacks Sung-yoon. After a while, we see Han hanging upside down, tied with ropes as he apologizes, and lets her know that his sanity has now returned so she can untie him. The administrator assures him that she will untie him, but she's worried the next time our guy visits, her house will evaporate. She believes that the Sung-yoon she witnessed when he claimed that he had it together showed the remnants of the abyss that hadn't been completely removed yet and become permanently fixed into his personality. Even if our guy becomes twisted, that's another version of him. Therefore, she thinks his suspicion of the administrators was not completely fake either. With that, she decides to make it clear that nobody can read the intentions of the tower, and that goes for the administrators as well. Sung-yoon doubts if the tower expects something from him, but Iron Blood is positive that there's no way, and after cutting Han's rope, she tells him from what she knows, and that is that the tower has never shown its will to a challenger. Therefore, the fact that the tower expects something from one challenger doesn't make any sense for her, but seeing our guy's doubts, she gets an idea that he must have heard something from someone. Sung-yoon lets her know about what the verification god told him about the tower expecting something from him, and the iron-blooded monarch hence realizes why our guy had such doubts in the first place. The administrator repeats what she said earlier about her being a subordinate of the tower, and is glad that Sung-yoon is enjoying the tea, and reveals that it's made from the urine of a black dragon, which makes our guy gag as he spits it out. Our guy suddenly remembers the god of verification also told him that the administrators are beings who earned divinity copies through a contract with the tower. Iron Blood gets what Sung-yoon is saying, but she declares that she can't really tell him about divinity copies right now, and it's something, even if he doesn't want to know, he will find out quite soon. Sung-yoon has one last question about Iron Blood's earnest wish she mentioned before and reveals what the White Crane Swordmaster told him, that it's a right that the tower grants to the administrators, and that you can fulfill what you want to accomplish through the challengers who signed disciple contracts. The red-eyed administrator looks pissed that her fellow administrator told Sung-yoon everything about an earnest wish. Our guy asks her why she didn't tell him about this earlier, and Iron Blood reveals that she felt fear because she believes Sung-yoon is currently underestimating himself, and she saw how obsessed our guy was with his growth. Therefore, for his growth, she thought he would fly towards the earnest wish trial and challenge it like it's nothing. Han Sung-yoon agrees with her because he knows he doesn't have another choice, because he certainly believes that he has no talent. The administrator wonders what his definition of talent is, but she warns him that he will soon learn just how much our guy is underestimating himself. In addition to that, the red-eyed administrator also reveals about the 12th floor trial, and with that, our guy returns to the lobby. The author narrates that talent is an attachment of which you cannot change, as it's a gift given by the sky and is separated into 3 aptitudes in the world of hunters: skill acquisition, stat increase, and trait enlightenment. These are the hunter's 3 gifts, but Sung-yoon wasn't born with any of those. Our guy couldn't gain a skill, his abilities didn't increase, and he couldn't even enlighten a new trait. Han Sung-yoon believes a lot changed after entering the Tower of Trials, but the truth didn't. The truth that our guy without talent couldn't grow due to his traits. Our guy is certain that the iron-blooded monarch is mistaken about him having any talent, because if he did have something like that, he would have been able to become a famous hunter even if he didn't come to the tower. Sung-yoon then remembers the administrator's words about the 12th floor trial being a fight with himself, a trial where our guy needs to fight and win against a reproduced version of himself. Our guy shrugs off these thoughts and sees this as a chance to improve his fighting skills while pulling out a skill proficiency healing potion. It's a specially produced potion by the tower that, when once taken, one of your skills can randomly increase in proficiency by 10%. During Namgung-hyuk's battle, our guy got this as a reward from the Japanese government, and Catherine gave Sung-yoon hers as well, so now he has a total of 3 of these potions. Han Sung-yoon consumes the skill proficiency potion, and now has to pick a skill he would like to increase in proficiency. Our guy picks magic management, the skill he obtained after hunting the Dark Monarch on the 10th floor, and it becomes the foundation of all other skills. Therefore, Sung-yoon thinks it's worth investing in. Sung-yoon pulls out the old mirror of verification, the reward he got from the 11th floor trial, and when you put magic power into the mirror, the exclusive effect, Remaining Thoughts, will activate, limited to the first time. Skill, Flame Dragon Eye, activates, and since it's limited to the first time, our guy can acquire the skill that is ingrained in Remaining Thoughts. However, the user cannot decide the acquirement of the skill ingrained in Remaining Thoughts. The system notifies that the God of Verification has specially changed a part of the effect for one challenger, and with that, the exclusive effect, Remaining Thoughts of the Old Mirror of Verification, activates, and as it activates, Sungyun randomly acquires the skill ingrained in Remaining Thoughts. Our guy inherits the skill Fighting Concentration A+, and the system ingrains Remaining Thoughts fighting experience into the skill. The system notifies that the fighting experience of Remaining Thoughts increases in proficiency by 11%, and Sungyun is satisfied with the skill. With that, the system alerts our guy of the 12th floor trial starting with 48 hours remaining, in which our guy has to kill the duplicated version of himself in the given time, with the conditions to fail the trial being the death of the challenger or time running out, while the completion reward is an Ancient Emperor's Ash Crown A, and the trial failure penalty being death. As Han Sungyun enters the 12th floor trial, the blessing given by the God of Darkness senses an intruder in the ancient palace and creates a guardian fighter. The intruder, aka Sungyun, now has to think about how much they know about themselves, and his item, Vampire Count's old tailcoat, has been copied by the guardian. The task is to kill the other version of himself that the God of Darkness has created, and Sungyun recalls what the iron-blooded monarch told him about this guardian fighter, not just reproducing, but even copying our guy's experience. Due to that, Sungyun is aware that the reproduced version of himself knows all his strategies he will use right now. The administrator's words linger in Sungyun's mind, warning him that the reproduced version of himself even copies his talent. Therefore, he will get screwed if he underestimates himself, and our guy decides to confirm it. Han Sungyun feels intimidated as he wonders why he keeps getting involved with these gods while he observes the copied version of himself, finding it eerily similar to him. Our guy believes from what the iron-blooded monarch told him, and what he heard using his question vouchers, is that his replica can only copy one item. And he chose the Vampire Count's old coat, which is a defense item. Therefore, our guy assumes that if this replica really copied him properly, this is a good opportunity to judge himself accurately. Sungyun activates skills, instant acceleration, and wins grace, hence resulting in all his speeds increasing by 70%. Our guy decides to confirm his talent and activates the skill, Fighting Concentration, which increases his concentration by 2x, and then he activates the power, Burning Sword Intent, as he leaps onto his opponent. His replica pulls out the iron-blooded sword, and Sungyun feels this move was way too obvious, and predicts his next move to be using a counter shield. Sungyun assumes this move to be the replica's only choice, but what catches him off guard is the replica changing the counter shield into a sword. It's a dual sword art even Han Sungyun has never used before in an actual fight since it requires a lot of mana and mental power, therefore our guy doesn't use it. This makes Sungyun wonder why he chose such an inefficient method, but is not able to understand it. As they both fight, Han Sungyun realizes that his copied version is better than him when it comes to pure skill as he wonders if it's indomitable will. Our guy knows he holds dominance when it comes to items right now, but the indomitable will, which he absorbed from Lucilian, activated for his replica. Sungyun believes if his replica's abilities are higher than his, and if he's raised Fighting Concentration to the max, and is currently demonstrating Transcendental Concentration, then it does make sense. But the bigger problem is the swordsmanship the copied version is using right now as it's being performed through double swords, but Sungyun is aware that it's definitely Namgung Hyuk's swordsmanship. Our guy has met him only once, but he clearly remembers the terrifying godliness that helped him understand his arrogance in looking down on skills. Sungyun knows it wasn't skill or power but pure technique, and that made our guy wonder if, as Namgung Hyuk said, they could surpass skills as a whole because his swordsmanship wasn't utilizing skills, and our guy judged he wouldn't be able to learn it on his own. Our guy now understands that the true talent the iron-blooded monarch was talking about was this. The system notifies Sungyun that he has met a strong opponent, and that our guy will have a hard time dealing with it, while the replica activates the skill, Indomitable Will. Our guy realizes that the system has judged that he's at a disadvantage, and Sungyun now wonders if this is it for him. Han Sungyun activates the skill, Fighting Concentration, which increases his concentration greatly by 10x, but as he struggles to keep up with his copied version, he increases the concentration to 15x, and activates the Power Wings of Steel for flying at max speed. Sungyun's concentration increases to 17x, and as he's about to get him, the replica blows up his arm to escape and in an instant is being our guy. The copied version of Sungyun points his attack towards our guy while he realizes he's going to die, and his concentration increases up to 20x, and has now entered a concentration state that surpasses limits. Han Sung-yoon feels like shit as he realizes that he was just about to die, and his aura completely changes as he curses the duplicate, while the system notifies him that he has entered a concentration state that surpasses limits, and as a side effect, he's going to experience large mental recoil. It seems like Han Sung-yoon is a totally different person now, and as he attacks his replica, his attack does have an effect, but his copied version is ridiculously strong. The iron-blooded monarch who has been observing this battle is pissed to see that the same thing happened again, and she can't help openly, but can't watch this either. She tries to communicate with Sung-yoon even though she's worried about how the tower might react, but the system temporarily deactivates her message to prevent an advice type of message. The administrator excuses herself mockingly while stating that she was just offering a cup of tea to her contractor. Meanwhile, we witness Han Sung-yoon hitting himself, and it turns out it's his future self who's taken over his body while our guy struggles to have his control back. Sung-yoon screams at his future self, telling him not to interfere with his body since our guy thought he was done with his annoying future self after the previous trial. Future Sung-yoon complains that he fought for our guy because he was about to die, but he's not even thankful, but our guy isn't ready to listen to any bullshit and snaps at him as he asks why he's not leaving his body. Our guy's future self calls him an idiot as he tells him to watch the situation carefully and reminds him that even though he's trained for so long, and even up to this point of climbing to the 12th floor of this tower, he can't even look at himself properly, hence calling him a pathetic bastard. Sung-yoon feels frustrated and tries to punch his future version, but his future self traps him and leaves him shouting and screaming. Before leaving, Han Sung-yoon's future self decides to teach our guy something and advises him to let go his habit of fully relying on his skills because he can't use the real techniques. With that, he tells him to stay down for the rest of his life, because from now onwards, he's going to take over his body. Returning back, our guy's future version continues to fight, and as soon as he felt that he's getting a hang of it, the administrator iron-blooded monarch sends an item to him, a product of Black Dragon. Our guy struggles to take control of his body back and tries to drink the product of Black Dragon. As he does that, the real Sung-yoon returns back and takes control over his body as he announces that he's back. Our guy realizes that while the other him was fighting, he definitely felt the feeling of letting go of his tendency to rely on his skills. Because Sung-yoon believes if the replica can do it, so can he, and with that, his concentration increases by 20x. The acceleration of Han Sung-yoon's thinking and his lunacy's ego is rising up again since he, who has entered the acceleration of his intact thinking, could finally feel it. An enlightenment in a moment that seemed to last forever. Our guy believes he has to throw away all his reliance on the skills he has collected until now because he needs to empty everything and adapt. Sung-yoon gets rid of common sense, stubbornness, and finally empties himself of all imagery altogether. The system notifies that due to independent enlightenment, proficiency of magic management increases by 10%, and our guy acquires the achievement of enlightenment with his stamina increasing by 1. Sung-yoon acquires the achievement of trance as well, and his mana increases by 4. The system believes that the user is facing an enemy they can completely defeat and skill. Indomitable will is deactivated. Our guy decides to turn things around from here onwards. Han Sung-yoon continues to fight his duplicate but feels strange about Nam Gung-hyuk's overwhelming sword skills being at his fingertips. Our guy uses the fastest speed by Wind's Grace and instant acceleration, and it's slowly getting clear now as the fight between them continues, and as he's looking at his dupe, considering his technique and not skills, Sung-yoon is starting to understand the principle of technique itself and that even at unimaginable speed. The duplicate struggles as he's fighting our guy now, and as Sung-yoon is completing his understanding of the principle, he can sense the unnecessary movements in the replica's dual sword skills, which means that this dupe isn't exactly summoning Hyuk Namgung's sword skills into his body, rather he's focusing a lot more on imitating Hyuk. Our guy activates the iron-blooded sword while he thinks how the thoughts of distrust can weaken the sword cheese sword flame characteristic which cuts through everything. In that case, even Han Sung-yoon, while practicing Nam Gung-hyuk's swordsmanship, needs to focus more on sword flame strengthening. Our guy activates the skills Truth Seeker of Blood and manages to make some damage to his dupe, but his copied version parries the attack by instantly spinning the shield into a circle. Sung-yoon is shocked to realize that his duplicate's rough and aggressive swordsmanship that was offensive until now suddenly changed to Mellow Sword, where everything is floating. Mellow Sword is another one of Namgung's skills, and this makes our guy annoyed as he wonders how much this dupe can imitate Namgung. Sung-yoon realizes he can't win unless he endures all the dangers and activates the skill Counter Shield as he attacks. Just as our guy thought, the dupe's sword recharged before his, and in that case, Sung-yoon decided to pull a trick. Our guy believes that his duplicate received that with the Counter Shield that transformed the Counter Shield, which means that Han's Counter Shield will recharge at once, or so he thought. And Sung-yoon is certain that if the dupe is actually him, then now, When the energy releases of the counter sword and their most lethal attack is dissipating, his copied version will see this as an opportunity. Han Sung-gyun praises himself for being stupidly strong, and with that, he stabs his dupe with the iron-blooded sword, and he's glad his plan worked out. As our guy decides to finish this off and rushes to the copied version of himself, he witnesses something unexpected. His dupe transforms into a monster, leaving him baffled as he's confused as to what's going on. Sung-yoon's clone goes berserk, transforming into a literal titan monster and leaps towards our boy. While our fella dashes away, the clone bites off its fingers and tosses them at him as they turn into explosives. Han gets kinda nervous by the sudden monstrous attack, plus the attack patterns have completely changed, making it 10 times more painful. The colossal hand bursts forth and our guy struggles to escape. Shortly, a loud explosion occurs, and the clone's attack is halted by Han's Shield of Retribution. Our guy gets lucky as the cooldown for this skill just ended. He then asks the clone if they will continue or not, and the Titan monster insanely runs towards him. Sung-yoon presumes that this clone freak has totally lost it, given that it's turning its own body parts into explosives. Even so, he thinks it might work well as a surprise attack at close range. However, if the clone keeps firing his body parts like this, Han's skill Ashen Blood will drain too much of his stamina. But it's a matter of time until the monster has nothing left to throw at him. Eventually, the monster staggers to his feet, trembling a little as the smoke creeps into sight. With that, our guy slashes the clone's arm, and since there's no point in dragging it out, he goes to end the monster, who dashes away to save its ass. However, it's not the end for the clone yet, as it accumulates its energy again and strikes at Han. While the Shield of Retribution takes the damage, our boy realizes the clone is a freak, so its raw power hasn't gone anywhere. But thanks to the monster, Han saves up enough energy in the shield and forms it into an orb. Just like that, our fella flings that magic orb with the sword that forcefully slams into the clone's face and says, "Release." At that moment, an immense amount of energy cascades from the orb, blowing that monster into pieces. The monster gets killed and our guy completes the 12th floor trial along with plenty of rewards. Han's skill Shield of Retribution increases by 1 grade, hence becoming a B-grade skill. Also, his skill combat focus deactivates, and he experiences the after effect of extending his focus beyond the normal limit. Our poor fella spurts out blood, but thanks to his Ashen Blood skill, he gets healed instantly. He did have a hunch that this skill could overcome the after effects of the combat focus skill. Our boy realizes that without the skill Ashen Blood, he would have never gotten this far. Still, Han covets that things could get a little easier inside the tower, not that he has any hopes that it will. Suddenly, he notices his clone's dead soul looming and finds it intriguing. He's interrupted by the admin, Lord of Iron and Blood, as the connection restores since it was deactivated to exchange unfair advice. The admin grumbles at the restriction placed on her for merely treating their contractor to a cup of tea. To be clear, that cup of tea was a black dragon's essence that increases immunity and mind clarity. The admin scolds Han to show a bit of gratitude for God's sake, and our guy thanks her for her help earlier. He recalls when the Lord of Iron and Blood sent him the Dragon Essence item, and learns that even admins can be placed under restrictions for interfering too much with their contractor. Abruptly, our guy is bombarded with countless admins' messages praising his monstrous talent. Even Han is shocked to witness that several admins were watching him. Some were astonished by his talent or the sheer difficulty of the trial, whereas others seemed fed up and questioned whether he even belonged on level 12. Strangely, the admins silently stare at him like sneaky weirdos, and our boy is creeped out because usually the admins used to get bored and leave after they said their piece, but now they are hanging around for no reason. He gets frustrated and asks the admins what the hell they want from him. Our boy presumes that they should know he's under contract already, but they are acting like they're here to call dibs. Right at that moment, the thought crosses his mind that maybe his tower system is about to expand in a way that can benefit them somehow. It's just a guess, but Han could tell by the way they're being so clingy that he's onto something. A devilish grin spreads across Sung-yoon's face and, playing his cards right, it looks like he's about to get a system expansion that will benefit admins he's not even under contract with. Our guy suggests that instead of sending him vague messages like they're on a dating app, it's better to come clean and spill what they want. He makes it clear that if they want something from him, he demands they grant him a power as an advance payment. Han acts cocky and promises the admins to return the favor once the system expansion kicks in. However, the admins don't take this well and are displeased with the arrogance Han has shown. The admins reject his offer and urge him to be humble. Han, on the contrary, creates urgency and lets out that his offer is only open to 3 of them. It's more like first come, first served. Our fella knew what shit he was up to because the moment he says that, the admins are thrown into a frenzy, wishing to add power to his store. Now onto a more pressing matter. Han's clone, which was exactly the same as him, down to his skills, stats, and powers. He can't wait any longer to see what happens once he absorbs the dead spirit. With that, our guy absorbs his clone's soul, who has an identical soul composition to him. The system attempts divinity extraction, leaving our boy shocked. His power, holy energy, upgrades to B, and he's confused about what this holy transformation and divine accumulation is all about. He recalls that he got his divine power from Priest Carrion and was too afraid to touch it, mainly because he doesn't know what to do with it. But our guy sees this as an opportunity to put it to good use. With that, Han enters the lobby of the 13th floor, and after the system expansion, he gets to know that the community function, which had been divided among various nations on Earth, has been fully integrated. Also, teammates in group trials will be assigned with no restrictions based on nationality. Our guy presumes that he'll start seeing foreigners in group trials now since it's an anticlimactic expansion. But there's one more thing he's learned. It's that the other dimensions might eventually be integrated with theirs too. Shortly, Han witnesses the scoreboard, and his eyes are left widened. Our boy reckons about the unparalleled might. That was arguably his main goal ascending in the tower and, at this point, his life's pursuit. He's taken yet another step forward towards his ultimate goal when he took the first position on the scoreboard. For now at least, he's the most powerful player in the Earth dimension. That's something to be boastful about. Still, the Tower of Trials has existed in other dimensions such as Ares, Kalian, and Murim for much longer than it has on Earth. Compared to these other worlds, Earth has only just earned recognition as an ascended dimension, and its combined might is far weaker. Unless Earth unites to reinforce its strength in battle, it's only a matter of time before they become the target of another dimension. Whatsoever, none of this changes what he wants and always wanted, the overwhelming power to defeat whoever stands in his way. Our guy then opens his inventory and stumbles upon the Skill Emperor's Ashen Crown that increases charisma by 30%. What's more intriguing is that the user can reign as the Liege Lord of Dead Spirits upon wearing it. Since it's a high-grade item, our guy thinks it's powerful. He then proceeds to the bonus clearance reward and acquires the skill Last Stand that nullifies serious wounds that would otherwise prove fatal, but uses up 88% of stamina. This skill leaves Sungyun utterly astounded because it literally lets him cheat death, albeit only once. While the cooldown time of a full week isn't exactly ideal, it's barely a penalty considering what the skill does. Han smirks because, on top of all regular rewards from the last trial, he still has new powers extorted from the admins. He then opens the list of powers and chooses patron powers. Our fella comes across 3 skills. Given that these are some good C-grade skills, Han doesn't ponder much and purchases these 3 skills. Soon after our guy purchases these skills, the admins begin to pester him and eagerly bid him to remember their patronage, making him hella annoyed. He then presumes about the clone's dead soul he absorbed earlier, and is shocked at how that divinity extraction process kicked in without warning. He vividly remembers the moment divinity extraction activated. He could sense a potent force that wasn't there before settling into his heart. A light emerged from within his chest, and Han understands this is what holy energy really is. But then he tests out his powers in the lobby, only to discover that there's not even the slightest difference in his powers. All this holy energy seems to do is make his body glow. He concludes that there are no special abilities or anything. Sungyun ponders how the priest in the 11th trial used it to heal and boost their weapons, but he failed to do that either. Our guy fumes with anger because he got his hopes up high for nothing, which makes him even more pissed. Han tries to calm his anger by taking deep breaths and to avoid that asshole from coming out again. But speaking of the devil, the admin White Crane appears and offers our guy to train him in the use of holy energy and invites him to her admin area. Our fella respectfully passes, and White Crane is shocked by his blunt rejection, asking why he refused her offer. Sungyun assures her that he'll come to her if he needs help, but for now, he wishes to see how far he can go without it. The White Crane understands Han's resolve. To be honest, holy energy isn't Han's priority right now, and at that moment, the thought of Swordmaster Hayek crosses his mind. Our guy gets determined to focus on whatever makes him stronger in this moment, at least until he kills Hyuk Namgung. There's not even an inch of doubt in his mind that Hayek will be back. Now then, Han proceeds to check the admin powers he has purchased and activates Divine Sanguine Heart Style when suddenly he's enfolded in a dark, monstrous aura. Our guy couldn't comprehend the feeling. It's as if he's been transformed into some kind of killing machine. A sudden jolt of power rushed through him as he could feel his blood pulsing. Our guy expresses this is exactly what he needed, but then things take a drastic turn. Han's clone materializes in his body and pinches his cheek. His clone calls him a greedy bastard and questions if he'd let him have all the fun to himself. On the other hand, our fella is thrown into turmoil as he wonders what the fuck is even going on. His clone, that asshole of an alter ego, manifests in his body at the same time as him. That's never happened before. Abruptly, the asshole makes Sungyun grab the sword and holds another sword in the other hand. This way, they both have a duel, self versus self, and our guy calls him a moron because if he dies, the clone dies. But Han's clone's cockiness is at its peak and calls him a moron instead. The clone bastard grins evilly and lets out that it's pretty obvious that if he can't have it, then no one else will. Our guy is stuck in a tough situation since he needs to fight himself again, and he hardly blocks the clone's sword that clashes with his. At that moment, Sungyun's blood aura that he summoned through the Divine Sanguine Heart Style gets absorbed into his sword. And this was more than perfect timing. Han's sword is charged with a sanguine demon blade and grabs the blade to pour out blood. Our boy's sword fights with the clone's sword, and in the next second, he stabs the sword right into his chest in order to use the blood aura to sweep that bastard alter ego out of his body. The sword stabbed into his chest gets cloaked in his blood while our boy screams in pain. However, the pain was worth it when the conditions to unleash the true power of the Sanguine Demon Blade were completed. The item name changes into True Sanguine Demon Blade. The skill is enhanced to grade A, and the sword blade is imbued with a unique effect of blood phage. The blood phage clots are created, and to find out what it really is, Han activates Fireworm's Eye, and learns that this effect allows the user to absorb the blood of an enemy killed using the Sanguine Demon Blade. What's amusing is that our fella can mark up to 3 skills onto the sword. In fact, it won't cost anything to use them either, since Han has unleashed his full potential as a sword flame user. To be more exact, Han comes to the conclusion that this item might have the best growth potential out of anything he's come across so far. With that, the 13th trial commences with the objective to fight as a team and kill the vampiric count in the given time limit of 14 days. The clearance reward for this trial is a book of skills. Our guy isn't happy about another mass trial. Given the past experiences, group trials haven't exactly been all fun and games. Nonetheless, Han is intrigued by the reward Book of Skills, guessing an A-grade reward makes up for that slightly. Just like that, our fella enters the trial, and the system unlocks the map, marking the city occupied by vampires and priests who have infiltrated the city under vampire occupation. Han anticipates that they're supposed to rescue some priest, which is frustrating, wondering why the hell they can't just march into the city and slaughter all the vampires. He earnestly desires to do this the quick way since destroying a city single-handedly is easy work for him. In the meantime, all the teammates arrive, and a boy, Tarkovsky, realizes that the system expansion was for the mass trial. As the two members, Fabled Ninja and Clock Tower Sorcerer, show up, these names sound familiar to Sung-yoon, and he recalls that they're all top-ranked players on the scoreboard. The sorcerer takes a glance at the place and says this place reeks of blood. Well, it would be a surprise if it wouldn't, because what they witness is a brutal annihilation of people on the dining table splattered in blood. It appears that the vampires had a veritable feast. Right at that moment, the evil-looking vampires creep up on the Clock Tower Sorcerer. While the old man gets panic-stiffened, the vampires confess that they killed those people, and now the desert court has served itself on the silver platter, referring to the old man. The vampires lunge at the old man, but Tarkovsky and the ninja guy emerge in the meantime, slashing those vampires to pieces. The ninja recognizes Tarkovsky and lets out that he's from Russia's #1 guild. The Russian guy clarifies he had no intention of hiding it. The guy reveals himself to be Andrei Tarkovsky, the leader of the guild Carpe Diem. The ninja guy introduces himself to be Sachio Michimoto, an S-grade hunter with the Japanese Hunter Association. Andrei figures out that Michimoto is more of a celebrity than he is, certain that everyone has heard of the only S-grade hunter in Japan. Sachio gets flattered and hopes that Andrei is ready to rumble, revealing that since vampires can sense the death of their kind, they'll be swarming them any minute now. But the sorcerer assures them that it's not a cause of concern because he cast a barrier in advance to prevent any signs of struggle from escaping this room. Michimoto wonders who this old man is, and he reveals himself to be David Taylor, a humble mage who serves the clock tower. Sachio is impressed since the clock tower is the greatest magic tower in the world, while Andrei deduces that David is no less than an archmage near retirement, but it's unfortunate that he's summoned in the tower. But David hardly considers it a stroke of luck in his advancing years, and to the well-organized mind, the tower is the next great adventure. Now the only one left is Han Sung-yoon, who reveals that he's a C-grade hunter from Korea. After that, based on what the admin told him, the sorcerer elucidates that even the weakest vampires far exceed C-grade hunters in combat, whereas the vampiric count easily rivals the strongest of S-grade hunters and cannot be slain by simple means due to their ability to regenerate. In that case, the wisest course of action would be to save the priests taking refuge around the city and enlist their aid in defeating the vampiric count once and for all. But Tarkovsky raises concerns and asks how they are going to make their way in when the city is swarming with vampires. The old man admits it posed far too great a risk to march in heedlessly, and Sachio infers that they'll draw the enemy to them before they ever set foot in the place. They go on about planning the most efficient energy to defeat the enemy together as a team. The other teammates infer that if it all goes well, they'll complete the trial within 10 days or so. But this doesn't sit well with Han, as he presumes their bonus clearance reward is on the line if it takes them 10 whole days. That's when our boy intervenes and states that there's a misunderstanding of some kind, expressing that their plan isn't a very efficient way to clear the trial at all. The old man asks Han to enlighten with a better method, and our fella smirks, since he is going to tell exactly how they can clear the trial in the most efficient manner possible. The Russian player wonders what could be a better way other than the one they came up with, while Michimoto is curious about Han's secret strategy, who's the top-ranked worldwide player. Right at that moment, our boy bluntly suggests that they charge in. Upon hearing this, David thinks his ears fail him in his old age, shocked about his strategy that could get them killed. Abruptly, Han swishes his sword, slashing the wall open, and all they could witness is a large army of vampires that awaits them. Facing them, our guy informs his teammates that they just have to charge in, kill everything in sight, and clear this damn trial. Well, our main character is way too conceited to do things his way. Just slash, kill, and win. The vampires sense the humans, and it's their time to feast as the stench of fresh blood lingers in the air. Meanwhile, the teammates spiral into panic and ask Han if he's too eager to drag them all to hell, but our guy doesn't pay heed and tells them to start their operation. Kill everything. With that, the vampires lurch at them like possessed freaks along with their weapons. The blood arrows burst forth, but suddenly, one of the vampires warns the others that these humans have a mage among them. At that moment, Andre gets to know that David cast the mass invisibility, but it's difficult to maintain. The clock tower sorcerer grits his teeth in anger, presuming that somehow with every mass trial, there is always one player who spoils any semblance of teamwork. That's when the stupid old hag suggests that they abandon player Han Sung-yoon and retreat to fight another day. This sounds like literal betrayal and an act of cowardice, while our guy is thunderstruck as he witnesses that the vampires can control blood by default, just like his skill, Blood Prophet. Meanwhile, the vampires are desperate to eat Han, attacking him with their blood arrows. During this, the coward David Taylor and the Russian guy retreat from the battlefield, but Sachio is left to ponder why Han would do something so reckless. Suddenly, the Japanese player stops everyone and screams to look back. It appears to be our guy, who activates the skill Blood Prophet, leaving the vampires in utter shock. The enemies are thrown into turmoil to witness blood manipulation done by a human when only their kind has command over blood. They freak out because Han's blood manipulation is much stronger than theirs, leaving them baffled. Our guy shows that he's the boss and creates blood arrows that pierce right through the vampires. Being the real devil, he single-handedly annihilates them and absorbs their souls. Chaos erupts among the vampires, and they believe that Sung-yoon is not a freaking human at all. On the contrary, the mage, David Taylor, watches the massacre, flummoxed by the sight. It stands to reason that one must strategize and fight meticulously in the face of such overwhelming numbers. But he's rendered speechless when he realizes that Han's brutish method proved to be awe-striking. This makes the old man question his abilities, wondering if he just lacks raw might. It is then revealed to us that David Taylor was a high-level battle mage, with a lifetime of experience on the front lines. His renown was only rivaled by his intellect, as his capacity for advanced strategizing earned him accolades inside the Tower of Trials, where he blazed through a series of trials to become a high-ranking player. As always, he had devised a brilliant plan to clear the 13th trial. It was apparent that his plan was an optimal strategy for the trial, and yet, our guy tramples his perfectly devised strategy by suggesting that they just charge in. The old man could see the arrogance of youth making fools of them all. According to him, there can be no solution to a problem without a premeditated plan, but Han Sung-yoon meddles in with his attacking idea to kill everything in sight to clear this damn trial. In the present, our monstrous hero slashes through the vampires like child's play, while Andre and Machimoto gaze astonishingly since they've never seen anything like it. Just then, the Russian guy thinks they're long past the point of plans, and suggests that it's best to support Han from the rear instead. Sachio also agrees to this. David, on the contrary, thinks rationally, although he can't deny that Sung-yoon has exceeded their expectations in terms of raw power. However, their enemies comprise legions capable of occupying an entire city. Hence, no player can hope to defeat them all single-handedly. The old man admits that there have been countless hunters with unimaginable might in the past, and yet there is a reason why it's conventional wisdom to form a party. No matter how strong, one faces myriad variables in the heat of battle. He concludes that for one player to take on every fight alone is nothing short of arrogant folly. On the other hand, our guy relentlessly slashes the vampires when, shortly after, he's grabbed by a bunch of them. Abruptly, Han's arms swell like an air balloon and, at that moment, the swelled arms explode, making the vampires fling away with brute force. It appears that our fellow used the skill Body Explosion and thinks it's a pretty good skill, except for the cost. Nonetheless, he also feels the urge to constantly use his recovery items, given the countless enemies' attacks. The vampires are hopping mad, and call Han a meddlesome mortal scum for daring to interfere with the blessings of the god of battle himself. Strangely, that vampire, trembling in fear, murmurs "angel." That's when the vampires take Han as an angel, thinking the god of humans sent an angel to protect them. After all, the slaughter they've wrought here must have angered their god, but they believe the god of battle is on their side, so they must seek his blessing. Even our boy is baffled since he never knew vampires were so easy to fool. At that moment, a giant vampire smacks his weakling dumbass fellow and asks them to look at Han, who's panting like an old hag. He makes the fellow vampires realize that Han ain't no angel but a mere human. The vampires gain their courage and take their chance to strike Han, But our fella throws an Uno reverse card when multiple soul orbs are stuck between his fingers, making the vampires wonder what the hell that is. Han munches them like a snack and responds that it's probably their friends and family he gulped down. A sudden surge of power reverberates when our boy absorbs the souls of vampires, restoring his stamina. He also restores the magic energy from the dead vampires. A devilish grin takes over Han's face when he expresses that he can do this all day and jumps in for round 2, for another feast. Our guy brings out his pure monstrous side and starts annihilating the vampires like phantom wind. Meanwhile, Sachio and the others are watching Han fight at a distance. The Japanese boy is left astounded and learns the reason Han's #1 worldwide, expressing that he's never seen anyone dominate like that in an all-out brawl. Even Andre agrees with him, and he notices that Han's growing stronger with each enemy he lays out, with no sign of fatigue. Andre and Machimoto make their decision to fight with Han Sung-yoon in the battle, since sticking with that guy seems like the best bet. On the battlefield, our guy absorbs the dead souls of vampires like free lemonade to repeatedly replenish his stamina. Even Han is shocked to see the raw numbers alone and thinks it's better than when he absorbed his clone's dead spirit. Smirking, our boy reckons that if he can get his hands on the vampire count, this trial might pay off after all. In the meantime, the admins shower our hero with praise, remarking that he's more devilish than a demon. He's satisfied that at least he's keeping the admins entertained. After all, there's no harm in staying on their good side. Our guy is then interrupted by his teammates. While he thought they went to rescue the priests, Sachio lets out that they owe him an apology, and from this point on, they've decided to follow Han's instructions. Even Andre apologizes for questioning Han's judgment, admitting he was foolish to do so. Our guy feels glad that his teammates see the benefits of charging in without a plan. Well, that's totally beside the point of an apology. Later, Han activates the third eye to scan the vampire city and the terrifying aura that lingers around it. Our guy smirks when he senses that it's the vampire count. The Russian player feels pessimistic about this higher spell, recalling that the tower said nothing about the vampire count wielding high magic. David Taylor conjectures that it's an innate boon bestowed upon the vampire race. To their detriment, it appears their leader is powerful enough to rival the potency of high magic. Sachio freaks out and wonders what the heck they're supposed to do against it, because at this rate they'll be dead within minutes. Deep down, Han ponders how he used to look up to top-ranked hunters like them, but now he feels like it's up to him to keep them safe. His cocky ass thinks it's another sign of how strong he's become. Well, he's not wrong though. To save his teammates, our guy suggests that they run away as fast as they can, saying that all he needs from them is to find priests and bring them here. Sachio curiously asks Sung-yoon why he's asking them to do that since they've talked this out already. Our guy has no choice but to be brutally honest and confesses that if they stay here, they'll only hinder his progress. Regardless of worrying that they might not make it through the fight alive, Sung-yoon also has an ulterior motive to send them away. It's to take down the vampire count alone in order to absorb his dead spirit. Han sounds obnoxiously selfish, presuming that the more they contribute to the kill, the less likely it is that he gets the dead spirit to himself. Surprisingly, Andre sticks to following Han's order, although it brings him no joy to be a burden on the battlefield for the first time in so long. The old man also agrees to find as many priests as possible. While they all dash away, Han gets started and prepares himself by activating the skill Combat Focus and the power Divine Sanguine Heart Style. He also activates the Blood Prophet to a higher degree, interfering with all the blood manipulation abilities within the area. Right at that moment, Han meddles with the vampire's power, and the vampire count immediately senses it, wondering who this foolish, insignificant human is who dares to defy him. The vampire count simmers with rage as he cracks his throne and feels disgruntled, since he had thought to use this pathetic mortal city as the seat of his rule. But that human has earned his place in hell. That's when the vampire count goes berserk, spilling forth the violent cascade of his power. Our guy gets engulfed in a terrifyingly strong aura and is left in disbelief, because this was way beyond anything he could have expected. He realizes that he might have bitten off more than he can chew. Well, at that moment he knew he fucked up. The vampire count had countless vampires working under him. It is known to us that Cell Nera, the vampiric count's life, has been nothing but an endless series of battles. And to ascend ever higher was his sole purpose. The thrill of battle itself was his only joy in life, and as the habit of all those who yearn for such base desires. Cell Nera eventually realized that he stood on a mountain of carcasses, a monument to his bloodlust. And before long, his desires reached the heavens themselves. The god of battle chose Cell as a disciple aspirant. Being a god's disciple, he was finally able to fulfill his kind's ultimate desire, to topple the seemingly invincible alliance of the 4 human nations. Until the very spring of life that served as the foundation of the human alliance ran red with blood, Cell Nera slaughtered countless multitudes and brought about the collapse of 3 nations. With the Count's unbridled domination of this final vestige of human resistance, he was determined to earn recognition from the god of battle as his true disciple. Cell desired to rise to the pinnacle of his race and to rule as Vampire King. In the present scene, a vampire servant rushes to Count Selnair and alerts him about the trouble afoot. He reports to Sel that forces under his dominion were annihilated by a single human. To be blunt, it is a veritable slaughter down below. The Count is left staggered since he already took care of all pathetic fools who proclaim themselves heroes of the human realm, wondering what nation still stands that would send yet another meaningless death. The servant trembles and informs Sel that the human was not sent, but rather appeared out of the blue. The Count angrily munches on vampire soul orbs, thinking they're grapes, and is mad at the fact that this interloper dares to put his precious minions to the slaughter. He calls this preposterous and lashes out at his useless peons. Selnair finds it impossible for any human to evade every last one of the eyes under his command and appear at the heart of this city. The servants beg their lord to compose himself, but the Count seethes with anger. Since with the fall of this last human bastion, Nair would have ascended as a true disciple of the god of battle, but now his cause stands on the brink of ruin. This makes Sel go stark raving mad. His pride is deeply hurt because of a pathetic human who has the sheer audacity to meddle in his affairs. His nearly achieved plan to seat his rule in this mortal city gets disrupted. The overwhelming blood manipulation power explodes across the whole city, making it rumble. Meanwhile, our guy thinks he's screwed up. The explosion bursts forth and Han scampers away. Now his only option is to let the city fall and save his teammates. He eventually finds the teammates, and as the violent energy nearly engulfs him, Sung-yoon protects his teammates with a shield of retribution. However, the shield bearer cracks due to the overwhelming pressure. Our guy uses all his strength to block it and manages to hold out for a few moments. Abruptly, the shield of retribution shatters, and Han goes crashing down with brute force. Our guy is slammed into the ground when his teammates rush towards him. Our guy asks them if they're okay while Sachio lends him a hand, and David lets out that they're unharmed thanks to him. Even Sachio agrees because if it weren't for Han weakening the blast from the front, none of them would have made it. They thought they were done for. At that moment, the Count himself makes an appearance, astonished to find out that these humans survived the onslaught. Selnair supposes it was no mere coincidence that his minions were massacred at their hands. The Count frowns and picks up on the situation, assuming that Han, a pitiful weakling who barely still breathes in the rubble, is guarded by three still standing, who are clearly his superiors. Nonetheless, Selnair uses blood manipulation to create a sword and calls humans worthless mortal insects, adamant to tear them apart limb from limb. The teammates shudder with fear, and that's when Sung-yoon steps in, asking them to stand back and affirming that he'll take this one by himself. Andre suggests that they retreat for the moment if Han insists, but the Count makes it clear that they're not going anywhere, not permitting them to come and go as they please. In a flash of a moment, Selnair zooms towards them like a bolt when he notices our guy standing beside him, unfazed and stiff. The Count realizes that it's the human who was half buried in the rubble, while Sel freezes in sheer shock, as he couldn't take his eyes off Han, who stands there fearlessly. Our guy asks the Count if he's heard the words, "Be careful what you wish for." Our guy smirks cheekily and claims that he's going to make Nera regret everything he just said. The Count is triggered by his boastful words and calls him an arrogant fool. As the vampire boss soars towards Han, our guy also leans forth with his swords and rips that vampire into pieces, just like Nera said he would. Our guy slashes the vampire boss iconically and quickly commands his teammates to find the priests as quickly as they can. But Sachi Machimoto wonders if it is really needed, given that Sung-yoon has killed the vampire Count already. A feeling of incredulity lingers in the air, and our guy thinks rationally, believing that if they would have cleared the trial, the system would pop up and inform them that the level is over. That's when our guy activates the Dragon Eye and learns the vampire Count is restoring his body using his regenerative power. Well, it's stupid to think a disciple plus vampire lord would die this easily. Upon hearing this, Andre freaks out, wondering how the fuck that monster can heal himself after being cleaved into two, while David panics since this defies all logic. Meanwhile, Sachio assumes the priests are dead by now, given the state of the city. It's crumbled. He suggests that they're better off taking him down between all four of them, but Han refuses and affirms that he'll hold back the vampire Count for now. Meanwhile, he orders the teammates to find anything that can help, even if it's just the priest's sacred relics. In reality, Han wants his teammates to go away since the boss is only his to kill. The teammates agree to whatever our boy is saying. Eventually, Selnair's body is fully regenerated, and this time he's raging with immense anger, determined to kill that insolent human. Our guy is amazed to see his self-healing powers. Although Han also got similar regeneration and blood manipulation skills, still Selnair's seem to be slightly more efficient than his. Whatsoever, our guy presumes that his combat ability is clearly a step above Sel's. Just like that, the vampire Count dashes towards him, flaring with anger, and attacks with several encroaching blocks created by blood manipulation. Those blocks explode like fireworks, and Sel gets his hopes up high, thinking that little vermin would bow before his superior blood control. However, it turns out Han evades each attack smoothly and emerges from behind, thanking Nier, because he definitely learned something from this fight. but the vampire count couldn't handle this mockery and screams. Right at that moment, our guy slashes Nier into shreds as the blood cascades frantically. The vampire is mincemeat compared to earlier, but our guy is surprised that he's still regenerating. For a vampire, that's pretty spooky. Suddenly, a realization dawns on our hero when he ponders on the possibility of this trial being designed in a way that, without priests, there's no way to kill the count, no matter what they do. Given the entire city has been dismantled, it would be a surprise if any of the priests survived. In the meantime, the count regenerates again, perfect as ever. That's when Han rethinks his life decisions because this is less than ideal. Selnair snickers at the mortal human's futile attempt of granting him eternal rest. Han's folly amuses the count while our guy grins like a demon, wondering how many times he'd have to butcher him before he's finished for good. That chilling grin leaves the count dreading. He begins to quiver and questions himself if this is fear that unsettles his cold veins. The reality hits him hard, and his pride is shattered to think that the Lord of Vampires is afraid of a mere human. Selnair grits his teeth in anger and asks Han not to mock him since he's the future sovereign of all vampires. Meanwhile, our guy thinks maybe slashing the count a third time's the charm and rips him to pieces again. As he's slashed piece by piece, Sel screams in agony and tells Han that he will not subjugate him with mere pain alone. Our guy is persistent as he keeps slashing him, while the vampire lord laughs and states that it's of no use. He mocks our fella, saying that he's no true hero, and clarifies that nothing he does will end his reign. Nonetheless, Han keeps up with his slashing count as it continues, and Nier keeps blabbing that mortals like him will soon reach their physical limitations, and it will not be long before sheer exhaustion brings him to his knees. But the vampire lord is left in disbelief when he notices that even though Sung-Yoon keeps slashing him relentlessly, he hasn't exhausted an ounce of his magic energy. The Lord wonders if this human is truly the hero of legend while our fellow rips him apart for the 8th time. At that moment, Han unlocks the achievement Battlefield Maestro and generates a skill, Torturer's Wiles. After that, Han wonders if it's sliced or ground meat. Meanwhile, the vampire lord is scared shitless when he runs for his life, convinced that this human is nothing more than a pure monster. The vampire retreats for the moment, but things take a drastic turn when our hero catches up with him in the blink of an eye, reminding the count of making him regret everything he said. Han's true monstrous side has taken over, and he summons his sword, muttering that he won't allow him to come and go as he pleases. The count calls him a petty worm and warns Han that he's going to pay for this. That's when our guy mercilessly rips him for the 9th time, and the vampire lord begs him to cease this meaningless bloodshed, proposing an unconditional surrender. Selnair, the disciple aspirant, accepts his inevitable fate and agrees to grant whatever conditions Han names. The count begs to spare him, agreeing to give him any treasures he desires. But Han Sung-Yoon, like a chainsaw, continues to slash the vampire lord, who begs him to end his suffering as he cannot endure this for all eternity. Sel realizes this human ain't no hero but a blood-crazed murderer. Our guy tells him to die already cause he's sick of his yapping and regenerating again and again. That's when an idea flickers in his mind, and Han smirks like a devil. Han calls the vampire lord, who bows before him, and our guy states a way for him to escape this never-ending torture. Selnair asks him what he must do, and our guy activates the Shield of Retribution. A large cross strikes the ground, and it appears that he can convert the shield to another form. He calls the cross the training dummy of Retribution, and orders Selnair to hit this thing until he tells him to stop. Han tells him to hurry and end his suffering. The vampire lord walks toward the cross, pondering that from beginning to end, the series of events that reduced him to this pitiful state are entirely beyond comprehension. Poor vampire is scared to death to manifest what's to come. With neither a warning nor an omen, this murderous human butcher appeared out of nowhere and single-handedly massacred the greatest army of vampires ever assembled. With that, the vampire lord starts hitting the cross, thinking that maybe it's the test of God. Nothing more makes sense to him. Sel gets convinced that it is yet a test, given the very notion of a human possessing power to control blood is absurd to begin with. He assumes that it was rather God's will to steal the slackened resolve of his vampiric followers by sending this demonic herald, Han, as the savior of vampire kind. Sel manifests this is God's way of testing his will. Meanwhile, the Shield of Retribution takes all the damage as Sel continuously strikes it. That shield cross is now able to release all gathered damage. Han thinks this will be enough and reeks of malice when he tells the vampire that he's outlived his usefulness. At that moment, Nier comes to realize that this human ain't no freaking savior but a devil. Our guy comes up with a plan to end the vampire lord for good, to disintegrate Nier's entire body until there's no flesh left. He encloses Sel into the Shield of Retribution and hurls the Sanguine Demon Sword right at the shield to release all the damage. That's when a big explosion occurs, and death flashes before the vampire lord as he stares in horror. The blast crumbles and rattles the whole place, shredding the vampire into the tiniest bits possible. With that, Han finally completes Trial 13 and wins the Book of Skills. He also gets rewarded with plenty of points. After that, our guy smiles at his milestone since he killed an immortal all by himself. He absorbs all the blood that Cell Near left behind with the help of the blood phage effect to absorb the blood of an enemy killed using the Sanguine Demon Blood. With that, Sung-Yoon absorbs the vampire's blood with the Sanguine Demon Blade, inscribing the marked skill Blood Strengthening into a blood phage slot. Our guy activates the marked skill Blood Strengthening of the true Sanguine Demon Blade, and the blood moves at the flick of his fingers impeccably. It turns out that our hero can now control blood even better than the Count himself could. It's almost like he's the vampire king that Cell so desperately wanted to be. Han iconically controls countless blood swords that linger in the air, and personally, he doesn't get a bad feeling about this. Our boy smiles briskly, and the only downside is that he looks like a supervillain. Well, I almost thought he was one. Soon after, Han absorbs the vampiric Count's soul, and divinity is detected in his soul. His power, holy energy, activates, and the divinity gets extracted. Our boy remembers seeing the divinity extraction when he absorbed his clone's dead soul. He can now accelerate the growth of power, holy energy. A bright light descends upon Sung-Yoon, and he didn't realize at that time, but the condition for extracting divinity is whether the dead spirit he absorbed possesses holy energy or not. Given that the low-level vampires didn't have any divinity for him to extract, Han can only extract divinity from enemies with a similar level of holy energy to him. Our guy realizes that there's so much he's unaware of. Just then, the judgment process for extracting the power begins by absorbing a dead soul more powerful than the user. Han feels biased about this because there's no way the vampiric Count was stronger than him. But our guy presumes that it's not hard to guess what the standards are. He speculates that the system probably evaluates dead spirits with links to beings like gods and angels as superior to others. Nonetheless, the skill from the vampire's dead soul is extracted, and Han gets the power Faith Harvest. While our guy wonders what this power is, he's interrupted when his teammates find him along with survivors. Sachio lets out that the priests were using their protective blessings to keep the people safe. Hence, there were more survivors than expected. The survivors spring with joy when they get to know that the vampiric Count has been defeated by a lone warrior and believe that Han must be the hero of legend. They thank their lord for sending a hero in their hour of need and delivering them salvation. The panel detects a potent faith towards Han through the power Faith Harvest. Our guy glimpses at this wholesome moment when the survivors shower him with their faith. Han presumes that misguided faith is also counted as faith after all. Nonetheless, our fella smirks since he's definitely not the one to pass up an opportunity. He then activates the skill Charisma, and his presence becomes larger than life, and his influence on others grows. Still, Han believes that he's not lying to them about anything, and that's how he unlocks another achievement. At least I didn't lie. Using Faith Harvest, the faith gets harvested from the surrounding area, and the power Holy Energy activates, generating a myth based on actual outcome and believers' faith. At that moment, the myth Vampire Slayer gets generated. The holy power is imbued with the effect Anti-Revive and Anti-Demonic. Our boy puts an end to the vampiric Count's infinite resurrections, which explains the effect Anti-Revive and Anti-Demonic that is simply from slaughtering every vampire he came across. Han finds it interesting and apprehends what this whole myth accumulation thing is about. To put it simply, his power, Holy Energy, seems to be fusing with new faiths that he harvests to create these myths, essentially using one power to create more. Judging by the way, Han can feel all this untouched holy energy draining out of him. It appears that activating a myth uses up the reserve of holy energy inside his heart. After that, our guy just about harvested all the faith that people have been sending him, and that brings trials safely to an end. After Sachio and Andre move into the lobby, the old man David approaches Han. The old man admits that he had mistaken Han's confidence for the arrogance of youth, yet it appears it was his own arrogance that made him underestimate our guy. David apologizes to him, and Sung-Yoon gladly accepts. Suddenly, the god of battle makes an appearance as he had been alerted to the death of their disciple servant. The god becomes aware of Han's existence and dejects the holy energy within him, becoming hostile. Acting swiftly, our guy kneels before the god, and David is left confused at the sudden posture. Nonetheless, they could not escape the wrath of God when the ground trembled and crumbled. It is revealed by the Tower of Trials that they have entered the divine realm. It's as if hell has broken loose as the ground tears apart and people fall into scorching lava, screeching with terror. Enraged, Han wonders what the hell is even going on. When he just thought the trial had ended, another trouble toppled over. The people are thrown into utter chaos, and they run for their lives, away from the dead end where the lava awaits. David Taylor, amongst the crowd, appears tense since his portal, which leads to the lobby, is on the other side, and lava torrents in between, making it impossible to cross. That's when our guy gets into action and asks the old man if he wants to shake hands again, addressing him as Professor Dumbledore. Han unexpectedly grabs Dumbledore's hand and forcefully tosses him to the other side of the ground. The old man screams out of fear while our guy agrees it indeed is a surefire solution. After safely tossing the old man into the portal, the ground breaks even more, and lava seethes. Han warns all the people to stand back and smashes the ground, hence activating the Shield of Retribution. It turns out that Han curates his shield into bridges that extend to the other side. On the contrary, Old Man David, who's soaring towards his portal, ponders about Han. He could not say whether our fella is truly a fabled hero they claim, but if such a champion of virtue exists in this desolate world, perhaps it would seem much like Han. With that, the Clock Tower sorcerer bids our boy farewell, addressing him as, "O hero of Earth." In the meantime, our guy commands the people to run across the bridge he created with the shield, since it won't last long. Behind this act of kindness, our cunning fellow was actually hoping to squeeze out a little more faith from them, but he's no luck. He kinda wasted his time by putting on a drama of a savior hero. While he hurries back to his portal, abruptly, the god of battle gets affronted by Han, a mere mortal who dares to wield divinity. That's when an overwhelmingly crushing pressure is felt by the humans, and their heads explode, splattering blood everywhere. Han's eyes snap open in shock upon witnessing such a horrific sight, a reckless massacre. The god of battle warns Han, the pet hound of the tower, that he's crossed the line. An unsettled rage flashes across our fella's eyes, and he responds that the god himself crossed the line too. Our guy makes it clear that as long as he's under the tower's protection, it won't do anything good to keep messing with him like this. He then proceeds to go into the portal if the god has nothing better to say. As Han strides into his portal, the god flashes a smile tinged with bloodlust. The god of battle looks forward to savoring Han's mortal end. Well, our boy finds another reason to get stronger, determined that he won't let God push him around either. Just like that, our fella entered the 14th floor lobby, and he couldn't help but think about the people who were annihilated by the god. He ponders that the tower might have created that vampire city just for the trial. The truth is that even he doesn't know if it was real or not. Han feels guilty as hell, but he realizes that there's no point in getting emotionally invested in something that happens in the trials whatsoever. Sungyun now knows the thing that called itself the god of battle now carries a grudge against him. The tower trials inform him not to put faith in any other god because of the encounter with the god of battle, as he's incurred the animosity of other deities. Our guy believes that things were bound to turn out this way regardless, but decides not to waste any more time on things that are out of his control. After that, Han gets his new cloak and he purchases the power Sword Demon's Path. This is a rare power that is granted to wielders who became enamored with the pursuit of power above all else. Later, Han arrives at the deep woods and meets Admin White Crane, who sorely missed his presence. The admin heard from Han's patron that he made an enemy of the child from the Namsung village. Even our guy isn't sure how, but it just turned out that way. Given the situation, White Crane assumes that Hyuk Namgung is the reason why he spent his special points to purchase her power. Our guy nods and says she's right. The admin smiles and assures him that he's chosen wisely. She tells Han that he's what a layperson might call a savant. Given that our fella perfectly mimicked the strokes of a sword style that was unknown to him by pure instinct alone, White Crane believes that Han's prowess already exceeds a mere imitator's capability. For example, how he understood the true intentions behind the sword style he sought to imitate and successfully modified it into a dual-wield style. Regardless of what a savant is, our guy realizes that he's a good copycat for sure. The admin also mentions that Sungyun was able to master some of the Namgung clan's techniques, albeit a small part of them, which demonstrates his potential as a grandmaster. It signifies that he would be well within his rights to found his own martial arts sect. Our guy wonders if that is really a big deal, but as the admin says, Han made an excellent choice of power with this latest trial, and now all he learns and realizes for himself will be elevated into legitimate skills recognized by the tower. The admin agrees on teaching him all that he needs to know, but there's a catch. In order for Sungyun to learn from him, the admin and the contractor must form the pact of master and pupil. Our guy gladly admits to being her student. The admin gets a little flustered, and Han assures her to think of him as her #1 student. If this is truly what he desires, far be it from her to dissuade him. Deep down, Han reckons that White Crane was a player herself who climbed more than 40 levels in the tower, and he'd be a moron to turn down a chance to train with her. The White Crane warns our fella not to have any regrets later, and Han wonders if her training methods are really harsh, like if she's gonna whip him. That's when the admin elaborates that, in the Murim dimension, a pupil can train under only one master throughout their entire life, so she merely meant that he should make a decision he won't regret later on. But Han seems adamant and assures her that he won't regret it. It's not even like he knows anyone else in the Murim dimension to train under. Since he sounds so certain, White Crane forms the pact and introduces herself as the 17th leader of the Bayek clan of swordsmen and formerly undisputed champion of the Murim dimension. She then reveals her name to be Seolwa Bayek, the martial artist who'll start as his teacher. Our guy is surprised to hear that she was a champion and bows to his master. Han then narrates what he learned in the short lesson of martial arts. Firstly, it is largely divided into two types, namely internal arts and external arts. Internal arts are techniques to refine and store magic energy absorbed from the outside world within the user's body, whereas external arts allow users to perform physical feats such as light step technique and various sword styles. Martial arts entail these different techniques, and certain of them require a specific type of chi that is used. However, our guy started to wonder if his divine sanguine heart style counts as an internal art. To satisfy his curiosity, he asks White Crane if it would be a problem if he already has an internal art that he's trying to master. Upon hearing this, the admin nearly loses it and frantically asks Sung-yoon to explain himself without leaving a single detail. Our guy justifies that whatever she told him sounded like he's learning something similar to what she calls internal arts. The admin Seolwa lashes out at him and asks Han if that Iron and Blood lady taught him the ways of aura synthesis. Our guy wonders if internal art is called aura synthesis in other dimensions. Meanwhile, White Crane assumes that not even the Lord of Iron and Blood would dare to flout the rules of a pact so flagrantly. Still, Seolwa doesn't believe Han's words and insists on looking it up herself. Abruptly, the admin swiftly places her hand on Sung-yoon's chest, pressing it intensely. This makes our fellow wonder what the master is doing. Well, Lady Crane, we all see your true intentions. There's no hiding it. She needs her moment of calm to analyze something and shortly deduces that she sees no traces of internal arts training within him, other than his magic energy. Our guy then opens up about the divine sanguine heart style that was given to him on level 12 by an admin called Fallen Air, not to mention that he lured those admins into giving him powers. Plus, activating this power enhances his combat sense, so he's been using it since then. Seolwa Baek spits out her anger as this was clearly misunderstood. She explains to Sung-yoon that this power was granted to him by the tower, not an internal art, though it was once an internal art mastered by his sponsor, and then converted into a power. After that, our boy awkwardly asks the master to switch to literally another position, and it is at that moment she realizes that she crossed the line, and dashes away, becoming a blushing mess. She justifies that she got too hasty to confirm her suspicions, that she lost all sense of decorum. While our guy lets out that he wasn't complaining, however, Seolwa appears to be rather displeased by it all. She expresses her rage, saying a filthy mud of the blood demon cult has no right to defile him with such a lowly art. Upon seeing her reaction, Han gets reminded that this admin really isn't as fluffy and innocent as she looks. After that, White Crane clearly gives her pupil a warning that he'd better not be learning any internal arts. She asserts that Sung-yoon already has a way of amassing magic energy without mastering internal arts, and those he does master through his powers will allow him to cycle through a variety of internal arts without conflicts. Our fella didn't know this was an option, but the admin tells him to be rest assured. She states that the art she wishes to teach does not rely on internal arts. Nonetheless, she proceeds to give him a demonstration of her sword style, telling him to observe and follow. Han activates the combat skill and Seolwa wields her sword style, exuding a pink aura. He realizes that she's only ever shown him her gentle side, and gets convinced that she really is the master of the Miram dimension. Among the 7 white blade styles, Seolwa demonstrates the very first blade, White Blade Gleaming Sea. She swings the sword with poise as if starlight is flowing, while our guy awe-strikingly glances at her, clicking every move in his head. Seolwa apologizes for going steady since this is the minimum speed required for the White Gleaming Sea, but Han confidently assures her that he'll be able to manage that. He reckoned the White Crane's movement, and it looked like she was bending space itself to trap and slice right through. With that in mind, he wields the sword, imitating exactly what the admin did. Our guy asks if he did well, and White Crane is left wide-eyed, wondering what in the 7 blades was even that. It is then revealed to us that in an era or dimension, gifted savants have always existed. Their kind possesses a natural aptitude for learning that allows them to achieve far loftier feats than most. Savants effortlessly display a peak capacity to understand, evaluate, and absorb information on any given subject. However, geniuses like them must nonetheless hone their skills diligently in order to exercise them to the full extent. In the present, our guy asks White Crane if he did something wrong, while Seolwa spirals into panic. She gasps in disbelief because Han literally mimicked the White Blade Gleaming Sea like it's a child's play, and in a single try. Nonetheless, she calls out Han and lets him know that he has no grasp of the enormity of his deed. She compares her 7 white blades style to Hyok Namgung's divine heavenly blade forms. It is no exaggeration that her style is far more sophisticated. White Crane reminds our fellow that he imitated 2 techniques of the Namgung family's treasured style, the Heavenly Gliding Blade and Heavenly Soaring Blade. They too comprise a part of the divine heavenly blade forms. Seolwa states that her transcendental art is composed of complex principles that grant dominion over space itself, and yet Sung-yoon emulated her White Blade Gleaming Sea on his first try with considerable ease. With one demonstration, he performed the very same technique almost flawlessly. Upon hearing this, Han is hit with a shock since Seolwa calls them fundamental concepts, but it doesn't feel easy to grasp. Lady Crane accentuates that Sung-yoon is the savant of intuition. It's because of the innate intuition that he uses to comprehend its essence at a glance. She admits that it's rather unheard of, While our guy doesn't get a word she's saying, Seolwa makes a shocking revelation, muttering that it should take only 1 day for him to learn most martial art techniques. Every martial art style has its own principles, which a pupil must study in order to understand and absorb the style. Furthermore, since our fella has no use for any theoretical lessons on principles, it turns out that he can simply see and replicate a technique as he pleases. However, the Lady Crane still trains him in the use of magic energy. After training, our guy narrates that he mastered as many techniques as he could, including body, light step, and empty hand technique. But the most useful among them all was the 7 white blade itself. Among them are the white blade gleaming sea, a technique that defies evasion by bending space itself to cut through the target. White blade piercing sky, a stabbing technique used to penetrate through an enemy's defense, and white blade spacefold, a defensive technique that distorts the space around the sword. With that, the training session comes to an end, and Han expresses gratitude for his master. Lady Crane is glad he's calling her master, and our boy takes his leave. She thinks he's going too soon and assures Han to stay as long as he'd like. But he leaves, saying that he has a feeling that he'll be back. After he leaves, Seolwa is over the moon and smiles sneakily as Han called her master earlier. She's also certain that he'll improve at a dizzying pace with diligent training, given his natural talent. After a while, our guy enters into the 14th floor lobby and feels guilty since he couldn't master all 7 techniques of the White Crane style at his current level. In the meantime, he's been making the most of the skill Demon Slayer style and improving it whenever he can. But when it comes to Master's 7-blade style, or Namgung's divine heavenly blade forms, it's just not strong enough to incorporate these new styles. For this reason, our fella decides to make a new skill with his power Sword Demon's Path that allows users to develop unique sword-based skills. By activating Iron Blood Sword and Combat Focus, Han has managed to improve the Divine Heavenly Blade form and the 7 white blade styles by dual wielding, but neither of them are close to being promoted into skills. Later, Han recalls when Seolwa granted a clue about a skill that can only be created with a solid basis of recognizable structure. Our guy thinks of modifying White Crane's blade styles into a base style to use the heavenly blade forms on top of it whenever he wants. At the same time, he keeps in mind the principle behind dual-wielding swords, namely that a strong offense is the best defense. Countless sword strokes traced gleaming arcs with myriad thoughts racing through the expanse of his mind. And then, after a thoughtful process, he creates a new skill, Hybrid Origin Blade with outstanding effects. It adds supplementary buffs to techniques of both component sword styles when wielding swords. Our guy is surprised to see the skill, and, while he does like the sound of added buffs, he supposes that it could have been better. That's when Han opens the inventory and stumbles upon the book of skills he got from the 13th trial. This book allows a user to obtain a grade B skill. With nothing to lose, our guy decides to give it a try and flicks the pages. Eventually, a skill, Blood Spirit Demon Blade, is generated that imbues the user with demonic energy, and upon using this, the unique effect, Double Strike, is activated to double the effectiveness of the technique. To make it stronger, Sungyun uses skill synthesis, merging the skills Hybrid Origin Blade and Blood Spirit Demon Blade. That's when the skill Demonic Origins Blade is created. Just like that, Han enters the 14th floor with the trial objective to hunt all monsters in the lake within 7 days of the time limit. He faces an enemy that exceeds his level, and Han activates the skill Indomitable Skill. Upon entering the floor, things take a 360-degree turn when our guy encounters Hyuk Namgung, who's been waiting for him. Given that he awaited Han, he'd annihilated all the trifling monsters on the 14th floor on his behalf, yet he never showed. Hyuk thought he came to the wrong place, but his enemy showed up just at the right time. They both grin diabolically like freaking maniacs, making it obvious that they have been waiting for this moment to come. Our guy goes all out as he activates all the skills, and they both leap towards each other, charging their swords. The battle between Han Sung-gyun and Namgung Hyuk begins. Our guy uses Sword Flame, which leaves Namgung in utter shock as he wonders how he's using it. Sung-gyun asks him if he's already surprised because he has a lot more to show, and with that, he kicks Hyuk after being able to make a cut on his cheek. Sung-gyun's improved skills and techniques surprise Namgung to the core, but he doesn't show it. Our guy asks him for his feedback on his newly made S-rank swordsmanship skill, which is a demon sword art developed by combining several absolute divine arts. The author narrates that dual consecutive hits can fire off 2 more attacks at the same time as the sword's original attack, and at the exact same power as the sword attacks performed. Han Sung-gyun is proud of this skill as he feels like it's already too powerful, but our guy warns Namgung Hyuk about the scar it made on his face, stating that it's going to bother him until he dies. Namgung heals the scar while he leaps toward Sung-gyun in order to attack him, and the guy is not able to digest the fact that the swordsmanship Sung-gyun is using right now, the Qinggong technique, its Murims. Hyuk wonders why Sung-gyun hid his martial arts before, but our guy lets him know he didn't hide it but was actually scared he might die. Therefore he reveals that he learned this all day yesterday. This pisses off the Blue Heaven Sword Dragon, who believes that our guy is rude as ever, seeing how he's saying bullshit about learning martial arts in a single day. Sung-yoon proudly claims that someone said that he's a genius, and with that, our guy pulls off the moves of the Namgung clan's swordsmanship, leaving the sword master in absolute shambles. The Blue Heaven Dragon loses it and questions Sung-yoon how dare he use it without knowing his place, but our guy thinks he should have made it harder to copy. Namgung Hyuk charges at our guy while Sung-yoon admires his swordsmanship, the Qinggong technique, and even his irregular movements. Our guy is taking a high-class lesson and believes that he's going to remember it well and use it all later. Namgung pulls out Forceful Battle, establishing a fighting domain within a 30-meter radius, which prohibits everyone except Han Sung-yoon and Namgung Hyuk from entering the fighting domain. Hyuk believes he has got our guy, but to his surprise, our necromancer uses witchcraft to attack his opponent, catching him by shock. Namgung struggles to fight back, and when he thinks of an escape, the domain comes in his way, which he forcefully releases. Before he could get away, Sung-yoon gets to him and hits him with such force that the Murim guy goes flying away. Our guy sees the Murim genius in a bad state and assumes that he's lost, but to his surprise, Namgung Hyuk laughs out loud, which makes Sung-yoon wonder if he went crazy. Meanwhile, Namgung admits the fact that Sung-yoon learned martial arts and got strong in such a short period of time, although he doesn't know how. The Murim guy finds it fun, as he believes that even if our guy uses the tower's witchcraft, he will acknowledge that, and along with that, he pulls out a stone. Han Sung-yoon swings his sword as he wonders if this guy actually thought he would let him do this. The floor-invading penalty relief stone is consumed by Namgung before the sword could hit him. A huge light appears as this is happening, and after a few moments, we see Namgung Hyuk walking out of the light as he questions Sung-yoon if he ever wonders why he's called the Blue Heaven Sword Dragon. Sung-yoon believes he's cooked as he lets out a nervous laugh. Namgung Hyuk walks in furiously and believes strengthened sword chi isn't something a bastard like Sung-yoon should witness, as he states that our guy should consider it an honor. Sung-yoon's flashback takes us to the time when the White Crane Swordmaster was telling him the use of chi, which is basically the concept of using magic powers on your sword. It's a technique that adds properties that interfere with the laws of the sword itself, while the sword flame is a stage where you can add another one of those properties, and strengthened sword chi is the next stage, a type of ultimate essence that allows you to flexibly utilize the surrounding magic power as well. Back to the present, we see Sung-yoon in disbelief as he was not expecting to witness the strengthened sword chi this quickly, and to his surprise, this skill is ridiculously strong. The sword's reach rapidly increases in strengthened sword chi and makes it difficult to even approach it. Plus, the strengthened sword chi's strong yet flexible movements all are irregular and threatening, as if the sword is turning into a living dragon. Our guy realizes that he underestimated Namgung and remembers about the sword enlightenment. When he was listening to the White Crane Swordmaster's teachings, Sung-yoon felt that Murim's master got to skip a few growth stages throughout their enlightenment. Seeing Sung-yoon tensed up unlike before, the Murim guy taunts him while our guy regrets not finishing this with full power as soon as he started because he's aware that it's going to get messy now. Han Sung-yoon activates the Authority, Heavenly Blood Cultivation Art, as he warns Namgung to prepare himself since he's going full force. As Namgung Hyuk is approaching towards him, Sung-yoon utilizes White Sword Fold Emptiness, leaving the Blue Heaven Sword Dragon in utter disbelief as he wonders where else did Sung-yoon steal martial arts from. The Murim guy is confident that all struggles are worthless in front of strengthened sword chi, while Sung-yoon activates skill, fighting concentration, hence increasing his focus by 20 times. Our guy manages to sneak up behind Hyuk but ends up damaging his gut badly, and before he could even get up, the Murim guy mercilessly attacks him. Luckily, Han manages to dodge the attack. Our guy is surprised to see Namgung's strengthened sword chi adjust to the White Sword Fold Emptiness, and with that, he activates the skill, Ashen Blood. But before he could even use it, the Blue Heaven Dragon kicks him with all his strength, making our guy go flying back. The intense hit to the ground makes our guy cough blood out while Hyuk doesn't plan on sparing him and attacks him again. Han withstands that powerful attack, and this leaves the Murim guy in utter shock because he didn't actually think our guy would be able to fight him evenly. With that, the Swordmaster decides to finish this off as he strikes the sword towards our guy who's not ready to give up. Not yet. Sung-yoon uses the skill, Counter Shield, and releases all absorbed damage at once because after how hard he worked to get up here, our guy cannot go down this easily. Sung-yoon's attack doesn't affect the Swordmaster, and that takes him by surprise. And before he knew it, Hyuk's sword slashes his head off his body. The skill, Last Stand, is activated, which nullifies Sung-yoon's critical wounds, amplifying all of his senses for a short time, while this skill has a cooldown period of 1 week. Due to this skill he got as an additional reward on the 12th floor, our guy's head is connected back to his body, and as he regains his composure, he utilizes another reward he received on the 12th floor and activates the Ancient Emperor's Ash Crown exclusive effect, Ghost Magic. Because of the Ancient Emperor's Ash Crown, Han's mind will slowly be contaminated, Therefore, the authority of a serene mind is strongly activated. Our guy decides to use everything he's got and uses necromancy to beat the Murim guy, who is pissed off to witness this witchcraft as he quickly gets rid of it and grabs Han Sung-yoon by his neck. The Murim guy chokes Han with one hand and uses the other to slash our fella's head with a sword yet again. But before he's able to do that, his body starts trembling and he can't move. Abruptly, Hyuk collapses on the ground while our guy reminds him about what he told him about the scar on his face. The scene flashes back to Hyuk's past, where we see a little Hyuk standing with guilt in front of his parents, whereas his father is shouting at his mother, asking her why their son can't even do basic moves and doubts if the kid is truly his blood. Meanwhile, the purple-eyed kid feels that he enjoys conversing with his sword, and one day he meets his grandfather, for the first time, who finds him developing a path of the sword before following any fixed moves. The grandfather thinks his grandson is a genius, and from that day onwards Namgung was raised by his granddad, the contemporary sword supreme, and as a result of that, the Murim kid began developing dangerously in an unprecedented manner. After getting stronger, Namgung proudly goes to his father to let him know that he's dealt with the blood cult who were traveling in disguise. The poor son expected his father to praise him, but instead his father tells him to devote himself to cultivate his heart instead of slaughtering, and insults him. This leaves a deep scar in Hyuk Namgung. Back to the present, we witness the ancient emperor's ash crown being destroyed after its durability has been fully utilized. Namgung lays groaning in pain and tells our guy to end it, but Sung-yoon sits across from him, finding it fascinating that originally they would have never met, but two different people of different dimensions had a battle like this. Sung-yoon admits the fight to be painful, but it's funny that our guy felt fun while fighting. Our guy believes if they both had been friends, they would have shared their achievements and accomplishments instead of fighting like this. And this leaves Namgung first shocked and then in disbelief. He can't believe Sung-yoon still has such thoughts while climbing the tower and decides to tell him something fun. The Murim guy reveals the reason why he stopped climbing the tower and invaded the dimension wasn't just to enjoy murdering our guy, but because after gaining divinity, he became enemies with a certain god and felt a threat to his own life. According to him, the chosen ones inevitably have to deal with divinity, and the moment they do, they have to face gods in various forms. The Swordmaster lets Han know that he will soon have to deal with divinity, but if he climbs the tower with that stupid mentality, then even with divinity, our guy won't be able to prevent the gods from destroying his Earth. Han Sung-yoon, after hearing this, refuses to agree as he believes this will not happen because those who tried to destroy the base of his life will all be killed by him. And with that, our guy attacks Namgung one last time, hence killing him. The skill, Truth Seeker of Blood, activates, and the system congratulates Sung-yoon on completing the 14th floor of the Tower of Trials. The pass reward of Boots of the Wind Spirit is being transferred to Han's inventory, and along with that, our guy obtains 10,000 pass reward points and a pass reward of 4,000 SP. As an additional reward, our guy gets 4,000 SP, and Burrowing Heaven's sword is transferred to his inventory. The system instructs Han to get to the waiting room where the basis of a myth has been successfully arranged, and authority divine power is strongly activated. As the system calculates myth based on the actual results and the faith of the believers, myth battle-tested warrior is complete and accumulates divine power. From now on, the effect of Indomitable and Reverse will be bound to Han's divine management. Our guy absorbs the spirit of challenger Namgung Hyuk, increasing his proficiency by 47%, and unique trait Necromancy rises up by 1 rank. Blood consumption of the True Blue Heavenly Sword's exclusive effect activates, and Namgung's blood is absorbed in it, causing the item to grow to A rank. The system notifies Hyuk's blood being absorbed, engraving the skill Strengthening Apprehension into the blood consumption exclusive slot. Our guy believes he's got a good one that he can put onto the sword flame as well, and with that, he realizes his clothes cannot be restored. Therefore, Sung-yoon decides to go shopping on Earth. As our guy is thinking about it, the system interrupts him and notifies him that the admin Iron-Blooded Monarch is stating that she has some decent armor that she wants to sponsor to her contractor, and White Crane Swordmaster states that the contractor's fighting methods are more suitable for martial arts robes. Sung-yoon, after seeing this, goes to the Iron-Blooded Monarch and is amazed by how the administrator designed her house. As he enters inside, the admin compliments him for his good work and, to celebrate upon crossing a difficult level, she gives him a present which seems to be like a pendant. Our guy thought she was giving him an armor but is cut off when Iron Blood interrupts him and lets him know that once he puts a bit of magic power into this necklace, the armor will naturally equip. The admin warns Sung-yoon to use it outside the tower just in case, and our guy, after thanking her, leaves to meet the White Crane Swordmaster. Our guy greets his master aka White Crane, who looks disappointed at Sung-yoon not visiting her first, while he apologizes. The administrator wants to ask Han permission to do one thing, and hesitates as she states she wants to do our boy's hair. Our guy, after processing what she just said, feels uneasy because he believes that hair should be done by a hairdresser only, and states that she doesn't even have tools. White Crane Swordmaster reveals that White Sword 7 techniques will be enough for that, and with that, she warns Han to stay still if he doesn't want to get hurt. Before Sung-yoon could protest and stop her, his hair is already cut and, to his surprise, the hair looks pretty decent. Our guy compliments his master, who gets nervous but tries to act normal, and after that, she starts shoving Sung-yoon towards the exit while handing him the item that will make it easy to wear the martial artist robes that she mentioned earlier. The White Crane Swordmaster nervously wishes him good luck, and Sung-yoon feels this situation to be fishy. Sung-yoon enters the 15th floor waiting room as the system starts to finalize and the command quest opens. From now on, our guy can receive several quests from the administrators, and the quests will replace personal trials and will be based on the administrator's record of life. Upon clearing the quest, Sung-yoon can receive rewards from the administrator who issued the quest. However, he can only obtain one quest per floor. Now our guy realizes why the administrators were being so nice to him. It was so that they could commission him for their quests. But since Sung-yoon has a lot on his plate, he decides to think about this gradually, and decides to take a look at his newly obtained myth. Myth: battle-tested warrior, activates an effect, indomitable, bound to divine management, and when it is activated, our boy's body can act at full power regardless of the state it is in. Another effect, reverse, is also bound to divine management, and when it's activated, our guy can receive bigger buffs the more disadvantaged he is in a battle. We see the people witnessing the second interdimensional invasion of Earth where the footage of Yesterday from London is being shown. The supervisor notifies his team that the situation occurred when a challenger from another dimension summoned an unknown black orb in the airspace above London, UK, revealing that the alien creatures, which are composed of magic energy, after initially indiscriminate killing, disappeared without a trace, while the Dimension Invader also retreated inside the black orb and has shown no sign of activity since. However, the unidentified black orb is increasing in size as they speak, leading to urgent concerns over the possibility of another massacre. The supervisor believes if they have any hope to prevent this irrational slaughter, they have to pledge the support of the Korean Hunter Association with all sense of urgency. One of the hunters points out the lack of this urgency during the Shinjuku crisis in Japan and wonders why the association is feeling so generous with its support this time around. The supervisor tries to explain when Han Sung-yoon interrupts him as he announces that it's all about money, since the Shinjuku crisis came with a lot more prominence. Our guy believes that ever since that, the business has been pretty good for the association. All heads turn towards Sung-yoon as he speaks, while the challengers gossip about him among themselves. After the meeting, our guy meets Haeyeon as he apologizes for heading back to the tower without saying anything and feels good to meet her. Haeyeon accepts his apology but states that she would appreciate it if our guy would be a little more considerate of his partner. With that, she asks him about his combat gear, and Sung-yoon lets her know that he's wearing it on the inside. Their conversation is interrupted when a guy announces that all challengers who are wishing to join the London relief mission need to board the charter flight this way, while guiding them the way. Sung-yoon turns around, all ready to board the flight when Haeyeon grabs him as she reveals she has a better idea. Haeyeon has a little upgrade of her own from climbing the tower, and states that some of the support spells she's picked up relate to spatial manipulation. The black-haired girl breaks it to Sung-yoon that she can now teleport anywhere she would like with the right coordinates, and she even got clearance from the association. Sung-yoon is notified that he's been selected as a target of the support spell Teleportation, and he will now be relocated to the coordinates designated by the caster of the support spell Teleportation. With that, they activate the teleportation. Meanwhile, in London, we see the magic summons from a day before appearing again as the challengers present. They brace themselves for the second wave while their top priority to protect is the spire. A senior challenger instructs the rookie to focus on the portal while he fights as they can't let any contaminants into the portal or else they all are done for. The rookie freaks out as a monster attacks him, but before it could reach him, it's killed by Han Sung-yoon and Haeyeon, who appear out of the portal at that very moment. The rookie apologizes for not being able to do a better job protecting the magic circle while Haeyeon reassures him and asks him, when did this start again? The senior challenger appears in front of them, looking extremely pleased to see them as he calls them their knights in shining armor and requests an apology for the lack of introductions since they're short on time. With that, he suggests they leave this to them and join the rest of the chaperones at the rendezvous point, as he orders the rookie to escort their guests downstairs. Sung-yoon, upon reaching the hall, realizes it's definitely more of a large-scale support mission. But for some reason, our guy feels uneasy that the Brits from the Spire of Mages aren't exactly thrilled by the response while everyone outside is risking their lives. The higher-ups are down here talking about useless shit. The old man sitting on the head chair starts the conversation but is left speechless after spotting Han Sung-yoon, not expecting to meet him like this again as he considers this reunion an honor for himself. Our guy recognizes the old man to be the one he rescued during the 13th floor trial. After the old man tells Sung-yoon about everything that's going on, Our guy decides to summarize it for better precision. According to the old guy, the black sphere out there is an ultra-high-level barrier that can't be broken by hundreds of mages throwing their magic energy against it, except the old guy was able to break through when it was much smaller, and that's how the first wave was stopped. But it's been impossible to even make a dent in it ever since. The challengers present in the room start gossiping as they are confused about why Elder Taylor, aka the old man, gave his head seat to Sung-yoon. They all are in disbelief, but Elder Taylor believes this high seat is a negligible amount to pay for the safety and protection of the country, and he will even kneel before our guy if necessary, because the rest of them have not witnessed what he did in the Tower of Trials. Elder believes Han Sung-yoon is not a normal guy, and with that, he takes his feedback on the situation, asking for a solution. Sung-yoon declares that there's only one option, and that is that he destroys the black orb, and everyone is left in utter disbelief as they whisper among themselves. But our guy clarifies that he has a condition, and that is that he wants all the rewards that were offered to everyone down here for himself, and by that, he means all of it. And if his condition is agreed to, he claims to destroy the orb. The challengers start objecting since their rewards are on the line, while Elder Taylor hesitates as he states that such terms have to be discussed through proper channels. But Sung-yoon doesn't mind waiting. However, he thinks the way things are right now, by the time they're done talking and discussing, those channels might not even exist anymore, or even London itself. Our guy plans to do whatever he can, even if things don't go his way, but he feels it's always nice to grab a little something for himself. Elder Taylor accepts Sung-yoon's condition and promises him the rewards, while in return, he wants that orb destroyed. The challengers try to interrupt their supervisor as they believe he should think this through, but the deal is already made as Sung-yoon agrees to it. Our guy uses the pendant, and his outfit changes into a Murim one, but as he's ready to leave, Haeon calls him out, to which he just smiles as he believes this won't take him long. Sung-yoon activates the unique effect, Way of the Wind, of the item Boots of the Wind Fairy, and flies at lightning speed, leaving the challengers stunned. As our guy approaches near the orb, he finds it much bigger than he expected, and decides to get started right away. Han Sung-yoon uses the skill, Sky Cleave, which allows him to destroy the magic energy itself, but expends greater magic energy proportional to the resilience of the target. Using the skill, Sky Cleave, our guy removes the limitations on targets that can be destroyed. Just like that, he pierces the sword into the barrier with the merciless force of the skill. The realm starts to break, and our guy couldn't be happier as he learns that it's possible to destroy magic energy itself. With that one final strike, Han breathtakingly cracks the realm open like a freaking god and enters the spectral realm, the Void. Upon entering, he's confused about what a spectral realm is, and it appears that the inside of the sphere is treated as an entirely separate dimension. Shortly, Han activates the skill Third Eye when suddenly he finds himself surrounded by horrific creatures. It is known that all beings other than the master of the spectral realm are exposed to horrific illusions, which can't be dispelled by any skill. Han is expected to lose all sense of direction and can no longer use sensory skills in this realm. Plus, he also suffers an 18-point decrease across all stats as a penalty. Suddenly, our boy is attacked by the creatures that manage to injure him. Sung-yoon spirals into panic, wondering what kind of illusions are strong enough to do physical damage. To see things clearly, our boy activates the power Clear-Headed, and that's how the effect of the spectral void is lifted. The loss of sense of direction and certain skill restrictions are lifted by Han's magic resistance skill. With that, our guy makes a stronger comeback and fights back the illusions. All the creatures leap forth, while the places Sung-yoon got hurt get healed. He realizes the outfit White Crane gave him repairs itself using magic energy. Right at that moment, someone emerges from behind and witnesses Han's outstanding abilities. While our guy pauses for a moment, the man is impressed that someone from a minor, trifling dimension is capable of single-handedly penetrating a spectral realm. Before that weirdo could finish talking, our guy decapitates him in a heartbeat. The head is sliced apart from his body, and yet that man lets out that it's nothing he hadn't predicted. Suddenly, a blinding light illuminates, and Han activates the myth Comeback Hero, which imbues his holy energy with the effect Indomitable. The magician, who got decapitated, has his illusions appear everywhere, and he expresses utter disbelief, certain that our boy can't be a disciple. The man is disappointed, and questions what god would deign to inhabit such a trifling dimension, referring to Earth. At that moment, Han uses blood manipulation, and the man casts Hex of Invisibility. The illusions become blurry to hide from the enemy, and our fella's blood power bursts forth, piercing through the illusions. The sorcerer warns Han, saying that he might be a godly disciple, but he's going to regret having the gall to trespass into a sorcerer's realm. Meanwhile, our guy grasps that the one talking is just another illusion. The real body is hiding somewhere out of reach. The sorcerer's illusion attacks Han with Hex of Impish Swamps, peculiar flying creatures, clarifying that he won't escape death. However, our boy flips the tables when he activates Shield of Retribution and uses it as a bat. Just like that, he swats those flies with the bat, sending them flying. While Han is busy hitting those bugs, he realizes that damn sorcerer is stalling for time. Our guy feels like he can find him. Although this place is bigger than it seems from the outside, it's still finite. He's certain that there's a smarter way of doing this, but to wrap things up faster, he decides to just wipe out everything at once. Just like that, Han releases all the damage accumulated in the Shield of Retribution and activates the marked skill Enhanced Vigilance of the True Sanguine Demon Blood. He uses the unique effect Dual Mirror Strike of the skill. A violent energy bursts forth when our guy strikes the sword, creating an explosion inside the spectral realm. The realm rattles, and our boy's power obliterates everything. Hence, the real sorcerer finally comes to light. The sorcerer trembles with pain, covered in blood. The man questions Han. What business does a monster like him have with a paltry dimension such as this one? Our guy is happy that the conversation is on point, and bluntly commands the sorcerer to get rid of this black orb called the Spectral Realm. Basically, Han is asking the sorcerer to destroy his own realm, and the man freaks out, mentioning the amount of sweat and toil that went into creating this domain. But sadly, our guy hates excuses and activates his skill Blood Prophet, along with Pain Amplification, which allows the target to suffer harm twofold. The sorcerer has no escaping the tormenting hell and screams in pain. Han assumes that he'd had enough, but the sorcerer's pride is unhindered when he tells our boy that he wouldn't be so callous if he had any inkling of who he is. The man reveals himself to be the future Grand Sorcerer of the Empire, an unparalleled savant of the magical arts. However, our guy doesn't take his bullshit and twists one of his arms, making him go through hell. Our ruthless boy makes it clear that he won't ask again, and the sorcerer begs for mercy, crying uncontrollably. Han then asks him his name, dimension of origin, and his business on Earth. The sorcerer beats around the bush, but our guy isn't interested and warns him to answer his damn questions. The man reveals himself to be Sindel from Ari's dimension, and his mission on Earth was to garner faith from the beings of this world. Han asks him what that's supposed to mean, and Sindel humiliates our guy, asking if he came to him without even the slightest knowledge. But our boy starts to lose patience with him and strikes him down with a kick, breaking his ribs. Sindel begs to stop this madness and explains that ancient records found in hidden repositories reveal that wondrous mages and wizards ascended above their mortal limits through their reliance on faith. The faith devoted by these believing masses accumulated in their hearts as holy energy that formed circles, eventually allowing an exceptional few to reach the sixth circle, the honor and glory of the vaunted title of Grand Sorcerer. Our guy questions Sindel how he gains faith from people. The mage answers that one form of faith is the sheer dread evoked through absolute domination or mortal fear through indiscriminate massacre, the most expedient method indeed. Sindel also confesses he chose the Earth dimension because holy energy tainted with the presence of another god cannot be used to elevate the abilities of a mage. There's no reason why the sorcerer would debase himself gracing a godless dimension with his presence. Han sums it up that the sorcerer committed mass murder just to improve his skills, calling him a piece of shit. He proceeds to the next question and asks Sindel what he knows about the God of Testaments and the God of Battle. The mage confesses that it's beyond his knowledge whether such deities even exist. However, he seems to have a death wish when Sung-Yoon catches him lying through his teeth with his dragon eye, even on the brink of death. Our guy realizes that Sindel definitely knows something about the gods, and a murderous intent creeps in when our guy picks him up. He understands that no one would give up important info like that without a fight. Hence, our guy decides to increase the intensity of pain and activates Torturer's Wiles, an efficient method of interrogation. Poor Sindel's body twists, and he goes through horrendous torture as his bones crack one by one with blood spill. Han literally goes insane and waits to see how much more he can take. Eventually, Sindel is sucked to the bones and implores Han to end this torment. Our guy manages to squeeze the info out of him, but in a gruesome way. Han Sung-Yoon then narrates how he learned so much about divinity, magic, and the God of Testament, thanks to Sindel, not to mention various tidbits about Ares' dimension. Our guy then appears tired after tormenting others and reckons that it's been 7 hours since he jumped into this realm. All that torture took its toll on his mental health. Nonetheless, Han begins to realize what divinity really is. First off, possessing divinity in itself doesn't make one a god. Second, divinity can only be amassed by unlocking a bodily organ for magic, what they refer to as Dantian in Murim and circles in Ares. Holy energy generated through divinity is the purest form of magic energy, serving the user's will with the highest level of responsiveness. In simple words, holy energy constitutes magic energy in its true essence. More importantly, gathering this energy allows the user to make exponential gains in power, since it reacts sensitively to the will of the user. This allows the user to reach loftier heights of skill than might otherwise be possible. Whatsoever, Han finds it disappointing since he couldn't figure out how to use it properly and realizes he has a long way to go from using sword auras. He also stumbles upon the 2 ways to store holy energy in one's heart. First, he could break down and refine magic energy, which is arduous and time-consuming. As such, one solution to this dilemma is to use faith as a resource. Whether it's through admiration or fear, being the subject of intense faith will channel faith into the heart, at least based on what Seindel learned from investigating the ancient records he mentioned. The scene takes us to a flashback, earlier when Han was torturing Seindel. He revealed that there was an oracle given to him by the priest who serves the god of battle. Our guy gets a fragment of information about the god of battle, and he had no idea they were so deeply involved in all this. Sungyun remembers when the god of testament warned him not to place his faith in any other god, because there's a risk of incurring the animosity of other deities. Our guy is baffled why some gods would want to be his enemy when the only time he's known them is through random messages. But there's no questioning anymore that the god of battle's hostility towards him is bringing Earth into the crossfire. And this makes Han enraged because if things keep escalating like this, in the end, the god of battle will become his nemesis. Just like that, our guy absorbs Seindel's dead soul and his blood to inscribe the marked skill, Imbue Soul Ego. Han feels like if he's at least planning to go against the gods, he needs to gather as much holy energy as he can. Sitting in a mansion, our guy presumes that he has gotten rest over the past couple of days, which means the tower is about to summon him again. He then recalls what the girl said about this pocket plane pouch that settled beside him, an exceptionally rare item, and to take good care of it. Our boy grabs the big-ass pouch to check out the latest spoils. He finds a skill proficiency potion, a book of random skills, a stat increase potion, and so on. He thinks it was worth it for the Brits in the end. If anything, they got the better end of the deal. Han is certain that they'll get a whole lot out of studying that thing for research purposes, thinking he should have claimed a share at least. Later, he peeks at his hunter identity card and becomes an A-grade hunter. He remembers when he thought reaching A-grade was a dream come true, but still, Han appears disappointed, wondering if he wasn't good enough to be S-grade, cursing those association cheapskates. It is then revealed to us that after the mission, Sungyun was asked to host a press conference with the British Hunter Association, even receiving an offer to gain British citizenship outright. It was like he had become a celebrity overnight. Then the same thing happened when he went to Korea. He was showered with a bunch of incentives like tax exemptions and other benefits just to win him over. But the thing is, fame and wealth on Earth didn't really mean much to him anymore. Our guy ponders that no matter how rich or famous he becomes, none of it's of any use to him if the entire planet is decimated by some invader from another world. He doesn't turn a blind eye to what matters the most, to stay focused on growth. Not only that, our fella feels the urge to be able to defend this world against gods. This is the reason he needs total power. After that, Han recalls what Seindel said about holy energy being the purest and most refined form of magic energy. Our guy tries to do the same, and every time he manages to refine magic energy by himself up to a certain level. But it's harder than he thought. Nothing he does seems to purify it to the point of converting it into holy energy. If he didn't have the hero's blessing power, he wouldn't have a clue about what to do. Thanks to this power, Han already has some holy energy in him, so that's something at least. From what little he's tried inside the void, it seems impossible to generate a sword aura or cast spells using holy energy, regardless of his willpower. Faith and resolve, that's what it takes to put holy energy to use. When he created the myths, Comeback Hero, and Vampire Slayer, maybe his holy energy moved by all the faith he had around him at that time. Han reckons if that's the case, there's nothing he can do to use holy energy properly by himself right now. At that moment, his time on Earth ends and our guy returns to the Tower of Trials. Deep down, he knows the answer to his questions must be higher up the tower. With that, Sungyun enters the 15th level of the trial, Acolytes of the God of Darkness, that's what they call themselves, and smiting the filthy heretics who reject their sable savior is their mission. The hunters are creeped out by the sheer terror these monsters exude since never in their lifetime have they witnessed something like this. Those hunters seem to be from a party and wonder why their chief even took on a contract like this. Nonetheless, a big guy jerks open the curtain of the camp and yells in a frenzy at someone to get his ass up and out of this damn bunk. The big guy makes it clear that he'll not abide by lollygagging in his camp. Well, to our surprise, the boy who's being yelled at turns out to be Han Sungyun, disrupting our guy's leisurely lie-in. Our poor guy didn't even get the time to settle in and wonders if that big bastard is an orc or something. The soldier frantically asks Han if he hasn't heard the marching orders and questions his ridiculous outfit. The soldier alerts our guy that the crusade is about to begin. Upon hearing this, our guy assumes that there's some religious war going on in this trial. The rumbling reverberates, and Han gets to know the trial has started with the objective of leading the crusade to victory within 17 days, which is the time limit. Our guy looks up at the hunters and reckons they're a few thousand at least. In the meantime, the soldiers rally around Chief Raynell at all times and promise rewards once they reign victorious in this holy war. The soldier with Han reveals to him that Chief Raynell is the brave soul who leads their mercenary band, a rare aura user in their midst. The soldier lets out that those heretic bastards are almost upon them, and that the troops are ready for battle, letting the darkness bring judgment upon those fanatics who worship the false god of battle. Our guy tries to process the info and sums it up. He was hired as a mercenary by some slimy worshippers of the god of darkness who are fighting against the followers of the god of battle. That's when our boy grins and starts his special mission, Path to Command. He must earn recognition as an outstanding leader by proving himself to the mercenaries. It is known to us that Raynell, all her life, was devoted to the study of blades, which allowed her to lead a mercenary band of considerable renown. Without the backing of a noble family, the battlefield was her only means of proving her worth. Raynell fought one war after another, escaping death's clutches uncountable times, until one day she attained the status of an aura user, a height of prowess only reached by true knights. However, her lack of formal training to utilize her aura left her with few options to hone her remarkable skills, except to chase after fleeting moments of clarity in a never-ending series of battles. In the present scene, Chief Raynell lunges with her sword, and as she slashes through the enemy, the realization dawns on her that there's simply no end to the enemy's ranks. Even at a glance, it's clear they number well beyond mere thousands, whereas their allies barely amount to 700 or so, including those wretched carcasses summoned by the Dark Priests. The chief supposes that these odds are far from what the Dark Priests assured them, because, at this rate, they'll find themselves on the brink of defeat. Just as Raynell proceeds to slash the enemy, suddenly a giant monster emerges from behind. The coward soldiers are left behind, and a siege golem materializes in the midst of war. The soldier immediately informs the lieutenant that Raynell is surrounded by the enemy, and she's all alone. Meanwhile, Raynell has barely the strength left to even lift her sword arm. Right at that moment, death flashes before her, and she thinks it's the hollow end for a life spent in vain, mastery of the blade beyond her grasp. Tears fill her eyes, pondering that if she'd known this would be her end, she would never have agreed to take part in this fanatical folly. However, a miracle befalls. Our guy arrives at the perfect time, slashing the enemy in the blink of an eye, leaving the chief staggered. Our guy informs her that he'll hold them off for now, and suggests to the chief that she retreat while she can. Raynell is rendered speechless. In the madness and mayhem of the battlefield, she finds Han's voice calm, silencing the din all around them. She wonders if this is some sort of vision before death. In the meantime, Sungyun lets his monstrous side take over and annihilates the enemies with the back of his hand, impeccably and fiercely. Raynell is left wide-eyed when she witnesses Han using an aura flame. The punies of the Battle of Gods take notice of Han, who relentlessly cleaves them in half, slicing the enemy with his newly learned sword styles. On the battlefield, Raynell awe-strikingly gazes at the flawless harmony of raw strength, graceful fluidity, and delicate refinement. It almost feels as though she's watching a performance. She blushes, looking at our guy, since she's never seen such a marvel. Meanwhile, our guy is loving the all-out brawl because this is what he wanted. This means he can keep replenishing stamina and magic energy by absorbing dead spirits and blood. But it's a shame that the proficiency for necromancy increases the slightest per kill, not exactly the leaps and bounds Han was hoping for. Like a gruesome monster, our boy relentlessly cuts through the monsters and absorbs the new skills, gaining so many skills at random. Grinning, Sungyun strikes the ground with brute force that smashes away the enemy, sending them flying. That's when the urgency presses upon them, and the enemies realize they must retreat rather than face this monstrosity head-on. The enemy releases the siege golems that materialize to stop the disaster called Han Sungyun. Our fella uses the 7 white blade style, white blade piercing sky, and with a single leap, he takes down the siege golem. The allies are slack-jawed when they witness the sight, while Raynell notices that the move Han just made was the same technique he used to save her life. She vividly remembers, thinking it was as though he manipulated and distorted the fabric of space itself, and concludes that such feats are far beyond the realm of swordsmanship. On the other hand, our boy impeccably slashes through the golems, and the army of the god of battle are freaking out, witnessing that their siege golems, the pinnacle of magical refinement, are defeated in one fell swoop. They find it preposterous, clearly remembering that they had no reports of an enemy of such magnitude. At that moment, a follower of the god of battle amongst the crowd strides forth and encourages his people not to let their faith be shaken, because no matter how mighty, the enemy stands alone. The crowd are utterly delighted to see their battle priest Mobir making an appearance. Well, the battle priest did come to save his followers, as he instructed them that they have yet to make use of the secret art of the Church of Battle. He commands them to prepare the rite of mass debuff, and once it's cast, not even a full-fledged dragon could escape its effect for some time. Battle priest Mobir begins the rite of mass debuff, encouraging his followers to slay one more heretic, and their crusade will be won. However, that debuff couldn't bother our guy much as he continues to annihilate the enemy like he's sinking with the wind. Upon this, even Priest Mobir is left slack-jawed, gasping at how this freaking monster can even make such easy work of the mass debuff spell. He dwells on the possibility that Han might be a disciple of their enemy god. In the meantime, our guy stabs the battle priest in that split second that the bald guy barely even saw him. As soon as he stabs through the priest, Han uses blood manipulation to attack the other followers while camouflaging his moves. The blood arrows hit the other priests, making them wonder what these things were shooting right at them. From Han's point of view, once he realized that manipulating blood out in the open might raise suspicion, it was more like inviting unnecessary trouble. For this season, he came up with the idea to make it seem less conspicuous. Essentially, he used tiny droplets of blood to create a claymore mine that tears the enemy to shreds. Our guy is the epitome of genius. Nonetheless, a wave of panic ripples through the priests when they realize Lord Mobir is no more to save their asses, and they immediately announce a retreat. The system notifies Han that he has achieved the trial's special objective, Path to Command, since every combatant on the battlefield has become keenly aware of his presence. He even unlocks the title One-Man Army. Now, since our fella single-handedly wiped out the enemy, he's already gained the respect of his allies. The lieutenant from earlier, who scolded Han to stop slacking, shows him the way to the tent that our guy will have all to himself. The big guy apologizes to Sung Yoon for his impertinence from earlier. Our guy overlooked it because he expected nothing less from an orc. The guy is confused if he is called an orc. Anyway, Han waves him goodbye since he's feeling pretty beat. Our guy proudly walks into his tent, and all it took him was taking care of 1,000 enemies at once, and they're already treating him with respect. Han then ponders upon the message he received during the battle about taking countless lives and harvesting just as many souls. He's informed that he has begun to gradually unlock his aptitude as the god of death. He recalls he saw the same thing when his necromancy trait went up to grade A. While Han is trying to understand what it really means, suddenly, he senses something and wields his sword. As the tent rips apart, Raynell comes plummeting and falls flat on the ground. She's not surprised that Han is just as sharp as she imagined, while our guy is flustered and tells her that she could have easily died here, and it's just as well he didn't actually try to kill her. The chief thanks Han for saving her life earlier, but our guy isn't happy about his privacy being intruded upon, guessing it's a tradition here to sneak into someone's tent. Raynell gets flustered and thinks he misunderstood. Nonetheless, she believes that Han is no ordinary mercenary, and our boy doesn't know how to answer this since she saw everything that happened on the battlefield, so she won't be convinced until there's a solid reason. Even our guy admits that he overdid it a bit on the field. Raynell expresses that the godlike display of his martial prowess was a pleasure to behold, a wonder for ages. She's certain that an average mercenary can never be capable of achieving even a fraction of such a feat. With a fierce look in her eyes, she demands Han to reveal his true identity. That's when our guy takes the risk and reveals that he's the disciple of the God of Darkness, a disciple of their Lord and Savior. Deep down, our guy doesn't have time for this, hoping she'd better buy this story. Raynell begins to tremble and asks Han if he claims to be an angel, while our guy thinks he's done for, believing she saw through his lie. But things turn out pretty well when Raynell bows down to the monstrous disciple of their god, asking for forgiveness for her insolence. Our guy freaks out and tells her to drop the formalities. He requests to keep this a secret for now, justifying they wouldn't want an enemy spy catching wind of it. Raynell addresses him as Lord and asks Han if she's really worthy of such vital information. Han keeps up the act and says he has to trust a true comrade in arms like her. At that moment, the chief turned red because she was in his arms. That's when Han's second special mission, Path to Admiration, begins. He needs to establish a rapport with the top mercenary, and that person will be marked with an arrow that's only visible to the user. That arrow appears on Raynell's head, who's now the top mercenary in Han's army's camp. Since our guy has already taken care of Path to Command, it's about time he found somebody to help him lead this ragtag army of his. To make things work, Han holds Raynell's hands, having a feeling that this trial's gonna be a freaking cakewalk. Well, bro knows how to smooth things up. After that, Sung Yoon smirks because he'd hit triple digits across all stats now, and also absorbed a bunch of new skills this time. He decides to sort through them properly while he has time and opens up the list of skills, but Han notices that none of them really stands out as particularly useful for now. That's when the skill synthesis comes in. He activates the unique power to make new skills, when suddenly the power Hero's Blessing interrupts, temporarily increasing luck to an enhanced degree. Abruptly, light flashes through the tent and creates 3 new skills. Our guy is glad this skill activated automatically, just like it did when he crafted the demonic origins of blood. That reminds him that he's not done yet, and he taps the marked skill in the blood phage slot. The marked skill, Imbue Soul Ego, which he got from the vampiric count. Upon imbuing an item with a soul ego, the item is possessed by an appropriate soul. Han learns that it's a one-time skill that disappears after use. It sounds good to him, especially when he might end up using another blood phage slot in the next trial. Nonetheless, he activates the skill Imbue Soul Ego on the True Sanguine Demon Blade, and is asked to select the item to imbue a soul ego. Having 2 swords in front of him, our fella reckons that he'll be giving one of his items a living personality to support him in combat, so he decides to choose something he's been using for a while. He chooses the True Sanguine Demon Blade as the target of the marked skill. He selects the weapon that is designed to evolve alongside him. Suddenly the sword emits flares of fire and is imbued with the soul ego of Cheon-yu Dam, the seventh blade demon. Soon after that, the sword laughs and speaks of the oppression and disdain he had endured. Cheon's soul is imbued in the sword, and now it feels superior to Rise once more. It laughs and asks them to worship him and rejoice, for the blood demon Cheon-yu Dam has returned. At that moment, our guy feels like things have been screwed up a bit since he wasn't expecting some homicidal maniac to come live in his sword. Later, some hunters are practicing their corpse combine technique when our guy walks in, stealing the spotlight. The murmuring initiates when they call Han a slaughterer, though he looks young. The other soldiers couldn't speak of what they saw on the battlefield, concluding this guy was a real demon. They believe that Han must have killed over 1,000 people by himself without even batting an eye. Those soldiers give him a wide berth since he's a bad omen. Our guy finds it ironic that they're talking about bad omens, coming rich from a bunch of darkness-worshipping cultists. Later, our boy takes a serene walk under the moonlight, unlike that homicidal maniac bastard in his sword, who begins blabbering. The guy asks Han not to ignore his words of wisdom, and reveals how countless followers of the blood demon cult clamored for a moment of his time. Our guy thinks this dude is talking to himself cause he ain't paying heed to a word he said. It's been a mere moment since Cheon was released from hellish torment, and now he has to deal with his insolent half-wit master, calling it misery. Our guy feels hurt and clarifies that he's not a half-wit, it's just that he doesn't enjoy useless chit-chats. Cheon is glad that he caught Han in a conversational mood and asks our fella if he's entirely untrained in the art of chi telepathy. But Han doesn't know something like this, and asks Cheon if he was a player before. The sword scoffs, responding to Han that he has betrayed his own ignorance once again. The guy speaks in a boastful manner, saying there wasn't even a soul alive who did not know the blood demon Cheon-yu Dam by reputation. Sung-yoon asks him how far he got in the Tower of Trials, and Cheon replies that his ascent through the tower came to an end at level 41. A grin spreads across Han's face because if this guy is spilling the truth, he could be a treasure trove of valuable information. Cheon's personality aside, our guy feels like he's going to be pretty damn useful. A sudden realization hits Han when he recalls that players who die at level 40 get to reincarnate as admins, and he asks Cheon why he didn't come back to life and work as an admin instead. The sword rumbles with rage and asks Han if he dares to suggest that he allow himself to be subjugated to the tower's will. Cheon chooses to rather face the oblivion of death, because a meager existence at the cost of his dignity is not a life worth living. Our guy is surprised by the bravado of this talking sword. Han gives a death glare to the sword and admits that Cheon-yu Dam used to be a big deal back then, but now he's just a soul ego bound to his sword, humbling this over-the-top dude real quick. That's when the sword flaunts its blazing power and clarifies that he's well aware. Cheon asks our fella not to mistake him for some delusional spirit with an inflated ego. Upon its rise, it pledges to lend its master, Han Sung-yoon, his strength to the best of its ability. Deep down, Cheon grasps that his master wishes to make his dominance clear, agreeing that Han has more grit than he gives him credit for. The soul ego reveals that before losing his body, he was a martial arts savant and a master of myriad techniques, granting whatever boon the master desires. The sword demonstrates the power it beholds, creating a fire swirl and nearly destroying everything in its path. Our guy is amazed to see this power and admits that he's got himself a useful support item. The sword takes this as an insult and asks Han if he takes him as a mere tool. Cheon realizes that they're both from different dimensions. Sung-yoon opens up that he's from the Earth dimension, doubting if Cheon has ever heard of it, and the sword calls it a minor dimension, guessing it must have only recently ascended. Cheon figures out that it's been a long time since his death. Not to mention, the sword lacks the capacity to store the vastness of his mind in its entirety. He fears that he cannot maintain lucidity for long, informing Han that he'll soon have company. The sword ends the discussion and requests its master to summon him whenever needed. It appears that Chief Raynell comes rushing towards Sung-yoon. Our guy is shocked that she came in the middle of the night, and Raynell frantically alerts him that the enemy has staged an ambush. Plus, they're about to be overrun by an elite detachment of the Church of Battle's battle priests. Our guy grins since things are getting more exciting from here, and appreciates the Tower of Trials for never having a boring moment. Han strides past the chief and asks her to explain more about this elite surprise attack unit. He's ready to get this holy war started again. On the battlefield, the soldiers are getting slaughtered as they protect the priests. The enemy seems to be targeting their priests to dispel the necromancy spells. The situation is chaotic since it's an ambush at midnight, and our guy notices that the enemy is fewer compared to last time, supposing they're definitely a cut above the riffraff he faced before. More importantly, Han notices that they're using powers with clear signs of holy energy, but certainly don't match his level. The enemy this time is more gruesome and powerful as they decapitate the soldiers, and Raynell witnesses a one-sided slaughter with her eyes widened in terror. She had no idea the enemy possessed such powers. Abruptly, our guy grabs her and asks her to do him a favor. Being a smartass, Han asks Raynell to keep believing in him, no matter how strong the enemy looks or how hopeless the situation might seem. Fooling her with his beautiful smile, our guy says that he believes in her too. While poor Raynell is left flustered, our guy commands her to get their forces in formation and keep the priests alive since he doesn't see the holy war ending without priests still breathing. Well, Han's charm does give her a boost as she decides to do everything in her power to keep them safe. That's how the chief feels a strong sense of admiration towards Han, and with that, he achieves the special objective, Path of Admiration. Chief Raynell runs alongside our boy and lets out that if they meet again in this life, she shall owe him a drink at least. Our guy likes the idea and decides to make plenty of war stories to share over a drink. Leaping forth, Han activates the skill Dark Wolf Stride, which increases mobility by 100% in darkness. Just like the wind, our guy diabolically slashes through the enemy like he's invisible and makes the enemies learn a lesson. Attacking at night will be the last mistake they'll ever make. The soldiers are in a frenzy, and the enemies are storming their way through to the healers at the rear. The enemy brutally annihilates the soldiers, and the lieutenant, who's fighting with the opponent, commands everyone to get back to formation, because as soon as they break ranks, the enemy will pick them off like stray mutts. Just as the lieutenant gets stabbed, Chief Raynell slashes the enemy in half. Raynell seems dauntless as ever and believes the lieutenant wouldn't be bellyaching over a tiny prick on his stomach. The big guy appears just fine, and Raynell frantically commands her soldiers to get back in formation. The chief gets into action and instructs the tank units to take defensive points, archers to focus on their firepower, and melee fighters to guard the healers with their lives. Han's army morale is boosted by 100%, and a meticulous chain of command will prevent its formation from breaking. The opponents call them filthy insects, and make it clear that victory belongs to the Church of Battle. They march forward, focusing on taking the wench at the heart of their ranks, while the soldiers shoot arrows. The enemies are outnumbered, and while lads at the front lines won't seem to hold out much longer, the soldiers request the chief to send them to the fray. However, Chief Raynell stresses maintaining the formation since their only goal for now is to protect priests at all costs. She urges the soldiers not to budge an inch from where they stand, hoping that soon the tide will turn in their favor. In the meantime, our boy, activating the skill Dark Wolf Stride, ambushes the enemy with the speed of light, slashing them all like a monster. Raynell is delighted now that Han the Slasher has entered the battlefield. But the surprising thing is, our guy doesn't kill the enemies. Instead, he tangles them up with red magic ropes. Cheon, inside the sword, speaks up and calls it a ludicrous play. He asks Han why he wasted such power on tying up some raggedy prisoners of war. Whatsoever, even the sword has no qualms with the ruthlessness with which our fella butchered the enemy. Cheon believes that Sung-yoon would have been a fine member of the Dark Path if he had been born in the Murim dimension. Suddenly, Han's eyes open wide when he witnesses a thin strand of magic energy that reaches him. Our guy then understands that it's chi telepathy, and assumes that it's just a way to send voice messages using magic energy. The soul ego, Cheon Udam, expresses his disbelief since our dude managed to master the technique of chi telepathy in such a short time, finding it impossible. While Han thought it was easy for anyone who uses magic energy, the soul ego tells him that he's basically deriding half the martial artists in Murim as talentless hacks. The sword has to admit that Sung-yoon is a bold one, yet his arrogance is not unfounded, since only a true savant would be worthy of summoning his soul. Our guy has nothing to say to that, and with that, Cheon's soul withdraws as the demon of slumber takes upon him. At that moment, someone approaches Han, addressing him as Sir Swordsman, and asks our guy to come with him, informing him that the Archbishop has requested his presence. Upon arriving, the bishop calls Han Slaughterer of Many, and is grateful that he chose to come. Our guy suggests dropping that grandiose title and just calling him Nameless instead. The Archbishop finds it fascinating and realizes why the God of Darkness would be pleased to have a man like Han in the rank of his followers. While our guy is flattered, the bishop opens up to discuss the matter of his reward. They cut to the chase without further ado, and the bishop asks Han what is the extent of the reward he seeks. Our guy avails the privilege and activates his skill Absolute Charm. He then asks the Lord Archbishop how much he's willing to give him. Han gives him a death glare, and as Absolute Charm is activated, the Archbishop is afflicted with the effect Fear. This effect hinders the target's judgment and inflates Han's presence of mind. A strike of terror gushes through the bishop, and while quivering, the old man grants Han the greatest reward he can bestow upon his authority. The old man is gripped by fear and grants our guy the holiest of the sacred relics in the Church of Darkness's possession. Tears stream down the bishop's face while the other priests freak out and remind him that non-believers are not worthy of sacred relics. But the Archbishop shuts them up and announces that their crusade will lead to glorious victory at the hand of the Nameless One, Han Sung-yoon. Bishop Kanil is utterly terrified, presuming how he sensed something lurking behind Han's eyes, an immense aura of savagery that defies all belief. It felt as though his entire being was wilting under the crushing gaze of a dragon, but Kanil believes that the sheer might this guy represents may change the tide of this war. The bishop then gives Han the sacred relic, a sanctified object that harbors the power of God, and there's no higher item of worship within the Church of Darkness. Our guy activates the dragon's eye to analyze the relic and learns that it's the seal of dark alms, which imbues a unique effect upon stamping the seal on the hand. The other relic is the ember-eating night shroud, and the unique effect expends all holy energy to return to life. Our guy is amazed to see that these are both SS-grade relics. However, disappointment crawls in when Han realizes that he can't take either of these items out of the level 15 trial, which is a damn shame. Hit by a reality check, Han would hate to look a gift horse in the mouth, but there's no such thing as lucky coincidence in the Tower of Trials. He conjectures that if he has managed to get his hands on 2 items at a grade he's never seen before, Sung-yoon is convinced the tower is about to try and kick his ass. Our fella feels pretty tense already, and picks up the items while Archbishop Keneal trusts him to live up to the priceless worth of these relics. As Han is leaving, Keneal warns him and mentions that any soul that flees from this coming battle shall be punished with the full fury of the God of Darkness. Our fella smirks and responds that a mere mortal like him wouldn't dare run away before he's earned his keep. Han leaves, but the Archbishop is thrown into shambles, shattered into sobs over his sacred relics that he gave away. Meanwhile, Han seems happy after looting the bishop, and shortly, Reinel calls him out, hoping his meeting with Lord Canel was fruitful. Our guy thanks her because it definitely was, but more importantly, he catches Reinel off guard, asking if she was waiting for him the whole time. She is flustered and awkwardly suggests to Han that it's a good time to buy him the drinks she promised. Blushing, Reinel also seems to have a favor to ask from him, leaving our guy confused. Later they are tippling on beer, and Reinel seems drunk already. Our guy wonders if this is the strongest booze they have because he's not even remotely tipsy. Not to mention that any liquor in the tower that can get him drunk at this rate is deadly to anyone else, considering his limits are beyond normal human beings now. The chief is curious why Han isn't even a bit drunk yet, and our guy says he likes to keep his wits intact for good company. Han then asks her about the favor she mentioned earlier. At that moment, a gloominess flashes across her eyes, and we see Reinel's flashback. In the flashback, Reinel's father is begging the knights not to take food away from them. The knight slams away her father, calling him a lowly peasant. Little Reinel hits the knights for treating her father like that. She's also kicked by the knight for showing such insolence like her father. The knight suggests that she become a knight if she thinks it's unfair since peasants like her only have themselves to blame. Yanking out of her memory, Reinel musters up the courage and frantically lets out that she's in need of a good instructor and implores Han to teach her how to wield a sword properly. Meanwhile, our guy finally gets to know what her favor was. It's just a personal one with no special objective or reward to speak of. Han ponders that he's already achieved the special objective that got Reinel to command his army, so there's nothing else he can get from helping her. Besides, he thinks it's for the best not to get attached to someone who lives in a world that was created by the Tower of Trials. He thinks it's a waste of time. That's when Sung-yoon gets up and bluntly answers Reinel, straight up refusing to help her. As our callous hero is about to leave, the chief stops him and pleads with him. She sounds desperate when she mutters that she needs to live up to her potential, no matter what it takes. She helplessly slams her head to the ground, bowing, and begs him to teach her, agreeing to anything in return. Han smirks, thinking the time enjoyed isn't time wasted. Later, Reinel looks very determined, but our guy tells her to relax a little. He finds it good that she's fired up, but he infers that she'll lose fluidity from all the tension. That goes for everything. Our guy then twirls her around and thinks what she needs the most isn't combat experience, but to strengthen her magic energy system, which is called aura synthesis in this world. Han places her hand on her back and infuses magic. Reinel feels the sudden surge of energy flowing through her, and he teaches her how to use magic energy. It's like he's guiding her by the hand. She senses something familiar about it, even with all these subtle differences. With each minor change, her magic pathways are growing more efficient than ever. Based on Reinel's characteristics and tendencies in her magic usage, Han affirms that he came up with the optimal magic circulation method for her, and now it's up to her to train this method of aura synthesis every single day. After training, Han heads back to the tent and finally gets some time for himself. He thinks of sorting through the rewards and pulls out his pocket pouch. We get to know that after our guy killed Seindel in London, the British Hunter Association gave him a treasure trove of rewards. He could barely count how many rewards he got, and the only problem is, it's all quantity before quality. While Han wonders what to do with all this useless junk, he did gain a useful skill in that regard from the new skills he synthesized from the last trial. Since it's the perfect time for testing, he activates the skill Iron Eater, which frightens him at first. This skill enhances the user's physical state upon consuming iron. Nonetheless, Sung-yoon eats the Staff of Iron Clouds, and after the digestion is completed, his stats increase instantaneously. To see if it's true, he eats another iron item, the Heavenly Iron Gem, and coughs up a black liquid. It appears to be all the impure energy accumulated in his body, and surprisingly, Han's body feels lighter somehow. He then realizes that he can't judge a skill by its name, because the Iron Eater skill is super handy. Grinning, he munches on the metal and never thought he'd see the day when he's happily chowing down metal items. Our guy literally consumes 8 metal items once again, which is the limit, and finds it disappointing. After this skill gets deactivated, he rummages through his coat and takes out the sacred relic, Seal of the Alms, the one he's been curious about from the get-go. He learns that if he stamps himself with the seal, it might let him keep the effects permanently, even after he leaves the 15th floor. Our boy doesn't like the idea of a permanent mark on his body, but the benefits to him seem worth it. That's when Sung-yoon marks the stamp on his hand, and the item gets absorbed into the mark, removing it permanently from the inventory. A radiating bulk of energy seeps in, and a mark appears on his hand. Suddenly, Han is bombarded with countless admin messages. They are distraught and protest against the Tower of Trials since the Seal of the Alms is far too generous a reward. Our guy is shocked by the sudden reactions of the admins just because of the mark on his hand, while the admins are outraged by the injustice of the situation, urging the tower to recover the seal at once. Han is left baffled by the pessimistic reactions these admins are expressing. It's almost like the tower gave him something that it wasn't meant to give anyone. Abruptly, all the notifications begin glitching, and it turns out that the Tower of Trials blocks all admin messages temporarily. The tower issues a formal warning to all admins, stating any further disclosure of unauthorized information will be penalized with a ban on observing player Han Sung-yoon's future trials. Clenching his fist, Han definitely grasps there's more to it behind this sacred relic, and becomes adamant to find out what kind of secret it's hiding. That's when our hero raises his marked hand, activating the unique effect of the item's Seal of Dark Alms. He is requested to make an offering to a god out of the talents, abilities, and treasures he possesses. Han frowns at this odd request, wondering why in hell he would make an offering to a god he might end up fighting eventually. Having said that, he presumes it's a tradition at this point to try out every new function for himself. He then yanks out an item from the plane pocket, and luckily he's got a bunch of items he was planning to consume with Iron Eater. Our guy starts with the crappiest item he's got. Just then, he's asked to select a god to whom the offering will be made. At that moment, the system glitches, and Han notices there's something wrong with this. It appears that no trace of another god is verified in his holy energy. It occurs that Han is recognized as an independent possessor of divinity, hence presenting himself with the offering. The item Little Sorcerer's Staff is accepted by himself, and the next thing that happens leaves Han's eyes wide open. The item that was accepted converts into holy energy and is stored in his heart. A bright light emits from his chest, and our fella is utterly baffled. He can't make sense of things, that he somehow made an offering to himself. However, one thing seems simple enough. Han can basically farm all the holy energy by himself. Although he doesn't use it much, he bets he'll find different ways to use it as he gains new myths. For now, he gathers as much holy energy as possible, and as for the other sacred relic, Ember of Night Shroud, he keeps it within reach. Han feels like there must be a reason why the tower gave him these items in the first place. He's certain that there will come a time when he'll need to rely on them. And just like that, each day came a new battle, and soon Han had an impressive number of victories under his belt. His mercenary and priesthood allies enjoyed unprecedented morale, although they were still pretty much lost without him. It turns out that our guy was worrying over nothing. At this rate, this whole trial will be over in no time. Suddenly, the horizon cloaks in a red aura, and everyone is distracted by it as they stare fixedly at the sky. Right at that moment, that red energy cascades violently, descending on its target. It appears that Han is targeted by the power smite, and the wrathful energy bursts its way through the sky. Our guy senses the presence and has a bad feeling about this. To save himself from being shredded to pieces, our guy activates the Shield of Retribution with maximum coverage. It strikes the ground, obliterating everything in its path, while Han remains unaffected. Strangely, feathers float in the air, and a divine being with wings descends from the sky. It turns out that the God of Darkness has deigned to bring divine punishment on them all. A devilish grin spreads across that creature's face, reeking of malice. Our guy, on the other hand, was right about what he was feeling. The God of Battle uses a large amount of holy energy to cast Descent and send down his disciple aspirant, Zerhan Navia. That's when the difficulty level for Trial 15 increases dramatically for our guy. Han realizes that it's the God of Battle and lets out that it would be nice if he gave him a choice every once in a while. The God of Battle wishes to put down the tower's arrogant mutt by his hand, referring to Han. The god states that in death, Han will know humility, and his folly of coveting godhood will be his last regret. It appears that our guy has angered the god, and now hell breaks loose, because the god wants nothing but Han's life. Even our hero knows he won't make it unless he fights at full power right out of the gates. Han activates all the possible skills and braces himself to fight. Just when our guy thinks he needs to be fast, the divine being, in a blink of an eye, grabs his face and smashes him into the ground. The power smite plummets from the heavens and strikes Sung-yoon. Before we all know it, our main character dies on the spot. He meets his unfortunate end.